Hey, everybody, and welcome to another fantastic stream. I am your host, Suzette Speaks. I'm a TV host, attorney, and YouTuber. And today I want to talk to you about one of the most popular and successful podcast hosts in American history. That is the one and only Joe Rogan. There has been a lot of news surrounding Joe Rogan in the last several days, and I wanted to see how you felt. So the question becomes, should we cancel Joe Rogan? If you are a Joe Rogan fan, I know you are going to have a lot to say about this very topic. But for those of you who may be watching for the first time, I'm going to welcome you. Please hit the like button. Again, I'm Suzette Speaks. This is my platform on YouTube. And if you're watching on the cast on Facebook, welcome to the Suzette Speaks Facebook pages. This is a show that's going to offer my opinion first and foremost on Joe Rogan, but I also want to hear about your opinion. Joe Rogan has come forward with two apologies, kind of very quickly, back to back in the last several days. The first being that there was controversy caused by some past podcasts he had where he spoke about very controversial topics. That is the status of the vax, or the jab, I should say. The status of the jab, I guess I should say. As well as LGBTQ issues. And as of yesterday, there has been a few videos that have come out, a compilation video that is, that shows him using the N-word back to back to back to back to back, but it wasn't in one stream. It wasn't in one podcast. He says, obviously someone chopped it up to make it look very, very intensely disturbing. And he said even watching it himself was very, very rough. And he was very embarrassed and gave an apology for it. So we're going to talk a little Joe Rogan today. This is a midday stream. I want to welcome you. If you're watching, please, I see you in the chat. Drop a comment. Let me know you're watching. I know some of you may be working, but I still think this is a gentleman that has a lot of fans, particularly in the Black community. A lot of male fans, period. White men, Black men. A lot of folks rock with Joe Rogan. He has this sense of being, outside of the mainstream, of being a maverick of sorts, of speaking up for those who are, seeing what's happening in our country and wanting it to go in a different direction. He has had a successful podcast career, more than 12 plus years on his own. He is a comedian. He's an entertainer, he says. And in his past streams, before he inked a $100 million deal with Spotify, he said a lot of things. He used the N-word outright, saying that he used it in context when he was talking about things that others have said, and that, for example, a Richard Pryor special had the N-word in it, and he felt it okay as a white person to use the full word every time he said it. Now he says his opinion has changed. He does not believe in using the N-word outright, when even using it in terms of descriptions and actual show titles and things of the sort. So he's had to give another apology, first and foremost, because 𝙒𝘼𝙑𝘾𝙃, a very, impactful African-American woman musician, stepped forward also, along with Neil Young, old school rocker, I guess you would call him. Joni Mitchell pulled her music from Spotify in order to protest what they feel is Joe Rogan's indiscretion of giving people what they deem is misinformation about the jab. So we are going to talk, please use the word jab if you will. We are going to talk a little Joe Rogan. If you are a Joe Rogan fan, let me know what's good. I see you guys. Come on in. Welcome. This is Suzette Speaks. Wealth engineering was first, and he starts with a big no. And no. Thank you, Wealth Engineering. And when I drop the link, y'all, I want to hear what y'all have to say. I know some of you rock with Joe Rogan very hard. I know this is not my general critique of him. This is understanding where you lie. This is the town hall, if you will, to hear from folks as to what they think is going on. Now, again, let me set the stage. If you don't know who Joe Rogan is, I don't know many that don't, but if in case you don't, let me let you know. Please hit the like button, though. Again, my name is Suzette Speaks. I would call myself a social commentator. I also host a YouTube show Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays where I do personal development and introspective topics. And I will be doing some this week. Y'all get ready for Saturdays. Is God still important? We've had a lot of talk in my channel about spiritual growth, spiritual development. On Saturday at 12 noon, we are going to ask that question: is God still important? I know so many of us grew up in church, some did not, and we are going to discuss the ways in which this current generation is either embracing or not a God. Do you still believe? Are you a practicing Christian? Do you still practice your faith? That's Saturday at 12 with my special guest, 𝙒𝘼𝙏𝘾𝙃. Thank you. Out of Cali. He has a compelling story growing up in the church, even being, I guess, groomed for being a pastor. And he has had quite the change of, which I say, spirituality in a sense. And I can't wait for you guys to hear his story on Saturday. But anyway, so we do deep topics here. We do heavy lifting. We do a little social commentary. I'm going to be moving back into my social justice lane. Coming up this year, 2022 is such a big year when it comes to elections. So I want to first and foremost thank all of my contributors. If you were just joining, you can see I have a new grass wall. Thank you very much to everyone who helped me to get a new background. All of my super chats, cash appers, whatever you did to support my channel, I thank you so much. I want to welcome you. This is an interesting topic. I'm moving a little bit, like I said, in the next few months, more so into current events. I think there are some lessons that we can take away, both from an introspective and from a community perspective. So I want to talk about issues that impact us, either, like I said, in our internal lives or, in fact, our external community. So we want to talk Joe Rogan today. So if you are a Joe Rogan fan, you are in the right place. If you like Joe Rogan, let me know. If you've been rocking with him for all those years prior to Spotify, let me know. But why is this important? Well, due to some of the guests Mr. Rogan has had on his platform, there have been musicians, like I said, Neil Young being one of them, Joni Mitchell being another, who has said they do not want to be associated with a platform that encourages someone like Joe Rogan or allows someone like Joe Rogan to give incorrect, as they feel, incorrect information to the public, misinformation about the jab. Now, there was a recent video, and this is what caught my attention because I am her longtime fan, 𝙒𝘼𝙏𝘾𝙃, African-American woman who is a fantastic, I think, trailblazer in the love yourself from a Afrocentric viewpoint, love yourself movement. I know it's very popular now, but I think she was one of the modern day musicians who helped bring that message of self-love to the fore. No matter what you look like, no matter if you look non-Eurocentric as far as your beauty, that you should embrace every part of you. Shout out to 𝙒𝘼𝙏𝘾𝙃. But it was her post on Instagram that I saw yesterday that prompted me to say, I'm going to talk about Joe Rogan today. 𝙒𝘼𝙏𝘾𝙃 said, not only for her reasons, this was her on her Instagram live. Shout out to everyone who saw it. Drop me a comment if you did see it. 𝙒𝘼𝙏𝘾𝙃 said, I'm not messing with Spotify. I want my stuff off, not only because of him, but her reason being, y'all paying Joe Rogan $100 million and you're paying musicians I think she said 0.003% of a penny. I don't mean to laugh because exploitation is real. Exploitation is real. But it was like just the shocking contrast makes you like giggle with like shock and it makes you wonder, is this real? Is that a real number? But yes, she said 0.003 of a penny is what they pay per stream to individuals like herself, to musicians. So she was like, y'all could keep that. Y'all giving Joe Rogan $100 million. Y'all could keep that. So what has Spotify's response been? Spotify has said, we are not a publisher. We are a platform. We do not tell people what to say. We do not produce the shows. We do not script the shows. We do not edit the shows. We are simply a platform that allows any and everyone within their guidelines to come on and share their voice. So this has also been conflated, y'all, as a First Amendment issue. It's not a First Amendment issue, and I'll explain why. But I want to welcome you. Welcome. Hit the like button so I can get into it. I'm going to drop the link. I want to hear what you guys have to say. Joe Rogan has been a hot topic in the last several days. But I want to ask you, Should we cancel him? I don't know. There's been a lot said because people feel like he is a voice for the voiceless. That he comes through when modern day media, many have expressed a lot in our country, many voters in our country, many citizens in our country have expressed a disdain for or a distrust for a lot of the mainstream media, and they've turned to Joe Rogan. Millions of listens every week, every week. And so people are asking, does he have a social responsibility to put out information that is deemed valid and based in medical science, as opposed to allowing folks like a recent guest he had, I believe it was a doctor, come on. And I think some of the things he was saying was debunked within the episode. So there has been a movement now, 3 musicians strong, to hold Spotify to account. Now, what did Spotify do? Spotify came through and said, we're going to take down the controversial, quietly, actually, they took down the controversial content that was up on the platform. They said in a public statement by the chairman that, again, they are not going to take Joe Rogan down. He has a right to say, what he thinks and what he believes. They have, I guess you would call, very, very loose guidelines in and around C-19. And they're going to try their hardest to come up with a way to better serve their audience by what? Giving $100 million to marginalized groups. Now, would you have to give money? You know what? Let me see what the comments saying. Y'all come on in, hit the like button. Suzette Speaks, just having a little chat with my wonderful, wonderful subscribers and community here on YouTube and on Facebook. If you don't know, this is the Suzette Speaks channel. Go ahead and subscribe. Go ahead and hit the like button. If you want to support, there's the Cash App. But I come on every Tuesday, every Thursday, and every Saturday to talk to you about not only topics that help you grow. I'm very big on personal growth, right? Your mind, your spirit, right? Professionally, we talk a lot with professionals who have an expertise in mental health, in emotional intelligence, and other topics that help increase your self-awareness, right? We are all on this journey of life. I am not perfect. I'm still a work in progress, and we're here to grow. I also am now mixing in, y'all know I like a little relationship talk every now and then, but that's not the focus of this channel. I want to get into some topics that I know will have a bigger impact on how we think and how we are with one another. And relationships do play a part in that, and how we navigate those. But today and coming up in the next few months, I will be looking at current events. So if you are interested in a little bit of social justice, a little bit of law perspective, come on in and whenever you can, listen and like and share, because this is important that we create the town hall, the community square, where we can voice our opinions respectfully on hot topics like Joe Rogan. So the question again I asked of you today is, should we cancel him? I'm going to go in the comments. I know there are so many people, particularly men, who rock with Joe Rogan, who ride for Joe Rogan, who understand that his power has come at a time where, the powers that be, the corporate interests now have even bought them, right? So he has had this popularity on his own, and now he has joined a large corporation called Spotify. They inked, as I said, $100 million contract for him to produce content. Now there are several in the music community, several musicians who have said they are appalled at Spotify allowing Joe Rogan to share what they deem to be controversial opinions in which, they feel could harm people, could mislead people, could have people not necessarily, getting the full picture when it comes to medical science as far as the jab goes. So not only that, the N-word video, y'all, if y'all don't, I can't play it here, obviously. If you have not seen Joe Rogan's unfortunate, like I said, it wasn't him in one video. What a person did, let's just be factual, is when he wasn't on Spotify, pre-Spotify, he has 12 plus years of podcast content that he made on his own. And when he was on his own, he made a very big conscious decision that he was going to say the N-word where he says it was used in context. What does that mean? For him, it meant that he, when referring to a title, song, where it was said, Richard Pryor, like I said, comedy, places where, he felt it was, quote, appropriate. He never said N-word. He actually used it. I'm not talking about the with end with an A. I'm talking about the hard R. That's how it sounded. When I saw that video, I was like, whoa, ouch, ooh, 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 ooh. Very uncomfortable to watch. Very uncomfortable to watch. So, of course, this is not one time of this man saying it 10 times or 20. I think it might have been 30 or 40 times in a row in that one video that they, made a collage of, that someone on social media made a collage of. It was, it looked bad. And he admits it. That's what his recent apology was about. So he said in the first apology he was going to try to do better. The second apology says he actually regrets, and he does not choose to use the N-word now. He won't say it. He doesn't feel it's right. But people have admired him for his authenticity, for his, y'all hit the like button, get the likes up. We talking Joe Rogan today. I want to welcome you. I'm Suzette Speaks. We're talking a little bit of current events today because this has been all over the media, and I want to hear what you have to say about Mr. Rogan. I'm going to read the comments in just a second. Y'all get them likes up. Please get them likes up because I want to bring up my audience, some of the most fabulous folks, subscribers. My chat is undefeated, and I know a lot of you are big Joe Rogan fans. So I wanted to see, I am not a person, let me just, in full disclosure, I listen to Joe Rogan here or there. I've listened to some very good interviews. There are people that say they are outright boycotting Spotify. I ain't got no Spotify, so it's easy for me. I ain't got to boycott nothing. I ain't got to boycott. I ain't got no Spotify. Are you giving up your Spotify subscriptions? Is that what we're doing? I want to know if you are one of the folks that have been offended by what Mr. Rogan is putting out on his platform. Do you intend to support him, or do you intend to see him canceled? And the question becomes, can he become canceled? Is he too big? Is this man's brand too big? Is too many people now making money off of it? Bottom line, that they can't cancel old boy. They can't, because the corporate interest is now involved. So as much as he has done in the past to offend people, there are many that say, no. This man is too influential. Too many people rock with him to indeed pull his program and to see him pulled from Spotify. What say you? What do you think? Do you think this is the Joe Rogan brand is too large? It's actually bigger than Spotify. Spotify says it's a platform, but is it now a publisher? Because you paid for this. You are, in fact, now a part of, in a sense, pushing this content creator in a way that is not just a platform. Anybody could go on it. You put what you want on it. You paid for it. So does Spotify have any culpability in your opinion? Should they take Joe Rogan off of Spotify? That's what I want to know. Let's go. Let me read these comments. Welcome again. Hit the like button, y'all. Come on, hit the like button as you come in. I'm Suzette Speaks, live streaming today. Interesting topic. I hope you think. As I said first in the chat, welcome Wealth Engineering. I'm going to drop the link early. If you want to come up Wealth Engineering, I would love to hear what you have to say, because I know I heard a couple of conversations about Joe Rogan between the guys on different channels within my sphere, men talking about who Joe Rogan is, why they rock with him, why they don't rock with him. I'd love to hear from any of you who have an opinion. Hey, RM, nice to see you. Welcome. Gaston's World says, let's get it. Absolutely. Joe Rogan has been kind of like a symbol of freedom for many when it comes to saying out loud what a lot of people are thinking. He also has said, I am a comedian and an entertainer. Does he bear any responsibility, though, on a platform that has just paid him $100 million to put out information that is medically sound? According to several musicians, they are not going to be a part of, and that's another part of this story. Like, their music is owned by companies as well. So it's very interesting. Do they even have the ability to do what they want to do? But let's get into the first level of the conversation. Where do you guys stand on Joe Rogan? Leave a comment. Let me know where you're watching from. Y'all know y'all can join me on Patreon. I have a fabulous Patreon this Saturday, 4 p.m. Wealth Engineering will be talking, thank you, Wealth Engineering, about personal development, right? Through his, which I call it, mentors, right? At a distance, what he's learned from some of the heavy hitters in personal development. And we're going to have a one-on-one with him as our special guest on my Patreon. If y'all don't know what Patreon is a separate platform where you could come and get exclusive content that is not on YouTube. So there's the website, patreon.com/SuzetteSpeaks. So come on over. We're doing some personal development work over there. I think you're going to enjoy it. So if you're not a member, shout out to all my Patreon members. I see y'all. But if you're wanting to support my content as well as get something that will feed your soul in a way, you got to come over to Patreon. We're doing some heavy hitting over there, and we're helping you get better. So I hope you guys will consider joining. Anyway, let me get to the comments. Let me see where y'all at. Hey, Rose B, nice to see you. I'm not a fan, but I do not think he should be canceled. Thank you, Rose. I see you. Hey, Magnificent. Yes, what's good? This is Spicy. Hey, I know my fellas ride for him, and some ladies too. But he's very, very popular. Hey, Gail, thank you so much. I appreciate you being here. I want to welcome each and every one of you. I'm Suzette Speaks, and again, we're talking, should we cancel Joe Rogan? Ace Butterfly in the building. Greetings. I like that you like it. Thanks to all of my supporters. Thank you for my Patreon as well as my super chatters. I got me a little luscious leaf. Can you see it? As bright as I want it to be. Luscious leaf background. I hope you like it, guys. Thank you so much to everyone who has already supported. We're doing the sound machine and mic next. Let's go. Thank you so much. I was trying to show you a little bit of it, but thank you, Ace Butterfly. Gases World with a strong opinion. Absolutely cancel him. Really? It surprises me. I thought you were a Joe Rogan fan. I didn't know that. Absolutely. The N-word video, guys. If you can't, I can't play it here, obviously. It is not him saying it, right, in one setting. They literally clipped, and let's be fair, they literally clipped all the different times, or many different times, on his 12 years prior, or 12 plus years prior to Spotify, anytime he said the N-word. Now, of course, people can grow, people can evolve, but at that time, he made that conscious decision to use the N-word itself with the R and not omit to use it when he talked about, situations where he says it warranted or in context, it was okay to use. But now that you listen to it, and again, it's over and over, and again, someone purposely put that together to make it sound bad. It is raising a lot of eyebrows. There are people that are like, oh, in this day and age where we're so quick to cancel people, do you think you will survive this? I'd love to hear what you have to say. And many more folks are now just getting to know Joe Rogan. Can you imagine that? Even though he's so popular, there are many people that think, okay, who is this guy? But he has, guys, for him to get a $100 million contract from Spotify, somebody's listening. So let's see what you guys have to say. A Magnificent says, I'm not for cancel culture. Can people be forgiven, guys? And genuinely? Christina Reddick in the building. How are you? Mighty Mujer, triathlon. I won't say mathalon. Triathlon in the building. She says she listens to Joe Budden instead. I love it. I love it. I love it. Welcome, Christina. You need a couple of skincare and makeup tutorials. Oh, you think so? You guys, because, okay, let me just break this down for you. Since I'm taking this YouTube journey very seriously, I was trying to, us overachiever women, okay, let's just say we are who we are. I first started looking up who are the top women in this space. Yeah, I started looking up, just doing a little Google search, nothing major. And the top women in this space all happen to be white, and then one I think might be a mixed heritage, an Australian lady, maybe Chinese, Australian, like that. But when I looked at what they talked about, the top people who are women in this space, I'm talking about most subscribers, happen to be talking about beauty, hair, lifestyle, if you will. Couple, maybe two or three are like comedians. They do like skits, and they're, funny but self-deprecating. They created characters where they're kind of making fun of themselves, and clothing hauls and things like this. So I saw that trend, and I thought, again, there are thousands of women on YouTube, millions. What am I saying? Thousands, millions. And I think I read, correct me if I'm wrong, I read somewhere that about 38% of content creators on this space are women. 38%. Read that recently. I wish I could source it. I didn't even know I was going here. But I thought about it, and I was thinking, like, wow, it is not a bad thing, because I'm into, clearly, makeup. I'm into skincare. I'm into all of that. But I really want to trailblaze a little bit different lane for myself. Nothing is wrong with those. Nothing is wrong with those. But it did strike me when I was doing a little research, top 10, top 20, top 25, top 50 women in this space. You got to set a goal. And I thought, wow, I wonder if I could do it, speaking about things that impact people, in a different way. Let's put it that way. So yeah, I like that idea, but I think I got to stay in my lane, Ace Butterfly, because when I look around, I was like, ain't nothing wrong with how they doing it. And in our space, particularly for Black women, there are a lot of other topics that we tend to like. We like to do, current events, pop culture, gossip, and all that. But I thought to myself, I wonder if I could make it big. I don't know. We'll see. Thank you for your opinion. I appreciate it, Ace. I've listened to some of his podcasts. The few that I listened to, I liked. Okay, thank you. Welcome, Sunbreeze, Bay Area in the building. How are you? Welcome. Brandon Baxter says, Black people love white people too much to get. Really? Okay. We still want to have children with them. Okay, your opinion. I see you, Brandon. I knew it was going to come back on him. So you've been a long time listener. Says, is it Black Shacker? Black Bias Shacker? Sorry, it is. Is that an I? Bias Shacker? I see you. Thank you. You knew it was going to come back. Good afternoon, beloved. Yes. Let's see. Hey, facts and the uncomfortable truth with Bernard. Yes, I can't wait, Bernard. I would love to see you up. If you can, I know people are working, but if you want to drop your comments in the chat, I'd love to see what you guys are saying and what you guys are thinking about what's going on, and will he survive? You did see the N-word video. Look it up, y'all. I can't play it here, obviously. Look it up. I don't know. Like I said, when people splice people, I get because it makes it look worse. Not that using the N-word is ever like good, but it makes it look really bad when it's like N-word, boom, bam, 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 hit you in the face. Every time it make my spirit cringe, right? When I hear people, even when they're jokingly using it, it's like, oh, I don't find it funny. So yeah, it's the compilation is not, like I said, in context, but is there context where a white man can say the N-word with the R, hands down anytime he wants, as much as he wants. Yeah, Christina says, yes, WTF is supposed to be a platform for creative. But no, because that, again, everyone is saying it's not Spotify. It is the creator right, if you will, within the parameters. And I was looking at some of the Spotify guidelines. They so loose. All they say is, don't tell people to drink bleach. Don't encourage people to have a jab party to go get it. You can't say it's a hoax. You can't say the C19 and the like cancer is a hoax. It was like 4 things, basic things. And I'm like, well, there's a lot of craziness you could say that's not these like 4 or 5 things. So thank you, the Black Seinfeld. I see you. Oh, I'm doing well. Okay, still looking for Black Seinfeld. I'll see you. Can't be a platform and a sponsor. Wow. Yes, there is a conflict of interest. This is the deal, because they were a platform, but now they have published. They paid for a co-signing. I hear you. So this is where the rub is. Thank you, Christina, for pointing that out. Bias Shacker says, as soon as Rogan went on Spotify, he was screwed, and he has to atone for what he said in the past. Very good observation. I hear you. I don't know much about Joe R. says Sunbreeze, but I do know more. Oh, okay. Thank you. Welcome. Hit the like button. Thank you, Sunbreeze. Hit the like button. Come on in. Let me know. Let's see what you have to say. Honestly, Spotify, it's Spotify. Okay, Christina, that needs to be canceled. I see you. Salute to Before the Billions. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Can't wait to hear what you guys have to say. Driving, thank you, Michelle Denise. Be safe out there. Driving while listening. Ace Butterfly. There needs to be a balance. Info about C19. The public needs to know about the side effects. Unbiased expert knowledge. I hear you. The media only wants to voice pro C19. That's what many people have gone to Joe Rogan for. They're like, you're not hearing about, alternative, which I say treatments and things like this. People only want or the government only wants people to know certain things. So very good observation. Tolu said, no, we shouldn't cancel Joe. Okay, I see you. We shouldn't stop. We shouldn't stop. We should or shouldn't stop canceling people. I hear you. Thank you very much. A Magnificent says that's the Rock distanced himself with. Okay, yes, the Rock even. Okay, so Dwayne the Rock Johnson also had come forward after the initial, which I say, pushback when it was just Neil Young and then Joni Mitchell. The Rock said, Joe is sorry. Joe knows what he did wrong. I stand with Joe. But then this N-word compilation video is produced. And now The Rock was like, hold up. I can't, he has to withdraw his support and step back. This is very true. So The Rock was getting involved. Hey, David, nice to see you. Long time no see. Welcome, welcome. Y'all hit the like button. You were not first. Oh, yes. So, Tolu, thank you for clarifying. You said we should not be canceling people. I hear you. This cancel culture is very dangerous, bro. No one is perfect. No one has ever been perfect in their lives. We all change. We all evolve. But what warrants cancellation? Gaston says forget. Okay. Hey, RM, thanks again. Hit the like button, y'all. I appreciate you, David. Salute to all the moderators. Thank you so much. So I want you to leave your comment. I want to hear what you have to say. Ace Butterfly says the N-word issue is part of the Black community is doing. Richard Pryor said he would stop using it after his visit to Africa. Interesting. Partly our doing. We didn't originate it. So I'll push back a little bit. Where did it come from initially? But you're saying us using it among ourselves, I'm assuming. I hear your point. A Magnificent says, not a good look, Joe. Abigail, big up yourself. Can you drop your channel? Please drop your channel link so people can come and visit you. I see you doing your thing, sis. Welcome. Yes, the hard R. It's not even a little. It's not the Nigga. It's the R. When he said, it'd be like, it hurt when I listened to it. Let's stop letting corporations tell us who to cancel. This is what it is, guys. This is the money part of it. Because NDRE's point was that and I watched her whole video. Go to her Instagram. She still has parts of it. One video, I shared it with a bunch of my friends on Insta, on DM. One part of what her stance is on the music industry as a whole. I posted it in my stories as well on Insta. And she was really perturbed because she was just like, she lost a lot trying to be different, trying to be who she felt called to be. She talked about her mom and her dad. And, I think her dad was a former professional football player. I didn't know that. And, all her lineage and all the powerful people that basically was inside her. And she's like, I sacrificed literally making friends, having a family for what I really, really believed in and I trailblazed for. And she just talked about how corrupt the industry is in terms of how, who is marketed and what is marketed. And I forget what I was listening to. I think I was listening to NPR earlier, maybe on a Sunday, And I forget who was the interviewee. They were talking about old time songs that were really, really popular. And they were asking if like some of these songs would be popular now. And the commentator, and I wish I could remember who was being interviewed, but their basic gist was, no. Back in the day, radio, music, anything that kind of made it was because people loved it. It was a choice of the people. Now, what gets played, now what we hear and what we see is because corporations choose it, right? People in boardrooms choose it. So she was talking about that. And like I said, part of her reason for wanting to be removed from Spotify, not only was the Joe Rogan, she played it in her stories, that's how I saw it, was the identification of like the disparity of what musicians get paid. And she was just like, you can't have this man promoting what she says is, dismal at best information when it comes to the jab and other things, and pay me 0.33%, I think, of a penny. I think it's like 0.33 of a cent per play on Spotify. So it was very interesting. Get the likes up, y'all. Please hit the like button. Come on in. Let me know that you're watching. Easy Gospel Piano says, being surprised at what he said, it's like being surprised at the dog's bark. Great observation. And Gaston's World ads, anybody can be canceled. He got money. So, okay, I'm going to drop the link. If y'all want to come up and talk with me about it, feel free to do so. You don't have to come up if I know you. But I'll be happy. I would love to hear what you guys have to say. Tolu says, I think people are overreacting. Yeah. Some people do believe that it's just like bandwagonism and people have jumped on. I don't know why I can't say your name today. A Magnificent says, I'm not down with him saying it, but I'm not down with cancel culture either. I'm interested to hear why this isn't a First Amendment issue. We'll get into that in a second. Yeah, it's a little bit different because it's not being portrayed by like a governmental agency. This is a contract we're talking about here. This is not free speech in terms of the public square. This is a business contract in which folks have to adhere to the parameters of almost like a employer-employee. So we're going to get into that in just a little bit. Welcome, Feliz Peralta. Thank you for being here. Welcome. Hey, Kareen says, tuning in. Thank you very much. Watching from work. I'm glad. Thank you so much. Davis 398 says, Rogan is an idiot. His words. And people shouldn't be shocked when he says something idiotic or ignorant. Okay, Davis, I hear you. He's not a credible journalist. This is the thing, guys. People and who people consider as being credible sources has changed over time. There was a time in our culture here in the US where we got our information from mattered. We wanted to get it. And I'm thinking about, again, maybe even as old as Boomer and the Greatest Generation, people went to great lengths to consider where the information was coming from when they absorb news. Now, that's not everybody. I'm just painting with a broad stroke here. There are people that just listened to what everybody said and took what they said as the rules for a long time, for many generations. Not everybody was very thoughtful. I'm just assuming, and I'm not saying everyone. Let's just clear that up. But there are a lot of people who don't, especially now, consider the source of the information. Just because people have a mic, just because people have a platform, does not mean they are a source of credible information. So when you think about this, this is true. He does not follow journalistic standards. He is not a journalist, and he'll tell you that. He'll say he's a commentator. He'll say he's a comedian, right? He'll say he's an entertainer. So there are many that would agree with this, but not everybody is taking Joe Rogan as a commentator. They are taking him as a journalist. Many people are actually thinking to themselves, this is a reliable source of information. So that's why people are pushing back. They're saying, with a big platform like yours, with millions of listeners every week, you should have a bigger part to play in terms of social responsibility. You can't just say what you feel like because people think that you're an actual authority, even though there are those like Davis 398 that are calling it out and saying, no, he's not really an authority, y'all. He's just a man in a mic speaking about what he cares about from his opinion, right? But there are not a lot of people sometimes that can make that distinction. Right? That's where the fear comes in, that there are people that are not making this distinction, that Joe Rogan is just hanging out and, wanting to share his opinion and that's it. So I want to welcome you guys. How about coming up? If you're at work, I get it. Drop a comment. Let me know that you're watching. Thank you. I'll hop on the live stream on Saturday. Okay. Yes. Is God still important? Live stream coming up. That'll be Saturday. It will be Saturday at 12 noon. I hope you do. Easy Gospel Piano Lesson says, what we need to cancel is our behaviors. Just saying. This is the real question. Davis398 adds, can he be canceled? With all the money on the line, with all the money at stake, even with Spotify now saying they're going to give away $100 million, his salary, match his salary in promoting content from marginalized groups. Now, why would you have to do that if what he said wasn't hurtful? Why would you have to do that? But I think it's their way of saying, we really can't cancel this brother. We're going to find a way around this. And so we'll even give money away to other people instead of canceling him, instead of taking him off the air. All right, Sean Isaacs, the wisdom coach, says no to the cancel. I hear you. Davis398 says there's a difference between someone saying the N-word out of context and someone actually using it as a slur. That's one of the things he mentioned, that he was doing it in terms of like describing art, describing music, things in which it was used. Geechee Dan says no, do not cancel. Do y'all get actual information from Joe Rogan? I asked that question as far as people understanding that his platform is an entertainment platform, not a news platform. Do you guys make that distinction? I'm curious. Drop a comment. I know I'm a little bit behind on the comments, so I'm gonna catch up a little bit. We are stronger than the N-word. We are more than the N-word. Stop letting it control us, says Tolo. All right, S.B. Nice to see you. He can't be canceled. He already has another $100 million deal. This is what many people are saying. It's going to show the power of Joe Rogan, his platform, because nobody don't really want him to leave. Corporate interest, Spotify, does not really want him to leave. And do what? Go make that money for himself? Go set up his own website like he had before? Now with all this even more press? But his faithful listeners for over 12 years, that man has been putting in work. So what, line his pockets and not line the pockets of, the corporate investors? I think not. I think not. Hey, big up Kimo, one of my Patreon members. Nice to see you. Thank you for being here. I welcome you, sir. This is the stuff that be dividing our community, that divides our community. Sorry. We can't simply agree that this is not okay. This is very interesting, because it is polarizing. It is something that, again, not everybody's going to look and see it the same way. There are people that rock with Joe Rogan hard and like the fact that he speaks for like the everyman. He's like the optimistic, go get it yourself. The world owes you nothing. Keep pushing. You ought to, fight for what you want. And, America's your oyster, school of hard knocks. Go get it, though. He's very optimistic. And a lot of men rock with Joe Rogan. Women, too. I was looking for the number breakdown, but he is very popular among both men, white men, and black men. And I guess all in between. I guess you can't say just both. But within those subsets, he's very popular. Right? So, yeah, Chemo, it says, I don't know why we don't all just bury the N-word. It's so hurtful. Why keep giving it life? Very interesting sentiment. Thank you for sharing that, Kimo. I see you. Let's see. Life of Cash in the building. Well, go on. Life of Cash says, real talk. Neil deGrasse. I like Neil deGrasse Tyson, but remember he had a issue with, I think, coming on to somebody at his job, if I'm not mistaken, Neil deGrasse Tyson. But anyway, but he's incredible, again, separating the man from the flaw. Like just as is it a nuclear physicist? Is he so I know he's a scientist. I don't know what kind of I want to say physicist, but I could be wrong. So anyway, Life of Cash says, Neil deGrasse Tyson quote from his masterclass, as the area of our knowledge increases, so does the perimeter of our ignorance. That's deep. As the area of our knowledge. Okay, yeah. So does the perimeter of our ignorance. We need to know and challenge the limits of our knowledge. I love it. Oh, I got a super chat. Welcome. So come on in, y'all. I'm just reading your opinions. I know many of you are working, and we are talking about what is the topic. Should we cancel Joe Rogan? Please hit the like button. Again, many of you are Joe Rogan fans. I am not of the opinion that he needs to be canceled like right now, but I was disturbed. When I saw the compilation N-word video. The N-word video, like I said, in fairness, it's not like he sat down and just said the N-word with the R over and over again. Someone spliced up over the life of his 12-year podcast all the different times he said it and put it in one video. So in fairness to him, it's not like he said it every day, every minute, every second, but the video makes it look very bad. The video does exaggerate his use of the word, although he did use it on those occasions. So he made an apology yesterday, put it out, said he was very, very sorry. He even looked at it. It was cringeworthy to him. And he can't believe, looking at it now, he decided to do that, but he doesn't use it now. He won't use it going forward. He sees his mistake, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So now Spotify is standing by their man, is saying, nope, we are not going to take him off, but we are going to give money instead to support marginalized groups. $100 million, right? While they're giving musicians, according to India RE, cents per play, right? So it's interesting what the value is that Joe Rogan obviously brings to Spotify, right? This is a content is king time we're in. So even with all that music, Spotify needed to differentiate itself. And in 2020, I think is when he inked the deal. Big time. It showed a shift. Like, yes, people want music, but yeah, people actually want podcasts. And this man is the biggest to ever do it. So yeah, we want him. Exclusivity matters. Why would people subscribe to Spotify? Like, I don't know. Y'all tell me if y'all subscribe and how you feel about the topic. Hit the like button as you come in. Again, this is the Suzette Speaks channel, having an easy breezy, just conversation with you, my people, to understand where you stand. As Gaston's World said, not everybody feels the same way about this topic, and that's okay. It's a good thing. We have to understand one another. We have to hear what one another has to say in order to grow. So it's okay. You don't all have to agree. Like I said, I don't think he needs to be canceled right now. But for those of you who have been following him for years, you knew this. I didn't know this. I didn't know this was his common practice to use the actual word for the N-word when he was doing his podcast pre-Spotify. He has been, that same person. Many people respect him for his authenticity and say, that's just Joe Rogan. But now when you get that big corporate investment, you have different rules, right? People are now scrutinizing you way more. Scrutinize you, going in the bag, and nothing wrong with that. But you have a different level of scrutiny. And so people are going back. And what did Spotify do? Spotify said it's sorry, not going to cancel him, but they're going to they quietly removed 100 episodes over the weekend. Quietly, nobody really saw. It wasn't like they made a big announcement, right? They just did it. And then according to, I think it's like Podcast Tracker or something, like Content Remover Tracker, saw that, whoa, they're taking stuff down, right? So it's a very interesting response. But like I said, they are for now standing by their man. And they are not going to be pushy or pushed into removing him altogether. Thank you, Andres. Wagwan Andres says, hey, Suzette, I think Rogan's a dang fool, but he shouldn't be canceled. Okay. Even though he's an entertainer, his platform is big enough that gives him a social responsibility, whether he likes it or not. Very, very intuitive comment. Let's see it again. Rogan is a dang fool, in your opinion, but shouldn't be canceled, okay? Even though he's an entertainer, his platform is big enough that it gives him a social responsibility, whether he likes it or not. Let me know what you think. Do you guys agree with Andres? Thank you, Andres, for adding to the conversation. So you're not really into his content. Glad you I was going to ask you if you're a fan. You're like, not so much. Not really into him like that. But you're like, you know what? Let the man say what he has to say. But understanding that he has a huge responsibility because millions of people listen to you. And many people do not distinguish between entertainment and actual news and facts and reliable information. So this is a very difficult position. Let me hear what you have to say if you indeed think, he shouldn't be canceled, or if you indeed think he should, or that I guess there's too much money involved for him to be canceled. But are you a person that agrees with him? He doesn't like what he has to say, but he doesn't think he should be canceled. And that even if the platform he thinks of himself, even though on his platform he thinks of himself as an entertainer, comedian, etc., commentator, many people don't. Many people look at him as like the Bible, like newsworthy, like a level of newsworthiness. His content has a level of newsworthiness. So it can make it difficult to distinguish what is entertainment and what is actual news, what is just asking the questions, and what is actually real facts. So thank you, Andres, for the super chat. Appreciate you showing some love. I see another one. Tolu Wagwan. Support. Thank you so much. I appreciate showing some love here, supporting the stream. Thank you, Tolu. He adds, Joe Rogan isn't now this is an interesting point you make. He isn't a racist bigot, because Trevor Noah, go watch his thing yesterday's commentary about him. Trevor Noah hit it on the head. What everybody is so afraid of when they use the N-word is being called a racist. Nobody wants to be called a racist. People don't want to say that, they don't want that. Like, when do you ever stop being called that? Like, when did it start? When did it stop? People want to use that word, but they're deathly afraid of the R word. Yeah. So he adds, if you listen to his podcast, he speaks so graciously about his fellow comedians, especially his Black colleagues. Really? Now, come on now, Tolu. I'm going to push back and ask. Is it one of those situations where it's like, I'm not racist, I have Black friends? I don't want to say it like that, is it? You know what I'm talking about, y'all. It can be misinterpreted sometimes that the person not be racist just because they're cool with a few Black folks. And I'm not saying that's him. I beg, it begs the question whether or not he feels a certain way about exceptional Black people. And he has a different, I'm asking you, feeling towards the Black community, the Black race as a whole. This can happen. There are people who leave exceptions in their lives, but at their heart, they feel some type of way. Because case in point, one thing that Trevor Noah, and y'all can watch it for yourselves, go look up Trevor Noah and Joe Rogan. One thing that Trevor Noah pointed out was a particularly painful clip when Joe Rogan was sitting, I think it was like two other white guys hanging out. They're laughing about going to see Planet of the Apes. And he says, ask the Uber driver, and you can watch it. You can watch the exact, I'm paraphrasing. You can watch it yourselves. He says to the Uber driver, can we go to the movie theater? Can you drop me somewhere? And he says, yes, I can drop you. And then the Uber driver, who Joe Rogan says barely speaks English, drops him off. It happens to be a predominantly Black neighborhood and mostly Black people in the theater. And I paraphrase the quote. Joe Rogan jumps out and he jumps out, goes in the theater, and as he's talking about in the exchange about the Planet of the Apes, he's like, talk about Planet of the Apes. We walked into the Planet of the Apes. He says that. He even says, and I'll give it some context, a little bit further down into the conversation, he's like, that's a really racist thing that I just said. Yeah, absolutely. And saying that he didn't refer to Black people as apes. Well, you kind of did. You kind of said you walked into Planet of the Apes. It bothered me. Watch that clip for yourself, y'all. I'm giving you a paraphrase version. Watch that clip for yourself. I'm like, oh, what is in a man's heart? It begs the question. I hear what you're saying. I told you, I don't know. He might like Dave Chappelle and Kevin Hart. I believe he does. I don't know. Watch that clip and let me know what you think. All right, First Gen Corporate in the building says, my issue is that historically Black Americans have been and continued to be canceled for less. It seems as if some of us want to shut up and accept / don't complain about the errant behavior. So you're saying, by comparison, there are others in our culture. I'm not going to name a couple. Y'all know. There are others in our culture who happen to be Black, foundational Black Americans, as we call them. Historically Black Americans is another way of saying it. Have been and continue to be canceled for far less. Interesting. Why? Why? Is there a double standard? Is it about the money? Interesting observation, sir. And it seems as if some of us want to shut up and accept, don't complain about the errant behavior. Interesting. So why is it, first gen corporate, do you feel like some people want to shut up and accept? Keep it moving. It's Joe Rogan. We like him. Keep it moving. Why I don't know. Y'all hit the like button. I don't know. Urban Lady says, thank you. I don't think he should be canceled. Dr. Thunder, if you're not working, come on up here. I'm going to drop the link. The answer to your question is no. I want to ask you, sir, why? Why? I'm just interested, curious. I'm just curious to see, because I'm not a Joe Rogan, avid listener. I have listened to a podcast every now and then on YouTube, found it interesting. I do like his interview style. I look at him more so from the journalistic, not saying that he's a journalist, but how he conducts his interviews is more interesting to me, and how he can evoke certain answers and move the conversation. I love that. I love that. So I listen to him more so for me personally as like that case study to see how he drives the conversation and where the conversation goes. I like that. I like that as a craft, right? As a journalistic mindset I have. I like that as a craft. So I'm very big on kind of observing people who I think do that well. So I would love to hear your opinion. You can just leave it in the comments, sir. Ace Butterfly says, part of the argument as to why use the N-word among Blacks only is users say we are taking back our power. I've heard this very frequently. Yes. We are taking back the power of the word. The Blacks who use this word, do they look empowered? Yikes. All right, Ace Butterfly. Come strong then. Okay. I say, I don't know. Let me think about this. Dr. Thunder in the back, sir. I see. I'm going to read this super chat and bring you up. Thank you very much for coming on. Wealth Engineering in the building. My homie says, often politicians and influential, powerful people use Black people's emotions against them. Oy, oy, oy. Let's hear it again. Often politicians and influential, powerful people use Black people's emotions against them. I do think there can be within propaganda the use of an emotional appeal. I hear what you're saying. Ask yourself, who wins if Joe Rogan is canceled? Ha ha. I see where you're going, sir. CNN, old media. Interesting. Who? You made me think about something else. I like this comment. Let me bring up Dr. Thunder. Dr. Thunder, how are you?
I'm all right. How are you doing?
Thanks for coming up impromptu. You having a good day?
I am. You just barely you caught me just in between heading from school over to somewhere else I got to be. So
okay, no problem. Yeah. So share your thoughts real quick. Share your thoughts then.
Yeah. So I mean, I've watched a lot of Rogan. Really, the issue here is he's saying he is bringing on experts, PhDs, medical doctors that have differing views on the jab.
Mm-hmm.
So that's really what's caused this dumpster dive into ancient history. Mm-hmm. This is the same thing this is the same playbook. And before we cheer those that want Joe to be canceled, understand that the vampire that kills your enemy has got you in mind next.
Let's go. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So, I mean, we all remember what happened to Kevin Hart. Well, speaking of Kevin Hart, where they dumpster dived 10 years in the past to find something. The issue with cancel culture here is that cancel culture, the list of things that you're allowed to say is changing literally week to week. So folks that are advocating for people to get canceled they should be careful about that, because something that they have said, which is on the safe list now, will soon be on the not safe list, on the cancel list. Um, uh, I don't think that uh, Joe is any more racist than other folks that do what he does. Um, I remember uh, seeing some comments to the effect of, and this was back the last election. So so whoever is going to end up being the president will be a white supremacist, right? That was the comment, and because it was between Trump and Joe Biden, right?
Mm.
It's just convenient when people throw out certain things. Now, I heard Joe talk about this clip that you were talking about, the Planet of the Apes thing,
Mm-hmm.
and I think it was just clumsy and unclear communication.
Mm.
But even if he was saying it's the Planet of the Apes, and he was going to the Planet of the Apes, he's a comedian.
Yeah.
You used to be able to say jokes. You used to be able to tell jokes, and somebody was the butt of the joke. That's always going to be the case.
Mm-hmm.
But not so much anymore. Even comedians aren't allowed to say jokes. I mean, look at what's happening to Dave Chappelle.
Yeah.
So,
So,
I
in
mean,
your
that's
opinion, you don't think he has crossed those lines that put him in the category of being a racist over that 12-year prior to Spotify career he had, making his own podcast? You are not seeing that as a pattern that would, what should I say,
not,
put him in the light of someone who harbors ill will towards or disdain
so
or
this is what I'll
towards
say.
African Americans. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is what I'll say. He's not any more racist than other comedians
Mm.
that have been, other white comedians that have been popular over the time that he has been. He's
Understood.
not any more racist.
Mm.
I would argue that I don't necessarily think that the guy is racist, but if he is, he's not any more racist than other folks that do what he does. But that's not really the issue.
No, I understood.
Uh,
I just wanted to see where you landed when it came to all the N-word uses, etc. But the issue you're saying is whether or not we start canceling people because something new is offensive, and that will end up snowballing as time goes on, because it's almost like you're you know follow the like I don't know the right analogy, but it's almost like you're shifting the ball or moving the ball. I guess it might be clarify it for me in what you see the main issue as.
so okay, so in the Bible, in the Old Testament, there's a principle: an eye for an eye. Okay, now and then of course the sort of the response to that is, an eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind, right? But understand that the purpose of an eye for an eye was not to necessitate the blinding of all people that had done wrong, but rather it was to establish a standard,
Hmm.
because the human heart always wants more.
That
The human
oh
heart
sorry.
always wants more.
Hmm.
Always wants more. So, for instance, if somebody cuts your hand off, you want to cut their arm off. If they cut your arm off, you want their head, right? And that's the nature of human beings. And so in politics, you see the same thing. So if we say, okay, well, the Democrats, they did X, Y, and Z, and that's wrong, whatever. So then what's going to happen is when the Republicans get in power, they're going to take even more than what the Democrats did, and vice versa. It's not going to be, okay, well, you know what, we're going to right the ship this time around. That's not what they're going to do. They're going to take even more power, right? And so that's what we have at play here. Is the nature of human beings is to try to reach out and to do something worse each time, not to do something that is balanced. That's not the way that we, unfortunately, it's not the way that the human heart works. We always want the next person to hurt worse than we hurt, and that's
Mhm.
why it's part of the reason why the legal system exists. Ms. Lawyer,
Yeah.
um,
For
is
retribution?
that's right. It's to try to find some sort of balance so that people aren't, oh, you EPARD, EPAR is something spelled backwards, trying to keep it safe.
Yes, yes, yes.
Um,
Mhm.
okay, you EPARD my sister,
Mhm.
so now you need to be taken out, plus your sister and whoever else that happens to be around at the time,
Mm,
you
mm,
know. So
mm.
that's the way that we
Like
usually
that
do stuff.
slippery slope of, you deserve more retribution for how you did whatever to me.
So taking that to what it is that we're talking about, this is why cancel culture is dangerous. Is that you might think that okay, well, it seems like okay, well, he said the N word, whatever. Okay, let's cancel this cat. But okay, but then what's going to happen is advocates for, or I don't know, supporters or followers of that person, maybe they're going to advocate for your person to get canceled even for less.
Yeah. Hmm.
So it's just a dangerous game. Just don't play the game.
Hmm.
uh Joe can't be canceled because he has a huge platform. People deal with him. He can't be canceled for the same reason that Kevin Samuels will never be canceled.
Yeah.
He's too
People.
big. The people that deal with him
Hmm. Hmm.
deal with him too hard, and you can't mess with it. And he's off the grid. I mean, he's on YouTube, but he's platform agnostic. He's on
Yeah.
Instagram. He's doing other stuff. But the thing is that um, he doesn't. He does not punching a clock anywhere. His employer can't fire him. You know, I did a, I did a. I'll just say this last thing, and then I'll and
Hmm.
then I'll go.
Hmm.
I did a live stream earlier today called the Byzantine Generals Problem. The Byzantine Generals Problem. And so what the Byzantine Generals Problem is that say you have 10 generals and they want to dethrone a despot. This emperor needs to get out of here. This dude is doing you know, all kind of wild stuff, and it's getting worse by the day. Matter of fact, we think the cat is not even in his right mind and still ordering people to do all kind of crazy stuff. Um, and so rather than the general just taking him out, the general is paralyzed because he doesn't know if the other generals are going to back his play or not. And so if he takes over, if he goes and kills the emperor, he could just be making himself vulnerable for attack himself. He could get taken out himself. And so the Byzantine general's problem is that unless you have a coordinated effort where all are in agreement and they're going to sort of be in lockstep, you have no idea of what's going to happen, and that's sort of what's going on right now. And cancel culture is that thing that threatens to take people out, though it's actually only mobilized by a very small percentage of people that are holding a megaphone.
Mm.
And so once we finally decide that there's actually nothing really to be afraid of,
Mm.
and more people are posting their whole life. If somebody is advocating to cancel someone, all you have to do is look in their Twitter feed or look on Facebook. Just look back, not even 6 months, and you'll find something that's questionable. So pretty soon, since everyone is posting everything all the time, nobody will be cancelable.
Mm. That is so deep. This gentleman, you have me. I'm marinating on what you said because literally, people are canceling themselves by canceling others. Basically, the mirror is going to be eventually turned right back at you, and then even if you remove someone, the finger starts to point at you. Is what I'm hearing you say, and it is a dangerous spiral, basically. And as you're pointing out, what are we really afraid of? A difference of opinion. Hmm. That
Yeah.
goes against what many would argue, mainstream fill in the blank media, the government, whoever wants you to believe, as opposed to someone who is seen as free thinking, if you will, and has a difference of opinion. Sir, you are always insightful blessing to this platform. So thank you. Y'all got food for thought. You can take me back. I had to really stop and think about what you're saying. And it is very insightful. And I think it is quite applicable to the circumstances that we're seeing right now in this modern day age of cancel culture. So thank you for making a few minutes available to come on up. And I can't wait to see you, whether I'm on your platform and then you coming over on my Patreon. Thank you so much for those thoughts. I appreciate it. Y'all
Yeah, yeah.
go subscribe.
I'm focusing on black men in February, and
Okay.
then in March I'll send you an invitation
Okay, for the
to
ladies. All
do an
right.
interview. Yep.
I love it. I appreciate you. He was on my Black Men Speak panel. Thank you for your time. Big up, Dr. Thunder. Thanks for being a part of today's conversation. Thank you for
All right
coming on.
now.
All right, take care. All right, you too. Dr. Thunder with the fire as usual, coming through very intellectually on the comparison of the Byzantine emperor. Now I have to go back and do my homework. I'm like, I remember this time period. And I like, there was just so much there that we can pull apart. I know he had to go, but I appreciate you, Dr. Thunder, for giving us that food for thought. Y'all hit the like button. We're talking about Joe Rogan today. Very popular among many in our community. There are men of all backgrounds, all ethnicities, all races that love some Joe Rogan, as well as women as well. He has, as Dr. Thunder pointed out, just like Mr. Samuels, they built it grassroots. The people that rock with them truly rock with them. So I'm very interested in what you have to say as far as, can he be canceled? Because really, the platform owns him, if you will, but they don't own him. The people approve him, right? So it's a very interesting dynamic there, where Spotify wants to call themselves the platform, not the publisher, but they've become the publisher once you're paying, right? $100 million for this man's content. Yes, you don't produce it. Yes, you don't script it. Yeah, you don't edit it. But maybe you should, some people are saying. There are commentators that say now you have a responsibility for it, Spotify. You can't just let the man say any and everything. It can hurt the public. That's why we are here. And there goes Neil Young. Pull my music, right? Famous rock musician. Pull my music. I don't want to be associated with a platform that allows someone to spread, according to him, misinformation. There goes Joni Mitchell. Y'all ever listen to Joni Mitchell? It's a mellow mood. Joni Mitchell, off. I'm gone. But really, who touched me was India Ari. Her posts and stories over the weekend, up to yesterday, the one she made yesterday, speaking about her being a trailblazer in music and not really getting her due because she looked the way she looked. Now looking back, she's like, y'all, I was a model. Look at my bone structure, my beautiful, dark, melanated skin, my nose, my teeth, my lips. Being told at that time, that's not what the corporate, what should I say, interests really wanted, and still fought for our women to have a space, different looks of women to have a space. But now she's also speaking up, saying, Spotify, hold up. Not only is this egregious, but y'all not paying us like y'all paying him. Y'all paying musicians cents, parts of a penny per play. So what's up with that? So she has multiple reasons that she came forward and stated that she is wanting to boycott Spotify. But what say you? What I'm worried about, and where I know the line will be drawn, is if Spotify starts to lose subscribers, then we got a whole different ballgame. Y'all hit the like button. It's Suzette Speaks here on YouTube and on Facebook today. Welcome to all of you watching. I'm going to go back to the comments if you want to come up, if you want to share your opinion on Joe Rogan. I know this is polarizing. Some people really rock with Joe, but even The Rock had to step back and roll back his support after the, like I said, compilation video came out where Joe Rogan was clipped unfairly, many would say, to all the different times he used the N-word while he was an entrepreneur in the podcast space, his own, working for his own self, made his own way, made his own name, garnered his own base, right? But of course, he was a TV commentator. You know, he did his own thing, but he had other exposure that allowed him to grow. But people really rock with him, and he grew because they liked what he was saying or how he said it, and that he was authentic, and that he wasn't afraid to go against the status quo, kind of a maverick in the space, that he spoke, according to many, you know, for the little guy, for the people, and that he wasn't going to be bought by corporate interests, but he got the bag. Oh, yes. I'm not saying he shouldn't have. He went and got the bag. So now, who is he beholden to? Is it Spotify? And like the good Dr. Thunder just explained, where will it end if he is canceled? Where will it end? Are you next? Because as he's saying, and I couldn't think of the analogy, I really want to say move the goalpost. I think is the word I was saying, move the ball, move the goalpost. So today, this is okay. But in 5 years, think about how much our culture has evolved in even the last 10 years. What was acceptable to say 5 years ago, 10 years ago is no longer acceptable. So if they dig up any tweet, any Google, any email, you're gone. You are done. You are done out here, son. You're done. Because anyone can pull up what you said. But again, at that time, was it acceptable? But people don't care about context. And then the question becomes, well, is it ever acceptable for a white man to use the N-word straight up? I guess, was that ever acceptable? Talking about context 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 12 years ago when he was saying these things? I don't know. What say you? Let me get back in these comments, though. Should we support and or cancel Joe Rogan? I want to hear what you have to say. We got a lot to discuss here. Easy. Gospel Piano Lesson says, what's in the heart will come out of the mouth. Ain't that in the Bible? From the troubles of the heart speaketh. Something like this. Yes. I hear you. The stream has been dropped. The StreamYard, the link has been dropped. So if you want to come on up and share your opinion, you can do so. Yeah, Dr. Thunder, as he said so eloquently, separate issue. The reason Joe Rogan can't be canceled is because he has a huge following. The masses back him. Louise, how are you? One of my Patreon members. Out of the abundance of the heart. There you go. Out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. Hello. Life of Cash says we have a public square. We have a public square and megaphone called the internet. I hear you. Cancel culture is often conflated with oppression. Cancel culture is often conflated with oppression. Okay, I hear you. Free speech is not a right to be celebrated for shouting hateful and cruel things. Free speech. Let's talk about free speech. Now, many of us, we are, especially when we are in the employ of others, when someone hires you, we like to think that we have the First Amendment right of free speech. However, in the way jurisprudence works, it doesn't apply when you are in the employ of someone else, right? When we talk about free speech, right to bear arms, and some of those rights are individual rights. However, they can be modified when you are in contract with someone. What we have here is not a person on their own platform. It's a person on a platform where they were hired to produce a product. So if that product does not lie within the parameters, or sometimes can be damaging to the person that has, in fact, gone into contract with you, there is no so-called right of free speech to defend you from breaking that contract. Not how it works. So we have to be careful when we are throwing out there. Gaston says it's 100 million gap space. I don't know about that. Says TTOO, Rogan is cool. If it was BP culture, nothing would be said, probably even promoted. Okay. So who wins if he's not canceled? I thought that was a great question. Gaston's World said, but that was going to happen anyway, so cancel him now. Oh my goodness. The hyperbole in the chat, says Cash. Roots Rock, Suzette, sit yo butt down. The Black community can't cancel nothing because they don't have control of nothing. Listen, the audience speaks in this case, I believe. Who rides with you or who supports you matters. Because if there is an exodus of subscribers, yes, there can be a cancellation. I think that's where the rub is. I don't think we as Black folk, Twitter fingersing and all that, gonna do anything. I agree with you on that. But I think if the money starts to leave, white, Black, Native or Indigenous, Hispanic, whoever, name all the groups. If the money starts to leave, then they will consider canceling him. And we are among the decision makers in pockets, as far as the pocketbook. But I hear what you're saying, Bruce. Urban Lady says Joe messed up when he decided to vocalize his opinion on the situation they are trying to enforce. I hear you. Wealth Engineering adds, Louise, many entities will win. Many questions. My questions were, what do we get out of it if we cancel? That's a very good question. If we put all this pressure, so you're saying, Wealth Engineering, it made me think your super chat. Let me go back to it. You're saying you think they're dropping specifically N-word clips to rile up Black folks, people of the Black diaspora, to get him out? You think that's what that is? I'm asking you because I see. Let me go back to the super chat. When you ask that, were you saying that? Often politicians and influential people use Black people's emotions against them. So I'm wondering, is that your insinuation, Wealth Engineering? And you could come up and speak for yourself. Are you saying that they purposefully used N-word clips in order to get folks, the melanated folks, up in arms and turn against him? It's an interesting question. And then you're obviously asking who wins if he's canceled. What do we get if we're canceled? If he's canceled, not we cancel, sorry. What do we get if Joe Rogan is canceled? Interesting. All right, let me see your reaction to Dr. Thunder. Oh, DL Saint. See your comment, and you're in the back. I love it. Thank you. Let's read your comment first, and I'll bring you up, sir. I've been a part of conversation. Really? With Joe, you've spoken to him? Okay. He's a comedian's comedian. Are you a comedian? I can't wait to meet you, okay? And a huge supporter of stand-up comedy. I met the man. We have mutual friends. Okay. So you were, how are you? Welcome.
I'm good. How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes. First time up. It's a pleasure. So
thanks for having me.
And I'm, of course. So thank you for the love, the super chat. Big up yourself. Thank you first and foremost. So your sentiment, and I'm going to just give you the floor. Are you a comedian, or how did you meet Joe Rogan?
All right. So I'm a retired air traffic controller, but in my other life, yes, I'm a comedian, stand-up comedian. So I was in LA for 25 years, started the Comedy Store. And so, yeah, I've had opportunities to meet Joe Rogan, real guy. He's a stand-up dude, he's a real good dude. I was shocked when I saw what I saw. Yeah, not happy with what, was seeing it, of course, but that's not the guy I met. So, I mean, he did apologize for it, but I thought he'd be canceled, no doubt. When I saw that, this is it, the guy. It's like I was wrong.
So, all right. So I'm glad that we have someone who has firsthand knowledge of this gentleman, not just from, through the internet, met him yourself, saw him in action, and you said your vibe was total stand-up guy, respect for other people, respect for Black people, respect for cultures other than his own.
Yeah, I mean, he stood up for folks. That Carlos Mencia thing. I was Rogan 100%. If you guys haven't seen the clips, you should go see it. Mm-hmm. 1 second, I gotta run just real quick. I'm
gonna remove you 1 second. Okay, no problem. Thank you for coming up. DLC is still in the back. I'm gonna keep reading the comments. I like the fact that he super chatted and let me know he has had direct conversations with him. He's a comedian's comedian, huge supporter of stand-up comedy. Met him. We have mutual friends. All right. So when he gets back, we'll expand. All right, there he is. So I want to make sure he makes all his points. Thank you, DL Saint. So tell me more. So you think he can be canceled or no?
I thought he would be. I thought he would be. The whole medical thing, the fake news thing. He's not a journalist. His platform isn't about journalism. This is a guy who's just having conversations.
Right.
Rogan has been doing what he's doing. I mean, I met him about 15 years ago. He just likes to talk. This is what he does. After he does a performance in the parking lot, a bunch of comedians standing around, a bunch of comedians, and we're just having conversations. This is what he does. Okay. So there's no excuse for what he said. This is
the N-word. I was going to ask you about that. You're not a fan. You don't agree with him having used the N-word for 10, 12 years while he was just doing his own podcast.
No excuse. I mean, it's just no excuse. We all know you can't. I mean, it's what it is. That's an American thing. I can't tell you how many. I'm sure you have the same scenario. You have people of certain cultures who want to use the word in front of you. It's going to bring what it brings.
Yeah.
Dealt with comments on stage. They thought they'd get a pass. I can say it on stage. And no, you can't. I mean, if you're going to be funny, if it's funny, that's one thing. But if you're just saying it to say it because you didn't get away with it, that's something else, and that leads to issues. It can be a physical altercation, or it can be what Joe's going through now. But here's the thing: he did apologize. Now, was it sincere? Yeah, I don't know. You gotta ask. But I've never heard the man use that word, and I've been around him, more than a handful of times. We have mutual friends. He respects the people he brings into his home, and he was bringing people into his home in that podcast before he moved to Texas. That was where it was at his home when he first started. Then he moved it to his gym. He has means. He kind of built the studio.
Yeah.
I've never heard him use that.
Interesting. So you're saying having, sorry to interrupt, you saying having actually spent time around him, you never heard him say it like trying to be down or whatever, and that he stood up, in your opinion, when, Mencia, Mind of Mencia, forget his first name, George Mencia, was, is it Manny Mencia? Sorry, am I saying the right person? Carlos. Jesus Christ. Y'all don't cancel me. I'm sorry. I had a faux pas. Thank you. Carlos Mencia. I couldn't remember his first name. So he stood up for people, marginalized groups in the past, my members of marginalized groups in the past. Shout out to Carlos Mencia. Forgive me for that. So in your opinion, you said you were surprised. So were you anticipating him to be canceled with the jab issue, or now with the N-word issue, or both? What did you think was going to trigger? You say you're surprised that he has lasted through it so far. Why do you think, or what did you think was going to actually be the trigger, the thing that produced that outcome?
Well, the fake news thing, the anti-vax thing, trying to make him alt-right, very conservative. I didn't think any of that would be a problem. That's not Joe Rogan. That's not where he stands. His opinion, you can take his opinions how you want to take them, however. But once I heard that India thing with the compilations and the Planet of the Apes comments and all that, which, that was a long time ago. When someone sent it to me, I looked at it, I'm like, yo, Joe Rogan has hair in this clip.
That's a long time ago.
That's the 90s, Joe. That's the late 90s. He ain't had hair since the late 90s. So, it was a while ago. Does it excuse what he said? Nah. Yeah. But like some people in the chat were saying, where does this end? Right? If you can go back and catch me on stage or catch me somewhere in front of a camera far enough, you're gonna find something
offensive. Yeah. It's a dangerous game. I agree with Dr. Thunder in terms of like the slippery slope, because the standards of today is not even, when we think about LGBTQ, when we think about other things, those were not the standards even 10 years ago. People said reckless stuff. And if you go back on any politician, our founding fathers, when Trevor Noah did his bit, he was talking about, the first white guy who hasn't used the N-word since our founding fathers. And I don't mean to laugh. It's it's a joke, but he's real. There's always that uncomfortable haha, because it's truthful. You know what I'm saying? They most likely was throwing it around left, right, and center. So when you don't have, you don't know what the future will hold and what now people are going to be offended by, and you're ready to cut someone else, throat, it's a dangerous game, because they coming for you next. So it's a very, very thoughtful position Dr. Thunder took when it comes to, like, again, he was going to the Byzantine. I was like let me think about, I was literally going back to my history classes. I'm like, I studied the Byzantine Empire. I know what he's talking about. Byzantine general. I know what he's that is so deep. I was like, whoa, threw me off. But I got what he was trying to say. I can take out this emperor, but if there is no framework, they coming for me. So I don't think people have realized this kind of like circular, ring of destruction that could really, cause all of us to go down at some point. If people can't say sorry, if people can't say I learned, if people can't say, I'm a better person, I'm not that person anymore. I don't know. Should we have grace for people like him? Can he say sorry enough?
Well, and I think within the communities, okay, I'm gonna say this, and people might get mad at me. I'm a huge supporter of Fresh and Fit.
Fresh and Fit, okay. F&F, okay.
I'm a huge supporter, right? Here's the thing. Going through what they were going through and the comments that they made, and with this recent thing, I talked to the brothers. I'm like, hey, I remember the night they did it almost a year ago, and then it resurfaces. And I told them straight up, I'm like, bro, I thought y'all was gonna get in trouble the night y'all said it, but nothing happened. But now they're starting to realize some success, and they're doing these things. And here are these two guys, two men of color. One is a true African American, like grew up here, his family's from Africa, and the other was born here but raised elsewhere and came back.
Right.
Two black guys talking about what they're talking about. Cancel them. Really? We're gonna just cancel them. We can't have the discussion. No way. It's offensive. You can't do this, that, and the third. Okay, where does it end?
And to your point, and thank you for making that point. In your opinion, do you think if they were white, they would have that same pressure to be canceled? And I'm not saying I agree with what they said and what happened and what they did. I'm not taking a stance on that, but the observation can be made as who was it in the super chats that was saying, you know, are we, or it was, I think it was First Gen Corporate, are we holding, you know, black content creators, black media, black whoever, comedians, etc., to the same? If Joe Rogan was black, you think he would be canceled already?
Maybe, but not for what he said then. He would have got canceled for some other comments.
Yeah.
Right. Again, as a comedian, you're gonna push boundaries. I've done it myself.
Yeah, but that's what they were supposed to be doing.
Right. That's what you're supposed to be doing. Right. You look at Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle is a genius. When you look at like what he has done and how he has carved his niche in our society, he'll be remembered as long as the earth is spinning. Yeah. But people want to cancel him. Why? That last special, as a comedian, that was brilliant. There's no way I could have told that story about someone who meant that much to me and how they met their end and keep it together.
Yeah.
And try to even think to make it funny. He took something tragic from his life and incorporated into a bit. Basically, it's a tribute to this person. And you know, in that bit, if you watch the bit, he's talking about how he lost a very close friend of his and their relationship. And he gets canceled and he says he even trans people. That just didn't make sense to me. Where are we going as a society? If you don't like something I said, you're not happy until you destroy me. You remove me. You don't want me to speak on anything. That doesn't make any sense. Why can't we just sit down and talk about it? And if we can't come to some sort of middle ground, great. And if we can't, we just go about our business. But to turn around and say, yeah, we want to cancel you, that just doesn't make any sense to me.
I agree. Like I said, it's almost become a professional sport to, you know, find people's, you know, weakest moment or worst moment or lowest moment, publicize it, you know, try to shame them for it, embarrass them, and bring them down. There's a playbook to this thing, and I'm concerned as well. I don't see where it ends. Although, you know, we need to hold people accountable when they're wrong, but to banish them forever and ever, amen, that's huge. That's huge.
That's very huge. And no
livelihood. Go ahead.
I think no shade to India Arie, no disrespect. I love her work. I love her as a person, what I know of her. But I heard what she had to say. And then it delved into, well, Joe Rogan got $100 million, right? Rogan didn't go looking for that. They went looking for him. So to your point, you're like, oh, well, Rogan works for Spotify. Nah, he's producing what he's producing. Spotify bought it.
Yeah.
Spotify bought it. Now here's the deal. I don't know the details of his contract, but I'm pretty sure if they kick him off the platform, he keeps the $100 million.
I don't know. I can't speak on it, but I hear what you're saying. Yeah, but they both are in contractual relationship. So I will make a little distinction there. But yes, I hear what you're saying. He's not an employee. Yes, you're right. But there's still a contractual relationship in a sense. So yeah, and an expectation of, you know, hopefully, I'm sure they have a moral turpitude clause. I'm sure, you know, you can't have damage to the brand, but they're still choosing to rock with it. So I hear what you're saying. We don't know. I've never, you know, I haven't seen any articles thus far about the parameters of the contract. So who knows? That's why they like, hold on, we gonna hold on.
That's a huge investment.
I'm not going to pay you this money without you here, because they know what they were getting. I mean, I'm sure, because I was like that. I mean, they should have known what they were getting. It would puzzle me that Spotify would not have gone back and done their homework. Like, it would just puzzle me. Like, who's running that? Like,
I mean, well, here's the thing. Rogan has tens of thousands of hours probably in his catalog. It took him a day to scrub all the stuff they didn't like.
They could have been done some of that. I don't know. That's why I'm like, who's in charge here?
I mean, they have to know where to go, right? You have to know exactly where to go. So they did their research. They
So
knew.
and they still let it, slide. You're right. They knew where to go. Well, I appreciate you, my brother. 𝙒𝘼𝙏𝘾𝙃 in the back. Thank you, 𝙇𝙑𝙏𝑃. Do you have a channel or anything?
I'm starting one, but I'll keep my eye on you, and when I'm ready, I'll let you guys know.
Anytime you can come on back. You're welcome.
You're in Miami,
Thank
correct?
you. Pardon?
You're in Miami, correct?
I am. With the
I'll
fresh
be in Miami
fit
next
boy.
week. I'll hit you up when I'm down there because I'm going to see my buddy. I'm going to see the team. So while I'm down there, I'll hit you up.
Nice. Well, pleasure to connect with you. Thank you so much. I'm gonna bring up 𝙒𝘼𝙏𝑃𝙃. 𝙒𝘼, hold on quick. Let me just make sure I don't have any super chats, or if I do, I gotta shout them out. So welcome. Thank you to 𝙇𝙑𝙏𝑃, bringing some firsthand knowledge of Joe Rogan, spent time with Joe Rogan, hung out with Joe Rogan, said who he saw was a stand-up guy. And he mentioned his defense of Carlos Mencia, mentioned that he, it seems to be a guy who respects those who, respect him, didn't show any signs of being, out there as far as a mentality that would qualify as, being biased or racist or anything like that. And I'm grateful that he, could give us some insight and some direct knowledge of, having met him and seen him in action. So people was at his house, people kicked it with him. People, I'm glad to hear that. It is a great thing to be on YouTube where other people, no matter where they are, can come on and let you know their personal experiences. So if you're liking the stream, y'all, please support the stream. If you like topics like this will let me know if I'm going to keep going in this current events type direction. And I want you guys to, enjoy, participate. I know some of y'all are working, but I really want y'all to enjoy what is being offered here on the Suzette Speaks show. So hit the like button as you come in, share if you can. I'm gonna bring up 𝙒𝘼𝙏𝑃𝙃. 𝙒𝘼, first time up. How are you?
First time up here. Suzette Speaks. How are you?
𝙒𝘼𝙏𝑃𝙃. How are you?
Hey, good to see you.
I'm loving this. Like I said, this is the first time. I've always seen you in the chat. 𝙇𝙑𝙏𝙏 came back with some more love on the super sticker. Thank you. He was wrong. He apologized. What else does he have to? This is what I'm saying. People don't take apologies no more, bro. They want you to die before you can come back.
Absolutely.
I'm like, he said sorry. However, several people will agree that's not enough. That's not enough. He got to do more. Spotify coming with the 100 million. Maybe I'll be on Spotify because Spotify go come with and help us, marginalized groups get seen, etc., etc. I want to thank you, 𝙒𝘼𝙏𝑃𝙃. Thank you, 𝙇𝙑𝙏𝙏, for coming up and for showing some love with that super chat. So, 𝙒𝘼, tell us about yourself. Welcome to my platform.
Hey, appreciate you having me. Thank you so much.
A pleasure. Tell us what you speak about.
Yeah, I mean, so just on this particular topic, and I'll try not to be very long.
Yes.
Like, my concern is, as a content creator, I don't care how well we speak, how well we do. At some point, if we're doing this for any length of time, we're going to say something. Like, it just is what it is.
Yes.
And the thing is, in this case, there was a word that he used, right? There was a word that he used that we can all say, you know what, we're gasping because he said this. But it's so easy to clip something and then create a whole narrative off of clips without getting like the full context of it. And part of the reason why I don't believe in cancel culture is because we can't be advocates for freedom of speech and then also have censorship and want to cancel people when they say something that is reckless. Now, sure, we hold people responsible. Now, that's a different question. We should absolutely hold each other responsible for the words that come out of our mouths. But when we go so far that we want to cancel somebody for what they've said and we don't extend them the grace to be held accountable and then to make that change, then what's the whole purpose of us having a dialogue in the first place if we're going to place everybody into these baskets or these buckets and don't extend them the grace to change? So my perspective on this is absolutely no, we should not cancel him, because a lot of the people who are saying, you know what, Joe Rogan said this, here's what I would say. Everybody got clips. Your clips just ain't been publicized. You done said some stuff in private. You done said some stuff, off camera. You done said some stuff in the break room. You done said some stuff over the phone. The difference between Joe Rogan and most of us is our stuff hasn't been clipped and edited and posted out for the whole world to see. We all got clips. That's what I say. So that's what I'm speaking of. We all got clips. And so let's not cancel him. Let's extend him the same grace that we wish we had if something were to happen to us. That's my perspective on this.
No, I love it. And I agree with you. Like, life is a journey and we're supposed to be growing together. And unfortunately, people don't want people to grow. Isn't that the point of you changing my mind, me changing your mind, or offering a difference of opinion, is so that I could evolve, so I can say, oh, I didn't think that way. I agree with you. This is why hopefully public discourse won't die. Like, we need this, YouTube space, because if you're in your own bubble and your algorithm is only feeding you articles that agree with your opinion, things that you want to see, so-called tailoring marketing towards you, you're going to literally live in a bubble. So if we're not allowing people the room to grow and evolve, what are we doing? They're not that person still today. And I love A Magnificent says, I just watched the clip and 𝙒𝘼𝙏𝘾𝙃, it looks bad, but context matters. In context, it was not, one time he said all this stuff. It was designed to make the man look bad. And I hear what Wealth Engineering is saying. Is it designed for us, we people of color, melanated people, to say, he got to go? They have us doing the work, y'all. Is that what's happening? I don't know. So says Wealth Engineering. Think about why you would produce. I mean, he said what he said, but why would you produce this type of clip? So I'm wondering, and let me ask you this, Sir Hell Speaks, because when I asked, who was I speaking with yesterday? One of my cousins. And do you think, and it's weird to me, because when we were talking about Whoopi and some other people, and we were mentioning like, yo, what's going to happen to her? Do you think she'll get canceled all the way? I was asking my cousin, does she think it's people with a liberal point of view that are canceling other liberal point of view people? Or do you think the origins of this is from like the political opposite camp? I'm just going to say, with a broad brush stroke, but I'm not criticizing that mindset or belief. I'm just going to say we call them conservatives. Do you think conservatives came out the woodwork to get either Whoopi or Mr. Rogan that we're talking about now? Or do you think this is people with the same mindset coming for them? Or did somebody start it and then somebody else picked it up? Like, what do you think? I was wondering, because I'm like, it's interesting if this is coming from the same, political persuasion or even political, what should I say, camp. Do you think it's this political camp like holding someone else in that same camp? Or do you think it's like a political tactic from, the opposite side, if you will?
See, now we may have to take this one off topic, because like this can get real dicey, right? Because I think about that stuff as well. Like why does this stuff come out when it does? Like what's the purpose of it? So let me think about, let me ponder on that one.
No, okay. I'm
not sure.
Yeah, because as I was talking to Cuz, like you said, there's so much more to this story. And I thought to myself, and I'm like, in her opinion, she was saying, well, I think it was maybe brought to the fore, especially when we were talking about Whoopi. My cousin was saying maybe it was brought to the fore by the conservative camp. But in her opinion, she was like, them dumb Democrats took it in this sense of being noble, like y'all killing y'all own. That's what her opinion was. And then I thought about this, and I'm like, I think there are both liberals and conservatives aligned with Joe Rogan. So I couldn't really pinpoint who would want him gone, besides, funny enough, what Wealth Engineering said, mainstream media, big money media, don't want the competition of a non-journalist. We're back to, he's a comedian, he's an entertainer, he's a commentator, taking up this much space. So it left me with some food for thought. I don't know. I'm the same as you. I'm kind of like, who is coming in here throwing the stones, and why? What is the outcome they want, and why? And who does it benefit? Thank you, Wealth Engineering, and why? So I don't know.
But I'll say one more thing though to this. I think we've become lazy as people. Like it's so interesting that something can be put out there and we hear what's said, and we no longer look for context. We no longer look to see, okay, here's the word, critical thinking. We don't apply critical thinking anymore. We hear something, we formulate our own opinions, and our interest is no longer in getting the context, getting understanding, trying to understand what was said and why it was said. We get zingers. And I think that the thing that I see is that from a lot of media, from that perspective, is they prey on our laziness. They know that in a lot of cases, if something gets put out there, we're not going to go research it and really get the answers. And here's the dangerous part, that even if we do our research and it goes against what we want to believe, we'll stick to our biases and our opinions on it, even in the face of evidence, right? Now, I'm using those words because you're an attorney, so I'm going to stop there so I don't make myself sound.
I like it. I like it. I like it. SuzetteSpeaks. Yes. Sounding like a man after my own heart. But I wouldn't necessarily, I do stuff diplomatically over here, but laziness or not wanting to, Bernard, I see you in the back, not wanting to put in the effort. I agree with that. That's why most people get there. I think it was said through social media, get their news through social media.
Absolutely.
Which is like what Facebook gives you. It's not organic. It's not organic.
Absolutely. You said it earlier.
Midwestern young white woman is getting on her Facebook feed doesn't look like yours. And we used to have a context, a social context where everybody got the same news. Everybody went to the same source for facts. We're not getting that anymore. It is reinforcing, the algorithm is reinforcing what you already think, what you already do. So you are right, SuzetteSpeaks. You have to go do a little bit more homework. You got to go a little bit further because we're, busy people. We got families, we got jobs, we got all this stuff. And we're relying on, the Google homepage to give us the top articles. But Google homepage is a marketing tool. So people who want to reach your demographic are right there. So this target marketing and all this stuff, that's a whole nother ballpark and a whole nother, I could do a whole stream on.
I hope you do. I hope you do.
This algorithm / ad and marketing universe that we're not even aware that we're a part of and what it's doing to shape our minds. But thank you, SuzetteSpeaks, for coming through.
I just got to say one last thing before I go.
Yes, absolutely.
Y'all, SuzetteSpeaks is just awesome. If you haven't liked this video, shared it, make sure you do that. She is awesome. Thanks so much for having me.
Awesome. And you're welcome up anytime. SuzetteSpeaks, please, moderators, if you have a channel, go ahead and drop it. Please subscribe. And I'd love to have you back. Thank you so much.
Let me know. I'm here. Appreciate you.
I appreciate you. Thank you to SuzetteSpeaks coming through. I see you in the back, Bernard. I'm going to bring you up just momentarily. I think we're going to go for just a little longer. Topic today is, should we cancel Joe Rogan? Some of you are very passionate Joe Rogan fans, and I can feel you. Others of you are more neutral and say, give the guy a chance to redeem himself. Others say he has the social responsibility because he has such a large platform. Whether you call him a comedian, whether you call him an entertainer, he still has the social responsibility to ensure that the many people who may not make that distinction, may not distinguish him in those ways, are not being misled by he or his guests. So we've seen a lot of movement. We've seen a couple of apologies made by Mr. Rogan recently. We've seen a couple of musicians initially, Neil Young and Joni Mitchell, come forward, causing Spotify to produce an apology, and Mr. Rogan to give an apology. Now we're seeing all of a sudden this compilation video out of nowhere comes where it is showing Joe Rogan saying the N-word, the actual word with the R. Joe Rogan says the word, and they have cut it from every single or many of the podcasts he did prior to his deal with Spotify. So if you don't know about Joe Rogan, you can Google. He's been a podcaster 12 plus years. He's been a host, UFC host. He is a social commentator, been a comedian, all around respected for his hustle, his mindset, his thinking, being, an out-of-the-box, push-against-the-grain type thinker. That's how he's known among many of the base that adores him. But now he's being challenged a little bit by the circumstances of having been a different person. Bernard, come back, please. I'm so sorry. Bernard, as I saw you in the back, I'm sorry. I wanted to do a quick reset. So I wanted to ask you, should you cancel him? Should we not? Should we still be Team Joe? Is it a slippery slope? A spiral down a rabbit hole of now pointing out what you used to do and what you once said and what you did and are we not allowing people grace to grow, grace to change beliefs, grace to start new patterns of behavior and say their old patterns were wrong? Are we in a society that's post grace? Are we now going to have every celebrity under the gun? As who was it? Dr. Thunder said they went back 10 years for tweets with Mr. Kevin Hart. You know, we're going back now. I think Whoopi, they started to go back on, you know, some cookbook I was reading online that she had been a part of where she said some very derogatory things, stereotypically derogatory things. So people start to go back and people start to look and people start to find things as Sir Hale speaks that they didn't like or that at the time were indeed very offensive. But thank you, Andres, the goalpost has moved in some senses, and sometimes it's the same thing. It was offensive then and it's offensive now. So how do we prevent this ongoing cycle of I am, as Dr. Thunder pointed out, I'm one-upping you. I'm one-upping you. You did this, I'm gonna find something that you did. And then where does it end? This is a very interesting question, and Joe Rogan is a very interesting case study for how far does it go? And is it warranted in this case? Is it warranted because of what he said to, in fact, remove his episodes from the platform? But again, is that realistic? Because Spotify know they paid their big money to get y'all hit the like button on in the first place. So as Dr. Thunder pointed out, thank you for coming up earlier, Dr. Thunder. You know, the people who support Joe Rogan are a large cross section of a large community here online in the internet world, in this space, YouTube and otherwise. They've been rocking with him. So would it be that easy to cancel him? A, because money is on the line. B, because he has such a strong following and corporate wants a piece of that prize. So again, we're asking who benefits if Joe Rogan is in fact canceled. Is it mass media? Who in fact wants, or what response did they want by putting together the N-word video, and from whom and why? It's a very interesting question. Thank you, Wealth Engineering, for putting that forward. Y'all show some love, show some support. Thank you so much to everyone who's been supporting my platform and those who have already given today. Y'all, I appreciate you. Bernard S., I got room for you, sir. If you want to come up in the back, let's drop the link one more time. Give your opinion. If you are pro cancellation, if you want to see Joe Rogan on and popping, let me know. I'm going to skip forward because I know I'm a little bit behind on the comments, but I want to know what you guys have to say and where in fact you land in this controversy, if you will, and how far are we going to take this, and do you think he will survive it? That's my question. Mika says Joe Rogan is not invited to the cookout, in her opinion. Thank you. Tim, top slug, I can't put it up, but it says him saying the N-word is wrong, bro. No way around it. Shouldn't be canceled, but there is no plea for him. I see you. Ebony says, to me, it's never okay for a white person to use the N-word. I hear you. Hit the like button, y'all. Thank you, Sir Hale Speaks, for coming on up. Thank you so much. Do you think he should be canceled? Let's see. Thank you, amen. Do I think? Let me think about it. I am not a Joe Rogan diehard. I think that Spotify knew what they were getting when they bought his book of podcasts. I don't think right now there is enough public will. I don't think there is enough what should I say? The people who are crying the loudest are not loud enough to sway the dollars. This is my thing. I think he has the right to his opinion. I really do. I do think, and some have suggested there may need to be a warning ahead of the podcast. This is not, I don't know what they're going to say. This is not news. This is not, viewer discretion is advised. I mean, is that going to help keep people from being, I don't know, led down a path that is not based in, especially when it comes to the jab, as some would say, based in science? I think, hey, Mr. Real Estate, I see you in the back there. So my question is, the N-word is being used at this time, I think, to definitely evoke a certain response. And I don't want to fall for it, if you will, if that makes sense. I don't think the N-word is appropriate to be used. I don't think even when you're trying to say you're using it in context. I don't want to hear it out your mouth, right? It comes with a lot of pain. There's a deep history behind it, and I don't want that to be bandied about as if it were cute and comedic, especially coming out of the mouth of a white comedian. At this time, at this day and age, at this present context, and this time that we live in, 2022, I don't think it's right. So I do think there, for me, should be room for grace. I like the Spotify had to come out of his out of its pockets because they knew it was wrong. Mr. Real Estate, I'm gonna come to you in just a second, but I don't think necessarily cancellation at this time is the go-to remedy. Not at this time. That's my personal opinion. Y'all come up. The conversation is hot. Mr. Real Estate, making the block even hotter. I see you, sir. Top Slug, I'll bring it up just a minute. Top Slug, Sofa King, I like it. I have black friends, LOL, in quotes. Nah, just kidding. But yeah, he may be a good dude, but this his issue to deal with at ATP. I don't know what that means. At the present time, okay. But they are doing this thing because of his jab views. I agree. I think that's the main issue. Ace Butterfly says there is a slur called the white N-word. Whites have no problem with it, but we still embrace the term for ourselves. There is a problem there. Dr. Thunder says the N-word stuff is taken out of context. He was quoting things. This is what Joe Rogan is saying. He was quoting things with the N-word in it. He was quoting things with the N-word in it. Okay. A lot of it was taken in Dr. Thunder's opinion out of context. And just said the word. Not the same thing as calling someone the N-word. I hear you, Dr. Thunder. Not the same thing as just calling someone the N-word. Only thing he did wrong was apologize. Interesting. So, yeah, I saw in the papers it say your former president said he was mad that he apologized to. The Don said he was mad that he apologized. Mr. Real Estate, I'm bringing you up. Let me know what you have to say. Yes, Dr. Thunder, I kind of agree with you. The N-word stuff was only brought up because of the anti-jab. I hear you. Mr. Real Estate, how are you today?
Hey, doing well. Is my audio okay?
You are good to go. What? I know you are super opinionated. What say you about canceling Joe Rogan?
Boy, not just opinionated, but lately I've been real busy, so I'm catching this at the tail end, and I think you can educate me on something because I heard that Joe Rogan made disparaging remarks about black people being like monkeys or apes because he was in the all-black party, but I didn't hear anything about him using the N-word until now.
Yeah, no. So yeah, I did tell that story just a little bit earlier. Just a quick paraphrase. He was in a podcast with two other white guys, hanging out, chilling, talking about Planet of the Apes, wanting to go see it, and saying he got dropped off in a black movie theater in a black neighborhood. And when his first joke was like, "Yo, I went to Planet of the Apes. Like I was in a theater basically full of black people," was the insinuation. So the N-word video recently came out, which is a compilation of him using N-word with the R, said with the R, as Dr. Thunder said, when describing works of art, songs, comedy shows by Richard Pryor, etc., that actually use the word. So he says he used it in context, but in this clip that was made, it cut every single time he said it and put it into like one, like really clip. So it makes him look even worse. So he did an apology already for the anti-jab stuff. And then, you know, that was from the Neil Young and the Joni Mitchell pulling their work, their music from Spotify. Then this compilation, you know, that was made to make him look very bad comes out, and he has to even say in his apology, you know, I look back at it and cringe myself. Like, it's bad. I would not use the word. Even now, like now present, the way I use it then, even though I thought it was within context, because I wasn't, as Dr. Thunder pointed out, calling nobody the name. I was, in fact, quoting music, art, whatever. But in this compilation, it's like you get hit in the face with it. So he came out with a second apology. 𝙒𝘼𝙑𝙀, another musician, came out, pulled me off, and she was talking about the money. She was not only like not only this N-word, clip or collection of clips really rubbed me the wrong way, but his paycheck, 100 million, and I say you big time drum, welcome. Not only did that really affect her opinion on whether she wanted to be on the platform, but musicians are being paid cents on the dollar for their streams, as opposed to someone that she doesn't think should have not only that platform, but probably that level of like compensation. So that's where we are. Big time John Wagwan.
Okay. Well, thank you for giving me some more context to formulate a strong opinion on. But no, based on what you just told me, the first thing that comes to mind, as you saw, I recently did a reaction video, so I know firsthand the importance of letting what someone says play in its entirety rather than just clipping up and creating a compilation video. So even though I am a black man, I do sympathize with Joe Rogan in the sense that you can take almost anything anybody says, slice it up in a compilation video, and make the person look like a demon. Absolutely. Now, should he have ever said those words at all in context or not? I'd say no, but I would also say, where was our community to police him? Why were we idly sitting by? And it took years later for somebody to slice up a compilation video like this for us to create some checks and balances.
Yeah.
And why is it only this black woman who's an artist? What's her name again?
𝙒𝘼𝙏𝙀𝙃.
𝙒𝘼𝙏𝙀𝙃. Why does it take her to come at it from such a more intelligent lens? Because I know some people are pro-jab, some people are anti-jab, whatever, but I at least respected the fact that Joe Rogan did have different opinions on his platform where nobody else was willing to do that. Everybody else was scared, knew that they would get defunded, knew that, the big networks would come after them, and Joe Rogan stood out there on a lonely island, and he at least let some alternative opinions be displayed. So I'll always respect him for that. But as far as what 𝙒𝘼𝙏𝙀𝙃 did, I really respect her for putting the focus on where it needs to be put. Not off of, whether you agree with the jab or this video or that video. Let's put the focus on the things this man has verbalized and what the corporation Spotify is doing. They are paying artists fractions of a penny on the dollar, yet this one white man is being paid hundreds of millions. Regardless of whether that's right from a business standpoint, there's also a PR standpoint, and Spotify is going to have to work harder than ever to rectify their PR image. They thought that they were doing the best thing since sliced bread, paying Joe Rogan all that money to get him exclusively on their platform. Now it may cost them greater than they originally budgeted for.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more, especially on the end there, that people, it's so funny that people can be doing things for years and there's no accountability. And then all of a sudden it like punches you in the gut. And why? Obviously it matters now because money is involved. So it didn't matter to a lot of people back when he was a nobody, or no one say not a nobody, but didn't have this level of success. So all of a sudden, there's a different weight placed on old behavior. But it has been going on and no one said much about it. And of course, it means a lot now because there's so much money involved. I see you, Xavier. The Joe Rogan mess is being dragged out. But compared to how quickly they moved against Whoopi, interesting. Because Whoopi was, I thought, fine with the apology. And then all of a sudden it was like, nope, suspension.
That was the next point I wanted to touch on.
Go ahead.
Not just Whoopi. Let's talk about Whoopi. Let's talk about DaBaby. I mean, these are also people who have made disparaging comments, yet the punishment is oh so severe. Their pockets are affected in the most direct way, yet Joe Rogan seemingly gets a slap on the wrist. I don't know that he got a suspension. I don't know that he was affected monetarily. And this is a capitalist society. If you really want to hold people accountable, you affect the bottom line, which is the income.
No, and then the point has been made, I think, prior to you. Thank you so much, Xavier, for that. Thank you, Greg. No comment, just the super sticker. Yeah, a lot of people have said, is there a double standard? And that's the question. Whether you see that a white male who is this successful, let's put the money and the power and respect on it, right? Are they held to the same level? That, I mean, people are going to say Whoopi is also very powerful. Some would say, some would argue, but the meeting out of like the quick, suspension, take you off the air. I forget how much a week they said Whoopi makes, but 2 weeks out of her pocket. They're not touching Joe's pocket. They're not doing that. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what the contract says, But like you said, there seems to be different reactions for different people. Let's put it that way. Any other points? And big time drum, I'm gonna go over to you. Thank you, Greg, for showing some love. Any other
No,
points, sir?
no, I'm actually heading to the slopes, doing a little bit of snowboarding, but I
Oh,
haven't had the
okay.
pleasure of speaking to Suzette Speaks in a few days, so I had to come up and say hi.
Yay! Thank you, Mr. Real Estate, a member of my Patreon coming through. Y'all go subscribe. Thank you so much. I appreciate all your support, sir, and have fun on the slopes. You
Oh
take care
yeah,
of yourself. All right,
salute
see you
Suzette,
soon.
salute Big Time Drum. Till next time.
What's going on, my brother?
All right, cool. Thank you so much, Mr. Real Estate. Always coming through. Big Tie Drum. Before you are up, let me just read. Thank you for the super chat. Bitcoin Benito. All right, says, it's a hit piece against Joe because he refuses to bow before pharmaceutical companies. Okay. Which we used to hate 2 seconds ago. That part. Okay. If you listen to him for years, he's not racist and only says the N-word as a definition or as a direct quote. Okay, so you are in agreement with how Dr. Thunder put it, which is y'all saying he is like saying it like he called somebody the N-word, which is different than, as you're putting it, his opinion or her opinion. I think it's his and the emoji, I think it's his opinion that it was a direct quote where he used the N-word or as a definition. So there was some context around it, which is way different from someone hurling a slur at you, right? To hurt you, right? Or to violate someone, right? So there's a difference. And you think it's all coming together now, in your opinion, because of where he stood in offering a different opinion as far as the jab. Interesting. Thank you, Bitcoin Benito. Big up, big time drum. Well, go on. Long
Big
time
up.
no speak.
I know.
How you been? Let me show your name real
Everything
quick
is
so the people can
everything.
go over to the channel and get some vibes. Big
Yes,
time
yes,
drum, no
yes,
spaces.
yes,
Moderators, if you
yes.
have his channel, please drop it. Big time
Thank
drum,
you.
glad
Thank
to
you.
have you up, sir. What are you thinking about the let's cancel? Some are saying Joe Rogan. What are
Ooh,
your thoughts?
I hope you're ready because I have quite a few
All
thoughts
right,
and
get the
points.
notebook out. Get the notebook. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Start it off.
First of all, I just want to say, Joe, you're bomba clad. That's first to begin with. All right? I gotta say that. You're bomba clad. I said it. You got a problem? You come talk to me. That's fine. No problem. Man to man. Anyways, um,
All right, let me get my face off the screen before you have me jump on this chair. Go ahead.
boy, it seems like every time I come and I speak, I always get you a little more
Yeah.
riled up, huh?
Yes. I mean, we're free speech here. You can share your
Uh-huh,
opinion. Go ahead,
uh-huh.
please.
But yeah, but seriously, um, here's kind of a rhetorical question. The rhetorical question with this whole incident of the cancel culture is, where do we draw the line with how we say or do things that it's, it comes a point where we cannot put up with that and you have to go. You know, I think, that's probably the one question that we're still trying to answer. Where do we draw the line? Because reason why I'm saying this is because obviously, as you can see with Whoopi, right, versus Joe, the reason why Joe, quote unquote, is not canceled because Spotify clearly is backing him up. Okay, because this is a business move, whether you want to see it or not. All right, and here's how I know, because if you look at um, Spotify's statement about what they're trying to push, okay, and it wasn't too long ago that Spotify admitted that they're trying to push the podcasts, a little bit harder because there's money to be made in it. Even though originally we know Spotify as a music platform, and even speaking of that, it's bad enough. Even myself as a music artist, that they're even trying to chop down the royalty payment even even less. So that's why you see all these musicians are like, okay, enough is enough. Now we need to take this to Congress or somebody and say, hey, we need to draw the line, right? But with Spotify, the fact that they've admitted saying, they're spending millions, millions. Why? Because it makes them money. Joe makes them money. So the fact that Joe is making them money, they can afford to say, Joe, yeah, you may say one or two things. All right, we'll just put up a statement, but you get to stay there because in the grand scheme of it,
They got that money. Mhm,
exactly.
mhm, mhm,
Exactly. So
mhm,
that's one side of the fence.
mhm.
Now, the opposite side with Whoopi is that, granted, the network is making, loads of money. We know that, right? But here's the only thing about with Whoopi. The comment that she made, right? It affects the people who um, are the owners, who are who are at the seat of the house that make the decision. You see, so the fact that it's swinging that way, they're saying, "Hey, you're talking about one of us, and we can't have that, and we pay your checks." You see, so because of it swinging that way, that's why they said, "Oh, we need to teach you a lesson." So then my thing is, okay, if you want to teach her a lesson, then why hasn't Spotify taught Joe the same lesson? That's the question.
Mhm.
Because it's almost like saying, why is it good for one, but it's not good for the other? You know? And what Spotify is doing is just trying to do damage control by putting out these statements and saying, well, we really don't like that. And that's not, how the company is,
Yeah.
yada, 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 so that they can clean up the image that is being put out. Because remember, Joe is on their platform.
Yeah.
So that's why the question becomes, where do we draw the line in these incidents? you know um even here on YouTube, I mean, imagine this, that YouTube has come to a point where you can't even say certain words,
Yeah.
because if you say certain words, it's not even about public opinion. YouTube will cancel you themselves.
Yeah. Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
so
Absolutely.
so from that point, that's why I'm asking the question, like, where do we draw the line?
Mhm. Mhm.
I think that's my angle with it. Where do we draw the line?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I know, there's the other side of it saying, well, we need to give grace. We need to give grace. Yeah, we need to give grace. But if we're going to give grace, then why is why is Joe Rogan given the grace, but not Whoopi? You see what I mean? Like let's look at it from that angle. And that's why you notice people like the Neil Young and the Joni Mitchells, and I'm pretty sure there's quite a few more that are going to start coming out saying, "Okay, enough is enough."
Mhm.
Even down to Indie IRE, she's saying, "No, this is not cool because enough is enough." You know, and funny enough, that when all of this happened, actually, um, Spotify's revenue and even part of the stock started to drop.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The money. Shout out to Gaston's World for the super sticker. No comment, just love. I just want to throw that in there.
That's
Thank
fine.
you for sharing your opinion. Keep
Shout out
going.
to Gaston's.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah. Shout out to Gaston.
So I mean, that's just my thoughts. So what do you think on this?
Well, the lawyer in me is gonna say there are a couple of things. Obviously, Spotify, ABC, parent company, two different companies. But your
Right.
point being mass media. Point being, that there seems to be different approaches for different people. I think I've heard that in the chat as a theme, that it seems as if, what is good for the goose is not good for the gander, as they say.
Right.
But do I think that there may be some privilege involved? Yes. I think because Joe brings money, as your point is being made.
Exactly.
He produces money.
Exactly.
Whoopi is more of that employee model, making money from the company or taking money from the bottom line, if you will.
Correct.
But Joe is in a different, I won't even call it a position of maybe privilege. Maybe it's better to say a position of power.
Correct.
Because he's generating assets for that company. Is not a person that, yes, he's getting paid, but it's because if they can pay you 100 million, how much they making? You know what I'm saying? From what they think you're going to generate. So he's coming from a different position. So we can look at it in through many lenses. We can say, is there a gender difference? Is there a racial difference? I think the biggest difference is economic. At the end of the day, you gonna bring me money? I gotta defend that because I got people to feed. I got, stockholders to feed. I got the board and everybody else, employees to, pay and all that. So I think his biggest play, thank you, Mr. Real Estate, I see it, for the super chat, is that he has more power in the equation, put it like that.
Right. And that's,
so the rule's not going to apply to him the same way it applies to her.
Correct. And even though we can see this, but on the larger scale, does it make it right?
Understood. Your point is well taken.
You know what I mean?
I'm not saying it's right or wrong now.
Yeah.
We didn't write the rules. We live them.
No, right. Right.
Hit the like button, y'all.
Right.
Big Time Drum with some knowledge dropping up here. Y'all see his name. Go over and subscribe. No spaces.
Thank
Big
you very
Time
much.
Drum. No, you're right. It's not about right or wrong at this point.
Oh, of course,
because they are seeing dollar. It's about green. You understand? So I agree with you that it may seem like disparate, lawyer word, difference in treatment. But at this time in this society, the way we live, it's more about how much are you costing me?
Correct.
And if you're not bringing me money, I'm not going to have time for it. Let me read Mr. Real Estate with the super chat, the big 50 on the super chat. Thank you, Mr. Real Estate. Awesome. Thank you so much. Says salute to the chat. I thank you for always lending a non-biased, fair, and measured opinion. I'm trying, but there's so much there. That's why I want to hear what y'all have to say. I appreciate you, Mr. Real Estate, always supporting this platform. Thank you for that super chat. But go ahead, Big Time Drum.
Yeah,
finish
but
your points.
I wanted to say something that you just said a few moments ago. Now, obviously, the difference with Joe and Whoopi is that with Whoopi, she's replaceable. They're both replaceable. Let me just say that, right? But with Whoopi, she's replaceable in the sense that she's not that important to the network that it's a do or die situation.
Okay,
right?
I understand your point.
Whereas with Joe Rogan, he clearly is important to Spotify because he is at number one when it comes to the podcast model that Spotify is trying to push. And because he's at number one, it gives him privilege, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, if Joe Rogan, let's say on a scale of 1 to 20, was, let's say, 12, right? Then he probably wouldn't be as important. But when you're number one, you have to consider, should I suspend this guy?
No,
or should I just try to just clean up the rug and say, okay, keep going?
It's like apples and oranges, man. When you think about it, the words 100 million rolls off our tongue so easily. You know how much money that is?
Yes.
That's so much money for somebody to get. And that's not a major league athlete. That's not you know what I'm saying? We're used to it when we hear about NFL and NBA. But
Right.
for a podcaster
Yes.
to command $100 million contract,
That's a lot of money.
that's not a light investment. That's like we see those numbers, we hear those numbers. I don't know if we see them. We hear those numbers and it just come in like, oh, nothing. That's a
Mm-hmm.
lot of money.
It's
Because
money.
you think you're gonna get a what? Return. I don't think Whoopi it's like apples and oranges. She is not bringing the same type of return or expected to bring, even, so her presence is
No,
good. Her presence is very like insightful.
Right.
She's like the general, the older, more
Right.
mature, kind of
Right.
like elder stateswoman of the View, if you will.
Right.
And so you could say 𝙒𝘼𝙏𝘾 kind of can fill that role a little bit more, but Whoopi brings like is she an EGOT, Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, Tony? She comes
She
from
has her own. Yeah, I mean, she clearly
she
has
has
her
her
own
she's has
accolades.
her
Yeah.
so
There's no
she
doubt.
has a
But
kind
that's
of brings
outside of the network.
gravitas to
Yeah.
that stage. But it's different. It's different from you are like they're betting on you to generate 10 times what they paid you because no one would give away 100 million if they didn't think you would get 10-fold, 20-fold back from it. So with that level of investment, you have to protect, your what you've invested in. So I see where they're coming from. It's again, it's a little apples and oranges because this is more of an employee relationship.
Correct.
But I hear your point loud and clear.
And then the other point too, with the word nigger.
N-word. Yes, thank you.
Excuse me, with the N-word. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
It's it's interesting that even though he said what he said, and even though he's saying that a lot of the context was a story and not him personally saying it, right? But the other side of the coin would be you as a white man should know just even saying it doesn't even sound right. It doesn't give you a pass. It would have been better for him to say the N word.
Yeah.
Versus saying the actual word itself.
Big time, John, let me ask you this. You think Joe Rogan back then, 10 years ago, could have ever imagined that he would garner $100 million contract?
Here's the thing. It's one of those every and anything is possible. There's no prediction in what woulda, coulda, shoulda. Right?
But I'm saying if he knew that one day he would be on an international platform that would give him money that could pay for his children's children's children, he might have thought about it differently. But in that time in that space, you're a comedian, you're hanging with your boys, you're immature. You don't really see it like, and I love Greg's comment. Only entity I don't mind hearing the N-word from is the Tupac hologram. I'm sorry, it was so funny. Interject. But yeah, I don't know. But it wasn't appropriate. It wasn't then. But again, 10 years younger, 12 years, 15 years ago, you're not really seeing yourself. You're just having the conversation. You're not seeing yourself for the potential of being like a national, help me, oh God, being like an international,
absolutely.
phenom in the podcast space where people listen to you. People think, whoa, this guy is different. This guy is not bought out. This guy has the guts to say, what others are thinking, even though it goes against the grain. Like all the things that made him wonderful and why he's admired could be looked at as a little bit of an Achilles heel.
Correct.
Because you couldn't predict 10 years, 15 years later that you was going to be the biggest fish out here, the biggest whale. And now everything you have said is under scrutiny. So I don't know. It was never appropriate in my eyes. But I don't think he would have done it had he thought, I was going to be this big.
Okay, but let me ask you this, right? Let me flip it a different kind of way. Now, to your point, so even if that's the case, that what's to say he would have been this huge influencer, right? So then, knowing what he did back then, okay? So if you're going to stand on your square saying, yeah, you said what you said because of the context, yada yada yada. Yada. That's what you stood on years ago, right? Then it kind of says, well, why would you now get on a platform apologizing and even saying, you know, I was wrong for saying that, and even the fact that now that I think about it, which is kind of asinine if you ask me, because I'm like, Joe, come on, you're not a kid. You already know saying that word is wrong. So let's not go there, right? But the point is for you to say it now and to apologize and say, yeah, the way it was said, you know, yeah, that did sounded stupid. That did sound wrong.
Mm.
So it's almost like you're doubling down, because on the one hand, back then you were okay with it, but today now you're saying no, it's not okay. So
So okay, so you're saying you don't think he should have
so
apologized? You think he should have stuck by his original stance and held it down and said, like the former president, the Don, saying, why the heck you apologizing for? Apologize for what? That's what you believed. So you're thinking it was probably hypocritical to now apologize?
I think so.
Mm.
And I'm just saying this based on your point,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
because my thing is, Joe, you're not a kid. You're clearly a grown man and you know the difference,
Yeah.
right? So, even though it is my humble opinion, he's apologizing because he's now on a mainstream platform doing damage control.
Yeah. Okay.
Whereas before, the fact that he wasn't on a mainstream and, things were a little bit more wide open in that sense, and he said what he said, you don't see him apologizing.
Hmm.
Not one time.
No, he wasn't like I said, no money was involved.
You checked?
No money was involved. There was no
So
paycheck you had to clear. That's why y'all saying he's not working for. Yeah, he
so
is
so
in contractual obligation to not ruin their brand.
I
Hello.
understand.
So it's
I
not
understand.
about they don't own him. I don't think so. They're not an
No,
employer,
no,
so to speak.
no,
But he
no.
still has some kind of obligation not to damage the brand. So, but they knew that going in, he
Right.
had a lot of this history, that it was there. They knew that people liked it, that people enjoyed it. They made
Well,
it a part of the
Suzette,
catalog. Now they had to
right,
go erase 100 episodes.
right. Well, it's kind of like saying Joe, you know, is the kind of guy that will say the very thing that most people are not willing to say.
Right.
And because he voiced certain issues in that manner, that's what gives him the edge. Okay? It doesn't mean that a lot of what he's saying, or even very few of what he's saying, makes it right. But at the same time, it just says that he speaks his mind. That's all it is.
And people
Okay?
admire it. People feel like they're getting truth when
Exactly.
they watch it. And I've
Exactly.
heard
Exactly.
commentators say, and
Exactly.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I heard commentators say, what does it say that Joe Rogan is so popular? What does it say about society? And they
Yes.
were implying that they are not trusting the normal, or a large swath of society is
Right.
not trusting the normally or usually acceptable mainstream ways of getting information. They do not. Y'all hit the like button. Y'all, they're not. The institutions that have
Mm-hmm.
existed.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
From big
Mm-hmm.
newspaper. Big cable media, cable
Yeah. Yeah.
news.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
prefer Joe Rogan because they're saying that, or there may be the sentiment. I can't put words in people's mouths, but this particular, I was listening to this particular commentator saying that it was more indicative of the distrust many of us have for these mainstream traditional
Yes. Yes.
media
Yes.
outlets, and they may be the most or the largest beneficiaries if he
Mm-hmm.
goes. So I see that point being made in the chat. The
Right.
who, what,
And
when, where, why. We got to get back to the basics. The who, what,
yeah.
when, where, why.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's why
And
I was saying is that,
mhm,
you know, considering that Joe is number one. It's not like, he's number 15 or, or something like that. No, he is number one when it comes to the podcast sector of Spotify. So, you know, it's kind of like it's kind of like um almost the same situation with Tasha K. Tasha K, her numbers are very, very good, whether or not you see it. Okay?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm listening.
Kind
I'm
of the
listening.
same.
I'm reading the comments, so I try to take my face
Huh?
off when I read the comments.
It's
When I read
okay.
the comments, I'll be like this.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
I'm
It's okay.
listening.
It's
I'm
okay.
listening.
But it's kind of one of those situations where money talks, BS walks kind of thing. Is it fair? No, it might not be fair as far as the idea of it, because it the question becomes, where do we draw the line? And if we're saying money is the influence that will cancel the cancel culture, then there's going to be a huge problem going forward. Okay?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So
It, it's it's
that
scary.
seems to be the
I
bigger
agree with
message.
you on that message because the started with Dr. Thunder saying, it is unfortunate, like that again, there is no end when we start on this cancel culture train.
Right.
Anyone at any time for any reason
Yeah.
can be canceled because someone's going to find a reason. So if we start to, not only not take apology, not show grace, but just demand that it's over, your livelihood is over and should be over. A
Yeah.
man should not
Yeah.
or a woman should not be able to make no more money ever,
Nope.
ever, ever,
Nope.
based on one thing you said when you were 17, one thing you said when you were 30, one thing you said when you were whatever.
Oh,
It's
how
so
about
dangerous.
today?
Mm,
Based on one
mm.
thing you say today.
I know, I know. I'm like,
Okay.
this is like it's a full contact sport. It
Right.
is because no matter what I say, no matter what you say,
Right.
everybody's scrutinizing every single word. So
Right.
even when you're trying to voice all opinions, which is
Mhm.
my intention here, it can be
Mhm.
taken as
Mhm.
like, oh, but she like Whoopi or she don't agree with this. No, no one is standing for any foolishness, as in anti-Semitism and that. Nobody believe in that. Nobody, everybody's gonna stand up against foolishness, right?
Mhm.
But we can still, and we should be able to still, you know, um, bridge the gap in terms of the conversation about why some things happen, how come, and probe a little as to whether everyone is receiving the same treatment. That's what we're
Yeah.
probing
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. Even as a commentator myself now in this space, moving into
Yes.
current events, it is
Yes.
still like you're gonna offer your opinion. Some people gonna love you for it. Some people gonna hate you for it. And you just have
Right.
to know that. You have to know that people are very, very wishy-washy. Because again, when he was doing it, when he was saying the N-word, when he was on the platforms, and there were still at that time thousands and then millions of people listening,
Yeah.
nobody had no problem with him
Well,
again direct quoting or using it in
right.
context as he puts
Right.
it. Okay,
Right.
so he wasn't
But
throwing it
also
at everybody.
too,
Mm-hmm,
also if we're going to be honest, right?
mm-hmm,
Um the majority of the audience
mm-hmm,
that Joe, in terms of supporters,
mm-hmm.
obviously is a white audience.
White
Okay.
men.
Well,
Very popular among white men as well. But go
right.
ahead.
But what I'm saying is, it's that's the majority
Of the base of his audience.
that
Yeah.
that
Mm-hmm.
is going to be his supporters,
Mm.
versus, shall we say, minority. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, as opposed to the minority, it's not like there's enough of a percentage to
Mm-hmm.
be able to say, okay, let's just say it is 60-40. It's actually a lot lower, you know? So, so
Interesting. So you're saying because of his base, and again, observationally, I could Google the exact numbers of who
sure, sure,
supports, but I think it's
sure.
pretty, generalized fact
Yeah,
that
yeah,
he has a lot of support,
yeah,
particularly from men.
Yeah.
white men,
Yeah.
black men, but particularly for men.
Yeah.
And I'm not discounting any other racial group. You
Right.
have me
Right. Right.
edging my
Right.
words here, but
Right. No,
the
that's fine.
point I'm trying to make, Joe Rogan's only for the no. Hey, put yourself in the category. All I'm saying is, you're right. He has a very young base. He
Yes.
has a very male-driven base. He has, a very white base,
Yes.
and it's very interesting. Does that impact? And I think you're asking a question. Does that impact why they're gonna double down and maybe defend him a little longer? I
Of
like
course.
Jeff's
Of
comment.
course.
People cancel themselves. Jeff said, "What y'all talking about?" He said what he said. Jeff says the tongue hurts and folks have to be cautious with what comes out of their mouth. Understood. Thank you for your opinion.
The
Y'all hit the
tongue may
like
hurt.
button. We're almost at 100 likes. Y'all hit the
All
like
right.
button for me.
All
Make my
right.
day for me, please. You guys know your opinion matters. I'm gonna drop the link. Big time drum. I want you to keep going, but anybody else
Okay.
want to come up? Last call. So it says Joe joked about it in a comedic way. Trump looked us right in the face and lucid and said, "We are." I know.
Wow.
Not even. Y'all talk about El Presidente. Talk about words hurt and words matter. Do they matter? Because people were sitting in the White House saying all kinds of stuff.
Yep.
People
Listen,
in the White House saying all kinds
you
of
even
stuff.
listen, if you want to go there, I mean, imagine that you're the president elect. You go on one of the top rated radio shows, and you're telling a guy to his face, and a black man at that, well, if you don't vote for me, then I guess you ain't black.
Lord, we're not going down that road. We're not going down that road. We're not
But
going
but
down.
but I know we're not going down that road, but I'm just saying, like, the point is that he said what he said. We
Yeah,
don't like it, but guess what? The man is in office.
yeah, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, there's people with grace and
Okay.
there's people that get none. I see you, Don. Don says, if you're talking about Joe Rogan back then, wasn't a long time ago. Point taken. Joe has been big for a long time. Point taken. He would never have gotten a Spotify deal if he was not. If it was cool while only talking around WPs, that's what I think. Listen, is that the truth? Is that let me marinate on that. Was it cool only because he was only talking to his base or at that time? Because a lot of people have been listening to Joe Rogan for a long time. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
People
Right.
from all ethnicities, all backgrounds. Let's just clarify that, guys. We're not saying
Right.
only white folks were listening
No.
to
No.
Joe
No.
Rogan. We're
No.
not
No.
saying that.
No.
However, I like your point, Don, where you're saying it wasn't that long ago. 10 years, for a grown man, ain't that long ago. I hear you. And that was it cool only when the majority or like a large portion of his base only looked one kind of way. That's interesting point of view. I hear you. I hear
Here's
you.
my point to
Yes, go
that
ahead.
comment. Okay. My
Yes.
point to that comment is this, and that's why I was saying a few moments ago is that you have to remember Joe and certain other people, including Joe Budden. You know, originally all were from YouTube, and they're still on YouTube.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. They're
Okay.
still on YouTube, right?
So there's hope. Okay, go ahead.
So obviously, once Joe got the deal with Spotify, really it was a money talks BS walk kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
But obviously with Spotify, they just took a gamble by saying, "Okay, Joe, we want you to bring that same energy, same everything onto our platform because the reach that we are willing to expand and put the money behind because we know this can bring us an ROI is going to be very, very lucrative." And it worked. It worked. Got it? Okay. Um, but in terms of what Joe is saying, you know, it doesn't always give him a pass. Now, some might argue and say, well, what about his First Amendment right? Okay, that's one point of view. But if what you're going to say is going to be a detriment, it's going to be hurtful, then there has to be accountability taken into it. That's what I'm saying.
Understood.
And not only the accountability has to be taken, but also the company has to be the one first before the public to say, no, Joe Rogan, you need to pull up. Pull up yourself, man. Pull up yourself. The company has to
Yeah.
do that first before the public. And if
And
the
it's
company is not willing to do that, that's when things hit the fan, because the public is the one that comes in and says, nah, what the bomber clot are going here, man?
Voila.
You know?
Big time, Joe. You made me laugh. So, okay. So your point here is that okay, so you're saying Spotify has a responsibility just as much in this equation to
Yes.
regulate. And I think, that's an
Yes.
interesting point.
Yes.
How much responsibility does a quote platform, we could call it YouTube, we could call it Spotify,
Yes.
have to kind of police what is said? People are
Absolutely.
going to argue, wait, they're just the platform. They just allow. This is the Facebook controversy. While
Right.
Facebook on Capitol Hill looking dumb, we didn't know, because they don't have no rules and parameters. And I
Right.
think, remember, podcasts and stuff, they're way less regulated than even us here on YouTube, because these things are long. You might be talking for 5 hours on a podcast, and then hour 76 or minute 76, you're saying something crazy, right?
Yeah.
And who gonna listen to it? Who, they using algorithms, AI, and all that to try to vet and make sure they're staying above board, and that you don't say things that are inappropriate. But the podcast world is highly unregulated for that reason.
Correct.
Who gonna sit and listen to all of this stuff? But
Correct.
Joe Rogan is a little different. They had the time. They could have done the research. They probably did. Obviously, if you ink $100 million deal, you're researching. But point you're saying is, what role does Spotify have to play? Because they are they've moved from platform to publisher. They have done that. They're trying to sell us that at first. We're just the platform. We're just the platform. No, you pay for it, right?
Right.
You've invested. You're pushing it. Every time you go on their thing, they promoting Joe Rogan.
Yes.
So how much responsibility should they bear? That's a great question.
And the reason why I'm bringing this up, because look at what ABC did. Before it hit public, they dealt with it.
Yes.
That's my point.
They don't have a plan at Spotify. That's what that shows me. Some people get caught. Same thing with Facebook. They get caught flat-footed. I'm like, y'all didn't see this coming?
Right.
Why wasn't anybody planning on this response? Y'all know Joe Rogan is controversial. Y'all know Joe Rogan back in his day, as they say, not too long ago anyway, back in the day, wasn't that long ago, had this issue or had challenges or was controversial. So how were you planning to address it if it came up? I mean, goodness, who is their damage control and their fixers? Their PR team, to me, dropped the ball. And they crafting statements for the CEO as they go. It's like, it's crazy. From I saw the
because
first
it's all
smoke,
damage control.
Yeah, when they're from a
It's
they're
not right,
reactive.
but
They're not proactive. It's it really is like, y'all should have known this was gonna come forward. This was what you bought. You knew you bought it knowing that it wasn't going to fit today's standards, or like broad media, global media standards of what is appropriate. But that's what people liked about it. So what do you do now? So so they pulled 100 shows. Do you think that's enough? Pulling the 100 controversial shows off the platform, but they keeping him. Do you think that will be the outcome? Do you think he will get to stay?
I mean, again, he is staying, because that's why I said it's more on a business end, so to speak, that has canceled out the moral and the value end. You dig what I'm saying? Because that's what I'm saying, is that
Teddy,
because
you're right. Excuse me. Sorry to interrupt, Big Time Joe. I'm not saying he doesn't have a huge Black following. A lot of Black people also follow him. I'm not saying that he doesn't. I think, and if you're coming just now to the conversation, a couple of our audience and our chat was already saying that. Is that why, kind of like the last, some would call it attempt to attack him, came from his own words, not that he didn't say them, was that N-word video compilation. Was it meant to garner the sympathies from the Black community so that we would be a part of this effort to cancel. So I'm not saying that that he does not. Thank you for saying that. I'm not. Let me thank you for allowing me to clarify. I'm not saying that his audience is only white. No, no, no. I agree with you. Okay, go ahead, Big Time Jump. Sorry, I just
Yeah,
wanted to make
it's
sure I
okay. It's okay.
clarified.
Yes, he does have a following as far as blacks, as far as all different races. But what I'm talking about is undeniable. He, oh, if you look at the ratio, obviously, uh, when it comes to the white following, it definitely surpasses the black following. And let's
Mhm.
not be ignorant
Mhm.
about that.
Mhm. Mhm.
Let's not
Mhm.
be ignorant, right? So I'm just saying, even if you took that percentage alone, right, that's enough to back
Mhm.
him up.
Mm.
You see what I mean? So it's
Mm.
kind of like saying, okay, it's kind of like saying, if you wanted to see if you were right about something, right, or wrong about something, you would say, like, let's say there's 100 people in the chat, and you say to the people in the chat, put a one in the chat if you think yes, put a two in the chat if you think no. And based upon the percentage, you're going to notice there is going to be either a higher and a lower between the one and the two. You see? And if the one is greater than the two,
Mhm.
then that what that tells you who's backing up what you're saying. You see? And that's
Yeah,
my
yeah.
point.
I'm listening to you and I'm
That's
reading the
okay.
chat.
That's
Anyone?
okay.
I see some new folks have joined. Hit the like button as you come. I see you, Reginald Roberts. People don't understand how clips work. Some people are saying, was Joe Rogan actually saying that black people had different brains at one point? I see it in the comment here. Reginald says no. Joe Rogan had never said our brains were different. His guest said it, and Joe disagreed. I'm not an average watcher. I'm learning from the chat. Sorry, I'm listening
Right.
to you, Big Time Jump, but I'm also learning
That's okay. That's okay.
from the chat. Um, this is an interesting point. Teddy 504 says, best thing is that Joe owns his show. Spotify is renting it. That's a high rent. That's a high rent.
Well, you could
That's good
say,
business, man. That's wow.
yeah, but
Ooh.
but the point is you can say, you know, Joe is being paid to rent to Joe is being paid, so that Spotify can rent the show.
Yeah.
That's business. We get
Yeah.
that. That's,
Yeah.
it is what it is.
Yeah.
But what we're talking about is what you're saying make it right? But
Mm.
but on the flip side of that coin, that I'm saying is, I don't think in this case, to
Mm-hmm.
answer the question about him being canceled, has
Yeah.
anything to do with, you know, if it's a moral obligation. What I'm flipping
Mm.
it and saying that this is more so to do with who is backing him up to say, you're all right. Even if you're wrong, you're still okay.
Interesting. Yeah,
You know
yeah,
what I
yeah.
mean?
And that's what Reginald's thank you, Reggie came in hot. Saying white people support Joe Rogan is saying nothing. I guess that's saying dogs bark. Yeah. All media is overwhelmingly, obviously, because they're the majority in the country. Yes, I hear you. All media is overwhelmingly supported by white people. Joe Rogan is just larger than them all. Point taken. Thank you, Reggie. Or
Mm-hmm.
Reginald. I don't know you like that. Thank you,
Mm-hmm.
thank you, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So that's why I'm saying, I think
Hmm.
it's more of the business
Thank you,
than it
Ace.
is
Mhm.
of the moral and the value obligation, when it comes to Joe. And that's why I'm just showing a comparable to the Whoopi situation, because with the Whoopi situation,
Yeah.
for them that was more of a moral than a business.
Mm-hmm.
Because as you could see with Whoopi, they're like, look, Whoopi, we're not going to stand for this. You see what I mean? And so they had to teach her a lesson to say, because
Understood.
Whoopi
Mhm.
is, you know, She's replaceable. Whether or not you want to agree with that, she's replaceable.
Yeah, like I said, the power differential is very, very, very
Correct.
different between the two.
Correct.
Whoopi being an employee, Spotify being more of a contractual partner or
Correct.
renting,
Correct.
as one put it in the
Correct.
chat. So there's a little
Correct.
bit of there. Like I said, he pulls people. He's already, his base is beyond, Spotify. So it's very interesting to see his ability to, hold on. Like, the flex is real. That social currency is real. That's
Right.
why I think Dr. Thunder mentioned he doesn't even think that Kevin Samuels could ever be canceled, because the actual base is the people.
Yes.
So
Yes.
beyond that,
Absolutely.
like,
Absolutely.
do Spotify subscribers who were subscribers before Joe Rogan care
Mhm.
that
Mhm.
much to
Mhm.
cancel their subscriptions, and the money
Mhm.
walks out the door?
Mhm.
I
Mhm.
don't know. I really don't know. Um,
And
mm,
by the way, this also speaks to another point that I made earlier. At what point does Spotify set the example to say, okay, there's certain things we need to draw the line about and say, look, if you're going to take it this direction, we have to draw the line. And if they're not going to show that example, then they've pretty much said, or they've pretty much put out the message saying, as long as you're bringing in numbers, we'll just turn a blind eye and just do some damage control, and that's as far as it's going to get.
this
That's
is
what it seems
y'all
like.
feeling this Whoopi thing. Y'all think my Whoopi is an employee, but she not a manager at Walmart. Big difference, says Ben. Boy, it hit home. You guys, I hear you. I hear you. Interesting. But yeah, this is and our last call. If anyone wants to come on up, David Hunt, if you are working, if you want to just talk, you don't have to show your face. But last call for anybody. I'm enjoying the conversation here with Big Time Drum.
Thank you.
Your channel has been dropped. I thank you so much. To RM, Busy, Sunbreeze, Busy in the chat. Thank you guys so much for moderating, and everyone else who has been present and giving their 2 cents. Thank you, Ebony. But David Hunt, if you want to come up, you can come up like Big Time Drum. But I know you're working. A lot of people still at work, so it's all love. But yeah, and some of you guys who have been Joe Rogan fans, I welcome you up. I welcome you up, because I know I'm limited in my experience with his content. I watched a few every now and then. I see some
Right.
interviews pop up on my YouTube and I watch them. But I'm
Right.
not a diehard Joe Rogan fan. I am,
Right.
not as familiar. If you guys have been on his team and his community for years and years, you are far more familiar with how he, operates, when he uses the N-word, who he uses it with, in
Right.
what context, what he was doing, for the pre-Spotify, years. And it was, 10, 12, maybe more years of content. So yeah, people say a lot of stuff in 12
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
years. People say a
Yeah.
lot
Yeah.
of stuff
Yeah. Yeah.
in 10
Yeah.
years. You're not
Yeah.
sure, how far you're going to go in this life. So it's very
Yes.
interesting
Yes.
as as a person in the space, in a content creating space as well. You laugh and you think about, well, I'm just being me, but people may disagree and in turn want you out of there
That's
because
right.
you said something
And sometimes
today,
faster than you
yesterday, the
think.
day before, whatever. So again, we want to keep the mindset here within YouTube's parameters, because YouTube
Mm-hmm.
also checks, and algorithm also checks for words and phrases
That's
that they
right.
don't even
That's
want to
right.
promote. So we're in their house. It's not our house over here.
Okay. And and
We have
and
to do what
even with
they.
you talking,
Mhm.
even with you talking with YouTube, to YouTube's credit, that's the very thing that I was saying, that YouTube obviously has drawn a line, and it doesn't matter how big the content creator is, anybody can
They
get
would
it.
say, yeah, any given day,
Yeah.
your channel will be taken from you, your content will be taken down. They have
You see what I
They
mean?
have I mean, I like it because, in a sense, it's fair. Like,
Right.
I don't want to be, subject to it in terms of like it happening to me. I will be subject to it if I do, go across,
Exactly.
their
Exactly.
parameters. But
Yeah.
they don't care how big you are. You have 150,000, you have a million. you got to be very careful here, as Lapeef Network learned.
There's a
Um,
good example.
yeah, it's
That's a good
sad,
example.
but they, I know Mr. Anton Daniels talked about, I want to build my own stuff as a result, but we are still operating in someone's house.
Exactly.
Joe Rogan can leave. I'm not sure what the contract says, but can leave Spotify's house, but he's operating inside their house, or they've invited him, I should say,
Right.
to their
Right.
house.
Right.
So, there's going to be, some expectation attached to that, where again, you are not going to have the leeway to damage or be a part of producing long-term damage to, first things first, that the stock price going down, people are watching. So I think he has a lot more leeway than most of us, because of his, as you pointed out,
His position
revenue
is number one.
generation
So
and all that.
it's
So
it's it's a very double-edged sword, unfortunately, because how do you come to the person who is generating millions? We're not talking 100, 100,000. No, this person is generating millions of dollars in revenue to your platform, and their position as far as your um, your podcast side of it is at the number one spot, number one position. So it's a double-edged sword. So it's like, on the business end, they have to consider, like, wait a minute, we can't just take public opinion and go, oh, let's just cancel him. Because if we cancel him, I mean, that's a lot of money that they will be losing, like very fast. That's a lot of money,
yeah,
you
the
know.
money talks. That, I think, again, the comparisons with others in their respective jobs or spaces is not, it's not even comparable when
Right.
someone, again, to a large corporation is worth 100 million. You're in a different ballpark
That's right.
altogether.
That's right.
So
That's right.
different rules
That's
apply
right.
to you, at least in the
That's
short
right.
term.
And
Again, I will say, and I'm going to wrap up big time drum. Any
that's
other
fine.
persons that want to come up, come on up. But I would say, like, unless there's some big shift in stock prices or subscriber base leaving, I think it's only the money will check that money. That's it. If that makes sense. The money he brings in versus money it might cost them, and it may
Correct.
cost as far as future damage to their brand. Those are the only ways I think he sees an exit, but I don't think they want him to. As you said so eloquently, they need and want this cash cow. That's how they
Of
saw it.
course.
So
Of
they're
course.
gonna protect it, even if it's a little, messy, and
That's
that
right.
people are the mainstream, other mainstreamers that are not Spotifyers and then weren't Joe Roganers have just discovered him and are questioning, what did he say? When did he say it? That kind of stuff.
Right.
They
Right.
still know there's a large multicultural base that he has
Right.
that are
Right.
very and very, very strongly pro Joe Rogan. The
Yes.
people
Yes.
are for Joe
Yes.
Rogan. That's why I think if imagine him taking his coins and leaving. Hey, Jonathan, thank you, Jonathan Barronville in the building with the big super chat. Thank you. No message, just love. Thank you for being here, sir. I'd love to hear your opinion. If you want to come up, sir, please drop the link, RM. But yeah, imagine if he takes his coins, takes his cookies, and goes and plays somewhere else. They don't
Right.
want that. The
They
power that
don't.
he has is like, what? No, Spotify has bet on this horse. And it's very, very frightening. I mean, you want to be in Joe Rogan's position. I mean, as ideal as or unfair as I should say it is for
Correct.
many, it's ideal for him. You
Right.
want to be able to say, "Oh, nah, buddy, I want to go." And clearly, like I said, he's playing the game. He's making the apologies. He's saying what he has to say. He's going back and forth. He's saying, he's doing what I think mainstream media requires, right? So whether
Right.
you think he's genuine. I'm not here to judge that.
That.
Whether you
Right.
think
Right.
he,
Right.
is a hypocrite because, he said what he said and he shouldn't
Right.
apologize, like the Don is in the news saying right now.
Uh huh. Uh huh.
Those withstanding, I think he's trying to, operate in a way that at least for a public face says, I don't think this is acceptable. I don't think this is where, I am today. I'm going to change going forward. I only use it in XYZ context, according to him.
Right.
And but now I look at it differently. I don't know that it's enough for some people, but I do think, as you pointed out, Big Time Drum, he is in the power seat. They're going to protect, or at least as long as they can, as long as there's no big public outcry.
Correct.
Where again money is leaving.
Yeah.
I think he has the leverage, man. I think he
Yeah.
has leverage.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I said, many people have speculated, even in today's chat, that the N-word reel, not my words, but what we've been discussing here, the N-word reel is targeted so that his Black audience takes offense and steps out.
That was clearly engineered, as far as I'm concerned.
That's what many are speculating, that it's supposed to give us an emotional response.
Correct.
Oh my gosh, throw the baby out with the bathwater response.
Correct.
But I don't know if it's going to have the effect that they want it to. Do you think if more musicians start to want to take their music off of Spotify, do you think if there's, say, 10 or 5, 2 more, that say, I take my music off, I don't support it, that would be grounds for Spotify to start to lose confidence or to change their tune? Or what do you think it would take, outside of money leaving on stock price and money leaving as far as subscriber base?
Right. Now, let me just speak on that, right? It's going to take obviously more than 10. We're talking hundreds of thousands of artists, collectively known and unknown, to be able to say enough is enough. We're going to get off, and we're going to get off right now, right? But at the same time, that's why I'm saying is that Spotify has also made a statement, and this was not too long ago, saying that their concentration is on the podcast side of it. So the fact that they're trying to push the podcast side of it, unfortunately, the music side of it has gone to the wayside.
Yeah, they're not even about the music no more.
So because
so you like, unless it's like a whole bunch, because they're not losing money because they're not paying the artists according to NDRE.
Unfortunately, right?
Oh, the non-lawyer, I see you in the back. You have to cam up for me, sir or ma'am. The non-lawyer, please cam up for me so I can bring you up. But or at least show me your face in the back here, please.
Sure, please. By the way, so to the person in the back, we're just doing this because we don't want a situation like with what happened to
Network,
Anton. Yeah, Anton Daniels.
We don't want to be trolled, Mr. or Mrs. Non-lawyer. So just show me, even if you keep your face off of the main screen, I just want to be able to see you in the back so I can bring you up, please.
Yeah, and you'll probably be
no pictures of you at all. Can you just show me your quick face? No one will see it. Keep going, Big Time Drum.
Anyways, yeah, but like I said, it's you're talking, hundreds and thousands of artists all coming together, almost to the point where it's like they've all said, okay, we're going to make a petition at this point, and we all are in agreement that we're just going to leave. But then again, on the business side of it, that's why I say, if Spotify is saying, well, at this point, we want to go in this direction, and we've spent millions on trying to get this person and this person, and that's why they had Joe Budden at one time. You know what I mean? And Joe Budden was at the top of the tops when he got with Spotify, and unfortunately, when things got sour, he left. That was the end of that. But because they notice, for them, the podcast network spectrum seems to be generating you know, like 20 times more the money. But having said that, the point is if you promote something well enough, of course you're gonna make the money. I mean, that's a no-brainer, you know. So, the same can be done for the music sector of it.
Yeah.
If you promote the music sector very well and they come to the artists, who are on Spotify and say, listen, here's what, let's make it make sense. Tell you what, I'll give you an incentive, plus I will, raise the royalty money, blah 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 blah. Believe you me when I tell you, Spotify and the artist would be so happy, you know, it would be
Yeah.
for everybody.
I think this is the point that we're going to close down the discussion on. This is, I think, is a true statement. Reginald Roberts says Spotify knows the people complaining isn't the people who really support the platform on a large level, because we are not even aware, at least I have not read
Hmm.
the numbers of people that Joe Rogan has brought to Spotify. I'm
Right,
sure because of the pandemic, it was right in the middle of 2020, all those things. So
right.
his base came onto a platform, stock price went up, all that good stuff.
That's right.
So
That's
the
right.
people who are what they say, the largest barrel, empty barrel make the most noise. So
Yep,
it's
yep,
not
yep.
necessarily those who are invested in Spotify, or B, who are actual, folks who are committed to the Joe Rogan brand and enjoy his content, are not really the ones who are making all the noise now. So we'll see. We'll see. I agree, and I thank you for this observation.
Hmm.
We'll
Hmm.
see if that lasts. That's the thing. I think it would take his own base to, and which I don't think is going to happen,
I don't think
to
so.
start to make noise and to start to leave and take their dollars, or push that corporate interest to act according to
That's right. That's
community
right.
standards, if you will.
That's right.
I agree with you. I think a lot of this is coming from external sources, and we've discussed, for whatever reasons, who
Yes.
benefits if he is kicked off. Who benefits is the big question. So thank you, Reginald. I'm so sorry, the non-lawyer. If you can't cam up, I can't bring you up. I'm so sorry. These parameters about people not trolling. I know you're probably not a troll, but if you can't even back in the back show me your face, I'm so sorry. I'm only bringing up people that at least show me their face and cam up, so I know it's not a troll. I apologize. I hope you can come back next time. If you have any final comments, spam them. I'll bring them up. Big time drum. Thank you so much, JB, Jonathan Barronville, with the super chat. Thank you very, very much for supporting my content. I appreciate you. You're welcome here anytime if you want to add to the. Oh, look at this. Asking ye shall receive. In the back, the one and only Jonathan Barronville.
uh,
Wagwan, how are you?
I'm doing well, Suzette. How you doing?
A pleasure. First time on my platform. Thank you for being
I know. I
here.
just realized it is. I be ninja watching. I be
Oh, you
ninja watching.
do?
But
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
what's
I
going on,
know.
JB?
How you
Go
doing, sir?
ahead. Yeah,
All
sorry. Go
right.
ahead, a big time drum. You can say your greeting. Sorry.
No, I already say hey to JB.
I know that's your people. So yes, Jonathan Barronville, I don't know where I heard you talk about, probably on Gaston's World. I believe about Joe Rogan, and that you are a Joe Rogan fan. I don't want to know if I won't put words in your mouth, but
Yeah,
how would you characterize
yeah.
yourself?
I think that's fair. Yes, I am a fan of Joe Rogan. I like what he does.
Okay, and what are your thoughts on the current state of affairs?
Okay, so generally speaking, I'm not a big fan of cancel culture, right? And so I think people should have their platforms to say what they want to say, and doesn't mean you're going to agree with it. And in fact, it might even upset you, because I think that's the only way that the conversation will progress, right? I think it's actually very sad, actually, these days, where you see grown adults actually can't even have a conversation on things that they happen to disagree on. So, and so we're so driven by emotions that people can't even just think, okay, like, let me try to shut down this argument logically or this point logically, rather than just react based on my emotions or words and stuff like that. So to me personally, I don't think, I really do think it would take a lot for me to like co-sign any type of cancellation. I think there are obviously there's limits, right? I'm not saying there's no like, boundaries or no lines that can't be crossed, but I think it's too easy these days to just say, oh, so and so can't do this, and you do this, and we're gonna cancel you, etc. And with Joe Rogan in particular, the moment I saw the montage, I already knew, okay, this is a targeted thing, because that's what people do. People tend to, when people have something against you, they're looking for confirmation bias, right? And so the confirmation bias in this case is, so anybody who didn't like Joe Rogan, didn't like his perspectives, they find a video that has a bunch of clips of him saying a word out of context, and immediately, there you go. That's the smoking gun. And I don't think, actually intelligent people don't look at stuff like that and say, oh, wow, he's terrible. I watched that montage. I'm like, okay, this looks bad. I can admit that this looks bad, but let me actually go listen to the context of each one of those little tiny bits where he said those words. Right. I think in particular, when he made the Planet of the Apes comment, that was very out of pocket.
It was rough.
It was very rough. It was very bad. And to the point where if you actually listen to the full clip of where he actually made that, right after he said it, if you actually go and look, I don't, because I came in a little late, so I don't know what you showed, but
no,
right after he said it,
he said that was racist. I saw that
exactly.
Part. Yeah, he was like,
so he acknowledged it himself that he could see that, okay, this is, but I think just allowing people to speak freely, I think is actually important, because let's say, for example, people like he might have not letting somebody speak freely doesn't even give them the opportunity to be held accountable, if that makes sense, right? So like, let's say, for example, somebody has a thought, but they're so afraid of cancel culture, now you just never hear it. But does that mean that it changes their mindset? Whereas just allowing people to speak freely, I think helps. But overall, anyway, I don't want to just ramble. Overall, personally, I don't feel any type of way about Joe Rogan, to be honest with you. To be completely honest, I don't feel any type of way about it.
The N-word video didn't throw you? None of that? You were
really.
like out of context? Yeah.
Because I have my own context, my own feelings about the whole N-word thing anyway, right? So I have mixed feelings about it, right? Like I can understand the narrative that like white folks should just never say it, right? But then I think there's a certain level of hypocrisy given, the things that Black people will openly say about other races of people, not just white people, right? And we never want to have that conversation because it makes us uncomfortable. Like Black people never want to have that conversation over just the words that I hear Black people say regularly about other races of people. And so are we really, and they'll say, well, the N-word carries a higher, much more weight, which I understand. But does that make it okay for us to make other comments about other races of people, right? And so I think it's just a tricky thing. And I can't just listen to somebody say one word or whatnot and just say they're racist because of that. I have to look at like their overall actions and how do they treat people? How do they, what was the motive around that? Like you may make a comment that's inappropriate, but you were just trying to be funny. It's still inappropriate, but it doesn't mean you're racist. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it's.
Well, I agree with you.
That's my perspective on it.
And just because you also, and I add, I'll add just piggybacking, because I think about it, even some of the people who I admire and this is a little non sequitur, but like in the personal development space, I listen to a lot of older white guys from the Zig Ziglar era to Napoleon Hill and these people, and they were also men of their time. So it's not to excuse their behaviors. I don't know what they said around their dinner table. You know what I'm saying? When I think about some of these people, but truth is still truth. And you can still learn and gain from people, even though they are quite imperfect, or they may have, some degree of, what should I say, not understanding the full implication of, what they say and how it is interpreted by others. So I'm not excusing him. I'm not saying that I think it's justifiable. I understand that he has, especially when it was his platform only, the right to run his show the way he thought it should be run. But I did clarify that none of the N-word uses was like a slur thrown at somebody. It was in a title, it was in a song, it was a part of like describing the art, or however that person he was talking about it used it. So that is a big clarification. But there are people that are going to say it's never okay, and because he used it at all, it deserves to be addressed in a most severe way.
Well, Suzette, here's the thing, right? The people who may say that, I would have no problems with them, right? The problem I have is with the person that created that montage in the first place. You know what I'm saying? Because people like that, there's a whole business, in my opinion, the whole thing around taking things that people say out of context. And I think it's like it's one thing when trolls do certain things, you know what I'm saying? It's another thing when like when people who are intelligent, when they're, because that tells you their motives, right? Like if you take something, because if you really want to, again, if you want to hold Joe Rogan accountable, hold him accountable, but show the full clip, right? Show us the entire context of what he said it. Maybe he still should have not said the word, but at least we get to see the full clip. But if you just, but you know, because quite frankly, actually, if you actually get on behind camera, right, behind the camera, and you do it enough, anybody can be clipped up.
Exactly.
Frank, if we're being, if we're like, anybody can be clipped up, like especially in this case where it's just one word.
Yes.
I could clip you up, Suzette. I could find so many ways to clip up random words you said, and just said, look at what she said. I could put them together, make it seem like you said something, you know. And also, just as a side note, by the way, one thing that I think is going to make this type of thing scarier moving forward is, I don't know if you know about deep fakes. You've heard about that.
They can make your face, your actual face, look like you said something. Absolutely. That's scary.
So that's going to make things a little bit, you know, worse, because then, you know, individuals like that who are just looking to clip things, they're going to then not just, they don't even need to clip at that point, because at that point they just put words in your mouth.
Make it up.
And not only
all
that,
they need is the image.
That's
they can not only do the visual but also the audio, by the way. I don't know if you know that, but they like somebody, you can actually train
replicate your voice.
Yes, you can actually you can do that right now. You can do that right now. So you can actually train an algorithm to say things you've never said. I have enough content. If you have enough content right now on YouTube, I could just download it all, extract the audio sources, and train an algorithm right now to understand your voice, and then it say things that you've never said before based on the tone of your voice when you say certain words, when you say certain vowels, etc. So that's actually already doable right now. What I just said. That's already doable right now. So
listen, we run a risk once we turn on a mic and a camera. We run a risk.
Right.
It's a very difficult what should I say, time to be a public commentator. Like, as long as you have an opinion, people gonna have a problem with it. And there used to be a time where people could have a difference of opinion and respectfully disagree. But now it's you know, it can be very vicious, and it can be used, like someone who made that montage had a very, you know, to me, nefarious intention. It wasn't because they all of a sudden, you know, oh, I just noticed that he uses the N-word. No, it was, let me get this put together in a way so that especially marginalized folks, people of color, Black folks see it. It's going to be like, what? Who is this Joe Rogan? Let me Google. Let me figure this out.
Suzette, real quick, right? What you just said there is very important, because this is why, you know, I talk about this a lot, even, you know, on my side, on my show. Like, one of the things that a lot of people know about Black people is that Black people, especially in this country, are very emotional. And this is why I talk a lot about trying to get Black people to think more logically and stop like just living in their emotions and running on emotions, right? Because I saw that clip, I'm like, yeah, that looks bad. But there's no part of me that was like, oh my God, and I'm pissed. I want to, like, it's not because it doesn't look bad. It's because you have to be able to, like, not just be stoic, but I'm saying being able to not just live in your emotions. And I think, again, a lot of people know that. They know if I put this video out there, a lot of Black people are going to watch this and they're going to just get all up in their feelings. Oh, this guy's racist. And it's the same thing as the Trump effect. And this is why, you know, Black people, you know, have issues when it comes to, you know, having political power. I mean, I don't want to go down my whole rant.
No, I know what you're saying. What you're saying, and I think it was Wealth Engineering that brought that up earlier in this conversation, was like, why would they make this particular clip? This is, you know, the holy grail of words. And if they can't get someone out, it's usually, you know, prudent, if that's your goal, to utilize or to somehow craft a narrative where they're attacking a highly marginalized group. That is a very skillful tactic that has been used to silence people. So I'm not saying that I agree with his usage. I just don't want you to say it, period. That's my stance. But I'll respect your attempt to, you know, explain not you, but I'm thinking Joe Rogan, why he did what he did, even though he feels very different now. I answered this, Mr. Barronville. Wealth Engineering heard me talking about him. Here we go. What do we get? Is there any benefit? And I know you're a Joe Rogan fan, so I want to understand maybe also your opinion, Mr. Big Time Drum. Sure. What would we get if Joe Rogan is canceled? Does it make us wealthier, or does CNN win back their market shares? What say you?
let me answer this real quick because I think it would have the opposite effect. So one of the reasons why I'm a fan of Joe Rogan's show is because, and I've stated this a lot. Like I despise echo chambers, right? Like literally, like I despise echo chambers. If you look in my circle of friends, I have friends who are all the way from, I used to be, I've said this before, like I used to be a far leftist. I used to be a socialist, right? Marxist Leninist. And I have friends who are still on that side, right? Who are still socialists, and they look at me as a sellout, but we're still able to have conversations, whatever, right? And then I have people all the way from the far left, all the way onto the right, right? And the reason why is because I think a big part of growth, a big part of being an intellectual, being smart, etc., is having diverse perspectives, is having understanding of, even the person that you may consider your political enemy, you probably want to understand them rather than shut them down. You want to understand how they think, how they process, how they move, right? But a lot of what we do today is we try to just shut people down, which is to me, it's foolish because you don't actually get to understand them. Yeah. So as a result, I think for me, one of the reasons I became a huge fan of Joe Rogan is just the diverse types of conversations I would hear on this platform. Like one day, I tune in and it's about, sleep science. Then the next day it's about like, it's some guy, in his conspiracy theories. And I may just sit there and laugh the entire show on one day. And then the next day I'm like, wow, this was very informational. Right. And so just all the diverse perspectives that you're getting, the different backgrounds, the different ethnic backgrounds, the different just people coming in. And to me, that is very powerful. Like I like that. So again, it's kind of, to me, it's kind of sad that people would look at his platform and say, oh, just because I don't like this content, he should be canceled, or because I don't like this, instead of seeing this is a treasure trove of diverse of content, of like just diverse backgrounds and diverse, you know what I'm saying? Like diverse content. To me, it's a treasure trove. Like Joe Rogan's content is a treasure trove to me because there's just so many characters that have come on it. And some of it, like, I completely disagree with damn near everything they said, but I wanted to hear it. I found it informational. You know what I'm saying? Like
I secretly listen to a lot of conservative stuff when I'm ready, when I'm in that mode. You have to understand what other people think. You have to. And I think we do get trapped thanks to the algorithm, thanks to our circles. If we are not, like you're saying, diversifying who we're hearing from, we can be, as you call it, in the echo chamber and not even realize it. So I think what you're saying is right. Even if we disagree with his guests or some of his guests, I'm not talking about the people that have been criticized for really like giving misinformation, if you will, from a medical perspective. People will say that's socially irresponsible. Others will say that also should be offered as a difference of opinion. The problem is the establishment will argue that, there are people in our society that can't distinguish between what is so.
You should feel insulted. You should feel insulted if they tell you that.
But
you should feel insulted.
Jonathan, some people
that's basically telling you that you don't have the
Jonathan. I'm not saying that's us here. I'm not saying anything like that. But I have met people who have difficulty distinguishing between fact and fiction.
That's right.
They're vulnerable people in our society. You know what I mean? But that's not I hear what you're saying, but we should be insulted that we can't make our own decisions. But we have folks that I think are easily, I don't want to say easily misled, but there are degrees to this thing, right? There are people who are highly educated and just like, let me get whatever, not even I'm talking about paper on as far as degrees. I'm talking about read, listen, critique, critical think, and do the things that are hopefully what most of us are learning to do with information that we receive, not just receive it and say, oh, okay, that's what it is. No, but we are not teaching critical thinking skills. We have a lower rate of graduation and all kinds of stuff. And even highly degreed people can't think sometimes for themselves. So I'm not saying it's a matter of, whether you went to college or anything like that. But point is, there are a lot of folks that don't distinguish between what is journalism and what is entertainment. And I think that was one of the biggest qualms, anyway, that has been brought up, that with this type of responsibility or with this size platform comes that type of responsibility, because there are so many, in between on this spectrum that really can tell this is entertainment or edutainment or whatever he's putting forth at that, moment in that particular show. But then there are other people that's going to drink bleach. You understand what I'm saying? Like it's there's a spectrum. So trying to protect the most vulnerable, maybe some would argue, is worth it. I don't know. Everybody's gonna have a different opinion on that.
That's right. That's right.
But Suzette, well, I know Big Time Drum has to go. So do you mind if I make this point?
No, you can make some points. I'm good. You up here, sir. Go ahead.
So I guess the question I have with that, because you make a good point, right? But the question I have becomes, where do you draw the line, right? And the reason I ask this is because off of Joe Rogan's show alone, I could probably off the top think of like 6 different books that I've bought and read just off of characters that came on this show, right? And these books have like so many different topics. You know, I'm talking about everything from, you know, sleep science through there was one lady who came in, she talked about, you know, damn, what's her name? Her Weiss, something that Weiss, and she came and she talked about like, you know, kids, you know, becoming transitioning, you know, on the LGBTQ side of things, and whatnot, and it's like I end up learning a lot, right? But that the last topic I just mentioned, no one's touching it, right?
Oh no,
This lady, like
we're
when she
all
came on his
afraid.
show,
People are
no
afraid.
one's touching it,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But it was such an incredibly important topic. You know, I went and I read the book, and I went and I listened to her whole interview, and then she came back and I listened to that one. And it's actually an incredibly important topic, but no one's touching it. And so I think you do need, I think it was Dr. Jordan Peterson who said this, right? In order to be able to think, you have to risk being offensive, right? So you do need platforms where people are willing to have the conversation that may be controversial, maybe even is deemed misinformation, right? And then we need to just, I think the onus should be on us to build a society where people are smarter and able to, like, you know, are smart and able to dissect the information and know, okay, this is good, this is bad, right? Joe Rogan has had people on his show who are flat earthers, right? Like, obviously, I know I know the world is not flat, right? Like, I know that, right? So it's like,
but you have people that's preaching that it is, and they believe it, and they out here acting like, oh, you know, hey, Andre, nice to see you. Can I show your face? You're good. You ain't running for the feds, is you? No, just kidding. How are you? Welcome to the convo. You in the dark though? I wasn't sure. I was like, where are you, man?
I'm just in the car. That's all it is.
How are you? I'm sorry for interrupting, Jonathan. Well. I was looking at
I seen the feds
pulling up. I didn't know what I
was. And I think Mike had to go anyway. I think Mike had to go next.
Mike, if you have to drop down, you tell me.
I'm good. Actually, I wanted to ask JB a question.
Oh, go ahead, and then Mr. Terry. Okay, welcome.
So, JB, here's my question. Now, what line do you think going forward with Spotify that you think they need to draw to set the example to say, this is acceptable, this is not acceptable? Because clearly, as you could see with what happened with Whoopi, ABC drew the line. Clearly, as you could see here on YouTube, they have a line that they've drawn. So obviously with Spotify, it appears that they haven't quite defined what that line is. So I'm asking you, what line do you think they should draw moving forward?
I'm gonna just give you my honest, raw answer.
That's fine.
I don't think they should draw any lines, and the reason why is it's probably very biased, right? So I'm admitting up front that my answer on this is probably very biased, because I don't want to see cancel culture win, right? And we've seen too many instances of cancel culture winning, and so for me, like, I just honestly just don't want to see this, because this type of stuff, it sets a precedence, right? Like, they tend to set precedences, and when people just think, like, you know, we're shutting down, like, what you have to understand is that we're just shutting down people's ability to have discussions or to say things that you may not even like, right? Things that may offend you is not the way forward, because it doesn't actually help us, right? Like, at the end of the day, I think I would rather see a society where people are able to have uncomfortable conversations, right? And are able to actually have conversations where, like, I've had conversations with people that I felt like, yo, this actually offends me, right? But for me, like, I'd rather be able to have that conversation with that person than cancel them. You know, and so I'd straight up, I'd rather be, I don't care what race you are, I don't care. And I find those tend to be more productive. You know what I'm saying? Like, even, and I know I'll probably get some crap for saying this, right? But even like some of my white friends, okay? I've had, you know, some of my white friends, like, straight up, like, because they know that Jonathan's not going to cancel me, right? Jonathan's not going to admit certain things or say certain things, right? But guess what that does? Like, things that they would never say around any other person. Now, some black people will hear me say this and say, oh, you sold out. You must be a, you know, COON, whatever. But what they don't understand, what actually happens in those interactions with me, is that I'm still going to check it. right? But I'm not gonna check it by getting all up in my feelings and like, you know, and calling them racist. Instead, I'm gonna just say, hey, why'd you say that? You know, do you understand like how that came across? And let's have the conversation. And now we can have the conversation, and they don't feel immediately on the defensive and that they have to find every reason to justify and whatnot. Instead, they just, and I learned so much, one, on my end, I get to learn their perspective that brought them to the point where they felt like I should say this, right? Or that was appropriate. And then I get to tell them why it's not appropriate. And we actually we come to an end result that's much better because they actually learned something. They didn't just feel silenced. They didn't just feel like somebody was trying to take their rights away to speak. They don't just feel like, you know, you just putting a label on them. Instead, they learn something. To me, that's like that's a net positive. Like you learn something, I learned something, we move forward. Like no one feels attacked. I'm not in my emotions, you're not in yours. I would rather that than just every time somebody says something you don't like, it's almost like every day I feel like we're finding all these new labels to just apply to people, you know? And then the more we say these words, the less meaning they tend to have. Like these days, if I hear somebody say somebody's racist, I feel like I put such a low weight on it because the word is so used, it's overused, that I'm like, yeah, they probably just said something you didn't like and you just called them racist. They probably just said something you didn't like and they're white and so therefore they're racist, right? I would rather if the word still had weight. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather if the word still had weight, that when I hear you say that, I'm like, oh, this person must have really messed up. You get what I'm saying? So to
I
me,
get you. I get you.
that's my answer to that is I don't think Spotify should draw the line. I don't think they should
So
kick them off.
here's
I think
another.
they should just let these artists who are in their feelings, let them, you know, leave, let them take their art away and go put it somewhere else. And quite frankly, it's just for show, right? Because if we're being honest, they're gonna come back. They need that bread, right? They can complain all day. They need that money. They're gonna come
That's
back. If
debate.
Spotify holds out, they're gonna come back.
That's
Before you do
debatable.
big time drum, let me get to our two new gentlemen. First time up, I see you, Mr. Andre, and I see you just talking ish. He did me the pleasure of letting me at least see his face before he disappeared there. Welcome to both of you guys. How y'all doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me. It's my second time actually back on the stream. It's been a while since I've been back on here.
You
I
was
don't
on
know
my
if you.
stream?
Yeah, I was on your stream before.
Okay, welcome back.
And I was driving, and TLA was like, Andre about to die.
Oh, yes. Nice to see you. What are your thoughts on the Joe Rogan possible cancellation? Should he be canceled? What are your thoughts?
I don't think he should be canceled. What I think should happen is they should have some kind of forum where he even does his podcast and other people, whoever he's talking about, have them on the next stream and have them talk face to face about what he said and his stance and why did he do the things the way he do. Because I think people act differently when they're face to face with somebody. They don't have that same kind of energy. And if they do, then that point, you know, Spotify should do what's necessary for their platform, whatever they deem as their values, their morals, and their guidelines, whatever they stand for. Then they should do something. But I don't think canceling people. I think it's just stupid. Like how you can't cancel a person.
You can cancel from Spotify, but his pockets won't be canceled. Thankfully, he has that power to where if they do, no, they gonna lose. He's gonna be okay because all the money gonna come to him directly. If he continues with his podcast and his art. Interesting. So you're saying, heck no, this doesn't even make sense. Appreciate you pulling over. I see you bus in the background. I don't know where you at.
I'm just
I love it.
on my block.
I'm gonna go over. Thank you to Matt V Tech Type R for that super sticker. No comment, just love. Thank you for showing support of content like this. I appreciate you so very much. I'm gonna go over to Just Talking Ish. How are you?
Hey, how you doing today?
Appreciate you being here, sir. What are your thoughts on the topic?
Well, I'm a little conflicted. I'm because I know the true reason why they want to cancel is not because of these the N-word use. It's because of, you know, what he's saying about the vaccine, whether it's true or not.
The jab. Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, the jab.
It's okay. It's okay.
So that's the reason. But I do disagree with a lot that was being said while I was watching, just for the simple fact that Joe Rogan, he's been in the industry for decades now. And you don't stay in the industry that long without playing the game that everyone plays in the industry. Now, with that being said, I don't believe that if he sit down and have a forum and talk about the issues, I mean, he has the gift of gab. That's why he has the platform he has. That's why he has the audience that he has. So I'm pretty sure he's intelligent enough to not say the wrong thing when it comes to that time to have a conversation. Me, I'm more of a your past and your reputation says a lot. And if it's like I looked at the clip and I noticed it was different hairstyles in there, different beards. It was
when he had hair.
Exactly. So what it tells me is that this been going on for well over 10, 12 years. So like going to school and dealing with, white people like that and stuff, like they're smart enough not to say the backwoods racist comments and stuff like, boy, it is. But they do know how to intelligently say it without, saying they're out there. What's the word I'm looking for? They're out there sending a signal out to those.
No, they know the dog whistle. The dog
exactly.
whistle. Because I agree with JB on that point. If you push people into the dark, they still gonna have those opinions. You're just not gonna know it. I'd rather you be directly biased or racist in my face. So at least I can know where you at. At least I can see you coming. At least I can address or even try to have some dialogue with you. But when you have people with all these hidden feelings that they don't get to express, it's very dangerous. Go ahead, sir. Sorry for interrupting.
And you hit it right on the head. It's hidden feelings, because that's exactly what it is. I have more respect for him if he would have just stand on the square like, yeah, that's what I said. This is how I feel. The whole, it was taken out of context and that's not a word that I'm from that community that I get to use and stuff. Well, if you knew all of this, you were bold enough to go not say it just amongst your friends at a party or something like that. You went on a national syndicated podcast that's picked up by one of the biggest platforms there is for podcasts. So whether you take him off of Spotify, he'll just find somewhere else to go and get another bag and continue the same thing.
So you're saying that there are ways in which, coded language, etc., is going to make its way through. And no matter if you try to cover it up, cancel it, whatever, it's going to find a place. So were you offended by his N-word montage? Were you one that looked at it and was like, oh my gosh, or do you think it was very well targeted so that certain groups or certain, communities would have a reaction to it?
I mean, let's just be real. The people that would be offended by that, I don't think they're watching Joe Rogan on the regular to even know that he would say things like that, or he's known for saying things like that. Like one of the like JB was saying, he brings a lot of diverse variety of different point of views onto the show and allow them to speak for hours at a time about whether you agree with it or disagree with it. He allows them to speak on it. I can't disagree with that. What I would say is, why can't we have our own Joe Rogan? Because anytime we have if we were to have our own Joe Rogan, he wouldn't be as big as Joe Rogan. Nobody would put a black man on a platform that would say things about the white race or any other race. Because
anything controversial. As
soon as they say something, I mean, look at Whoopi right now.
That's what we just canceled. And
she been in the game since what, the early 80s?
Yes.
And she been proving that she's with the. She been.
You came on a little bit late. We talked about that she is a liberal, and I asked the question, and I asked Sir Hale Speaks. He didn't want to answer it, but I'll be curious if anybody else on here. Not that he didn't want to answer it. He was being politically correct. Do you think it's liberals canceling liberals? Because to me, Whoopi has proven herself to be a part of, the mainstream liberal ideology. So do you think in her case, and this is just a quick sidebar, it was about maybe a conservative conspiracy, some people have said, and then liberals jump onto it, or a conservative, undertow of making it a issue, and then liberals are like, oh wait, we have to hold everyone accountable at the same time? Do you think it's political? Even with Joe Rogan, do you think there's any kind of like a political leaning that either they have or don't have that kind of starts to snowball? Do you think there's like political allyship or not, or non-ally, not, or enemies, I guess is the best way to say it? What I'm saying is, who you think is trying to quote hold accountable both a Whoopi and a Joe Rogan? Is it the liberal thinking or leaning media?
Yes. Honestly, I think this is like a bipartisan
you think it's equal opportunity?
Yes, I think it's from both sides, because yes, the conservatives have their beliefs, yes, the liberals have their beliefs, but it's certain things that they can agree upon having different ideology that we just can't let that type of rhetoric get out, especially with someone as big as 𝙒𝘼𝙏𝘾 and on the big platform that she is. Like, whether you're conservative or liberal, the fact that she was pointing out, because basically what she was saying is that was
well, don't
white
say
and
it
white
here.
crime.
Don't say here. Don't say here. Don't say here. Don't say here because I don't want to get demonetized. But I understand
what you were saying. We got what you was saying.
You got. I don't mean to cut you off. I apologize already in advance.
Oh,
well,
understood.
YouTube is also my boss.
Hey, understood.
So free speech ain't so free.
So
sorry.
I think it's definitely more so on the liberal side for sure.
You think
because I mean, just on the left, period. The left, I think the left are the ones who really push the canceling thing. I'm not saying people on the right don't try to do it. I think the people on the right, they're more so in terms of, back channel power kind of things. People on the left are the ones who are just very loud about trying to cancel people and whatnot. And don't think that the left is just, people who are not in the small hat community, right? So, because there are tons of people who are in the small hat community who are also on the left. But I think it's a leftist thing to try to cancel people and the whole deplatforming thing. So yeah, and Suzette, I wanted to just kind of give you a quick example, right?
Yes,
that I thought about, right? So I used to have locks up until very recently. I had locks, right? I've some people have seen them, but I cut them off like a few months back. Okay, so I had like full grown locks that kind of actually looked like Chief Keef. But anyway, and I'm a software engineer, and I remember so one of my colleagues, okay, white colleague, young dude, he's a little bit younger than me. I remember we were having a conversation one time, and he admitted something to me, right? And this is going to be one of those things where I'm glad that he could actually admit that to me. We could have a conversation about it rather than him feeling like he had to hold that in. Because I'm going to show you, I'm going to give you I'm going to kind of share that right now. So one of the things he told me was that when, so we were working at the same company, and he told me that when I had joined the team, he had assumed that just because of my appearance that I was basically kind of just a diversity hire kind of thing, and that I didn't really deserve to be in that position. And he had he was telling me this in a way to say he said what really changed his perspective was when he started seeing my work, and he started seeing my my code, my pull requests, and anybody who's in software knows what I'm talking about, like and whatnot. And he started seeing my code and my pull requests and just when they were doing code reviews, etc. And he's like, that really made him challenge himself, because he was thinking like, this guy doesn't belong here. But then he's actually started realizing, hey, he's actually competent, because I'm actually good at what I do. And so we had a conversation about it. But the reason that he felt comfortable, first of all, to say that is because, we had started, kind of building a little friendship and going out after hours, etc. And I remember that conversation actually was so insightful for me, right? Because I got to understand why he felt that way. And the fact that, this dude admitted to me that he hadn't really met, like, think about what I'm about to say, because to me, that's actually so crazy. But then to realize there are people like that out there. He hadn't actually met, like actually had a real true interaction, not met, but had a real true interaction with a Black person up until his college years.
That's actually pretty common.
Like up until his college years, he had never really interacted with a Black person. He had really just mostly seen them on TV and shit like that. And so for me, like having that, like it kind of blew my mind, but I knew he was actually telling the truth. And he was basically trying to share with me like how I kind of changed his perspective on a lot of things when he realized like how, from my work, but also seeing how, I wasn't quick to like label him at because he would say things that are like that everybody else would have labeled him racist for. But I just saw it as like, this is quite insensitive. But it wasn't, I could tell that his intentions were not, you know what I'm saying? Because I think intentions matter. They really matter. And I could tell that he wasn't intending in that way, but it definitely came off really bad, right?
Hey,
and
JB, I got a quick question for you, though.
It'd be those little things.
Let him finish,
instead,
and then go ahead.
I would have the conversation with him, and I would make sure I check him on it. I don't just let it slide, but I'd have the conversation and tell him, what you said earlier, like even if it's not like in the workplace, I'll be like, when you said that, I don't know if you realize it, but here's what it is. And we had the conversation, and he basically shared with me that helped him improve. So to me, I don't care what anybody says. I'd rather that outcome than this guy having those feelings and never being able to say it, and never being able to talk about it, and just feeling like if he says anything, people are going to call him racist, because those tend to be a lot of the people that are just extremely silent, never say anything, right? But really have certain actual thoughts. And that's where a lot of times people do, even if they weren't full-blown racist, they do become full-blown racist. So I don't know. Personally, I stand on that, on that, where I'd rather people have the ability to speak, even if it offends you. Okay, we're grown, especially if you're a grown adult. Like, get over it. Like, I'm tired of like grown adults not being able to be offended. Like, it's fine. You'll wake up the next day, you'll be fine, right? At a minimum, just try to have the conversation.
Yeah, great example. Who was asking? Just Talking Ish? Were you asking a question?
Yes, because he
Go
brought
ahead.
up a point that I find myself talking to a lot of brothers and sisters about, which is you said that this gentleman didn't have an interaction with a black person until their college years, right?
Yes, yes.
And what I've come to find out was that's not that's pretty normal right there, because there's a lot of white people that doesn't have these interactions with black people until they leave their house, till they go out into the world. So my question would be, not just for you, but to other black people as well. How do we expect white people to do the things that we ask them to do or talk about when it comes to racism if they haven't had any interaction with us until they're damn near 20, or they don't know anything about our history or our culture until they work with a guy well into their adult years? Like, what's your response to that? Like, what can we do to like help with that?
Grace. Oh, go ahead, Suzette, my bad.
Oh, no, and I'm going to let everybody, Andre, I see you probably want to chime in, but I think especially now when we're in a climate that is talking about what can be taught to people, and giving states and local school boards and parents the ability to say, like for where I live here in Florida, you know, they are literally, it blows my mind that they're proposing a bill that would, or the governor is encouraging several lawmakers to work on a bill that would allow parents to sue school boards if their child is offended or if there's discomfort while talking about race and the past. I think with us, we have to really pay attention and run for school board and be involved in the political process, such that when issues, key issues like what is being taught in terms of history in schools in Texas, I know it's being challenged as well. I think it might be like 6 states now where lawmakers are talking about regulating material that's taught so that if it offends, pretty much the implication is white children, it can't be taught. So I think especially when it comes to like now these issues are being raised in terms of how we are advocating, lobbying, if you want to call it, you know, calling our senators, running for office ourselves, or whatever we need to do so that history can be taught in its fullness. I know for me, one of the key issues that I see on the rise right now is how and what is being taught in schools. So I think that might be a clear space or a clear rallying cry we can all have in terms of, if we don't even get to learn the same history, or, you know, when I go home, my parents taught me Black history and taught me world history in a sense that is, you know, through a different lens than what I learned at school. So if I'm only getting it at my home, we've lost. So I think one of the parts that we can hopefully have an impact on is where if in your state education is being brought forth as far as regulating what books. They're trying to take out books written by Black authors that have, you know, certain themes and stuff out of the school libraries and off of curriculums, out of curriculum. So I think that might be a space that we must pay attention to and work hard to make sure it's not just a month. That's one of my 2 cents. Were you going to add, Andre?
I was actually tapping on the chat. I saw it was.
Oh, you tapping on the chat? Okay.
But what I would say though is I think if something walks like a duck and it talks like a duck, 9 times out of 10 it's a duck. Like if you getting caught saying the N-word all these other times and you claiming not to be racist because you got Black friends, you got Black people over your house, whatever you want to equate it to, I still think you're wrong. And you can subconsciously be something and not even know you that thing. And you can just behave in ways that you think is normal, that's okay. And like I think he wants to be controversial, because let's be honest, if you're not controversial, nobody's going to watch you. Like, you got to have some kind of edge to you in order for people to gravitate to you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, otherwise, you're going to be Mr. Rogers and people will be falling asleep, and it's only going to be for a small sector of people.
Right.
But I personally think he is racist. Maybe he doesn't know he's racist because he thinks some of the things he thinks is probably normal, and he thinks it's okay because he gets away with it because he's Joe Rogan. He's got $100 million contract. But
were you here earlier when Dr. Thunder made a point that he doesn't think he's any more racist than the average guy on TV like him? That's what he said.
Yeah,
racist,
average white guy.
I'm not saying every white guy. No, not everyone.
Yeah, not all of them.
But that was Dr. Thunder's point. He was throwing in there that y'all might not know how a lot of people think. It's just that Joe Rogan says it out loud. So we can evaluate, or we can attempt to extrapolate, what he might, truly feel and believe based on what he said on. But again, he's an entertainer. He's a showman, as you pointed out. It's also about, being provocative, I think, to a certain degree.
Because correct me if I'm wrong, Jonathan, you listen to Joe Rogan. I hear Joe Rogan is the type of guy that's on the podcast. He'll read like an article or something, and if the N-word's in it, he's not going to blur it out. He's going to say it. He's going to read exactly what the quote is.
I think that's.
Can I chime in on that? But see, do you want to hear my real opinion on that? I think that's what he should do. Like, if he's reading somebody else's, I don't. Okay,
but
hold up, real quick.
Andre, hold on, let him respond to you first.
So Andre, hold up, right?
And then I'm gonna go get JC, the wise guy, involved. He's been up here and he hasn't said a word. Sorry, go ahead, Jonathan. Respond.
Yeah, so this is akin to like rappers, for example, knowing that the majority of the crowd is gonna be white, and then using the N-word repeatedly, and then expecting every white person who comes to their concerts to just bleep it out. That's foolishness. Like, to me, it's like you have to make up your mind, right? You have to make a decision. It's kind of like Kendrick did that one time, Kendrick Lamar, and I thought it was silly. It's very silly. You have the word, you're repeating it repeatedly. Then he even had a white girl pull up on his stage and had her sing his lyrics, and then when she said the N-word, he was pissed, and I'm like, what are you pissed? She's singing your lyrics. So if you're taking something, right, part of context is actually saying, what you're seeing. So if he's reading an article and it says it in it, then he's repeating exactly what's in the article, and that's what I think he should do. Now, and I disagree with your point about the controversy thing. I think it's less of a controversy thing and more of the moment you have a space, right? This is pretty much guaranteed to happen. The moment you have a space where diverse opinions are welcome. And truly welcome, not what people tend to say, but actually truly welcome, which Joe Rogan has proven at this point. You're gonna offend people, right? Because you're gonna constantly have opposing sides, right? Joe Rogan has had like full-blown socialists on his show, and then he's had full-blown guys that everybody in America considers outright, right? He's had both of them on his show. You know what I'm saying? And so he's had, transgender people. He'd had all these people, right? And so to say, like, it's not about the controversy, it's the fact that his very platform invites that, right? His very platform invites that in order to have this space. But for me, that's what makes that platform a treasure trove to me, is the fact that all these different characters are coming, even the people that I may not like, people that I disagree with, people I don't like politically. He's had all of them on his platform, and I'll still listen to them, right? Because I care about what they're saying, even if I disagree with them, right? I want to know what they're thinking. So that's my point, is that I don't think it's that he likes controversy. I think it's the fact that his very platform invites it.
But if his platform invites that, how could he not be controversy? It's like saying I hang with a bunch of thieves, but I'm not a thief. You're going to get caught up with the thieves.
Listen what Reginald says. That's all I'm saying. I'm sorry to interrupt. Reginald says Black people have forgotten what a real racist is if they think Joe Rogan is that. What say you, Andre? If you think, not saying you, but if Black people think Joe Rogan is the racist, we might have forgotten.
I think there's different levels to everything.
Exactly.
You might have a moderate racist and you might have an extreme racist. Everybody's not going to be on the same scale.
Yeah.
And I would also say that I lost my train of thought. Go ahead.
Is Joe Rogan's daughter half Black?
Not
or stepdaughter? I'm reading it in the chat. I don't know. Let me get JC, the wise guy, involved. JC, thanks for patiently waiting. Nice to see you. How are you?
I'm doing good, very good.
Fantastic. What are your thoughts on the topic?
Nice to see you. Before I start, I just want to say, hey, I'm happy to see you here. Everyone to the panel, JB, Big Mike, hello. Yes, so I wanted to start first with what just talking ish was saying earlier, asking what should we do, right? The way I see it is we should control our image, right? Because with our image, that's how we can influence others what they think about us, because that's the only thing we have in our control, right? But part of our image is also the words that comes from us, right?
Mm.
And that's exactly, I actually wanted to bring that point up before you, JB, but exactly, I agree with you from that perspective. If we are saying a word, and I know Big Mike knows what I'm talking about. I was told that because I live in Canada, there are certain things I should not even be speaking about. So again, I won't give my full thought about
Shout
it.
out to our Canadian diaspora, the
Ex-
diaspora in Canada.
Shout out, shout out. But all to say that if it's just, if we're looking at it just from logic perspective, and we got to remove emotion out of it, we're looking at being fair, we're looking at being impartial, right? If we're looking at it from that perspective, um, it's we have to control the way we use our words if we want to improve our image. Therefore, we can improve the perception worldwide, what people thinks about Black people globally, right? And from that perspective, when we bring it back to emotion, the last point I wanted to bring, because I actually I didn't want to say too long, but I wanted to bring that point up. And I think I did see a super chat from Wealth Engineering earlier today that talked about it earlier, and he was saying something like, "Hey, we have seen this in the past where it's kind of like the enemy knows our weakness. Our
Mm.
greatest strength is also our greatest weaknesses. And the fact that we have this deep emotional bond that we can relate with, and we can see, we can empathize in things on another level better than, actually, I believe we do that better than most race. Like, just go to a funeral and you understand exactly what I mean when you go to a Black community funeral versus like a white community funeral. Like, I know that very well.
We just
So
emotional people. I embrace that. I
exactly.
embrace that. Yeah.
And this is a strength, but it is all, it could be used also as our biggest weakness. The most recent example I can think of, and I've noticed this example happen many times, right? But the most example I can think of is some people use that into their advantage. Think of the election that happened recently, where the president would say, "Hey, if you don't do this, you ain't right." So come on. So they're using that to for their perspective, for their advantage. And what do we get out of it? So going back to that comment that I saw earlier, let's remove the emotion out of it and let's think of it from a logic perspective. What is being happening here? Are they actually using our emotion again so that we can limit free speech, so that we can attack freedom? And if and I see it as the US is the last stand when it comes to the fight for freedom. If this goes down, the entire world will lose freedom, the entire world. So this is what's being happening right now, and that shows us also how powerful we are in the world, because it's kind of like we're holding that last rope right there for when it comes to freedom, and we're being attacked by our greatest strength, which is our emotions. But we can flip that around and use that as fuel to start getting our freedom back and getting our wealth back. We need to ask ourselves, what's in it for us? Do we get wealthier if Joe Rogan get canceled, or does CNN gets wealthier because they can now get their market share, which in turn control the narrative, which in turns limit free speech, right? So now it's a fight for freedom that's been happening. We got to see the bigger picture and control our emotion and channel it in the right direction. I think that is the most powerful we can do collectively, and that's what I wanted to bring to the discussion.
Now,
Well
quick
said.
question for you, JC,
Yeah.
because I hear you saying that you take emotion out of it. Let's think logically and let's better our image. So my question to you logically is, what platform and what outlet us as Black people we can use of our own to better our image?
Look, this is a great question, because just by asking the question, you open your mind to start looking for a solution. We can start using YouTube just like we're doing it right now, right? We can, yeah, I don't want to brag. You can start putting a picture next to your white Benz and change the perception slowly. And later, right, we can consult with people like JB, who has connection with the software world, and maybe we can put money together and build our own platform, right? Why not having our own version of YouTube, our own version of Twitter, our own black internet?
And I hear you 100% on that. Now, when you saying we can use YouTube, just a few moments ago, I couldn't say a certain word because Suzette has YouTube bosses. And I hear what you're saying, that America is the last, stand of freedom. If they fall, then the whole world is, doomed for freedom. And I actually believe, being a man that's born in America, a black man born in America, it's a facade. We have more liberties than other countries, don't get me wrong, but it's not truly free. And I know immigrants that traveled, that migrated to this country, and basically told me, like, within the first 3 to 5 years being in this country, I was lied to. I thought that it was something. I thought it was a real American dream, and it's not out there. Now, I'm not saying that you can't work hard or we can't get our own. But all I'm saying is, anytime we get together and put something together for our own, it's always attacked. And us as a people, we're not even united together to agree on certain things, on the right way to protest, or being on subject, whether we agree something should be done about an individual, whether they're saying something or not. Like, we as a people can't even agree on that. So all of that sounds great on paper, but if you actually apply it to the reality in the realm that we live in, it's just I'm not going to say it's impossible, but it's a very, very difficult task that people tried and lost their lives for.
I agree.
So I hear what you're saying. Like, we can go and post this picture, we can do that. But once you start saying something that's not aligned with their rhetoric
ideology,
or their talking points, they're Xing you. And case in point, go back to Whoopi Goldberg, point blank.
I got the answer for you, bro.
Go ahead.
All right. So this is actually gonna co-sign what you just said, JC, because I agree with you. So first thing I want to say is, I think you're wrong, brother. Just talking ish. I think you're wrong. I think this is why I want to see more black people travel, because as you travel the world and as you see different places, you start to realize how much we take for granted in America. America is exactly what JC just said, and and I live here, and I can tell you, like, there's actually no, in terms of like freedom of speech. I mean, I'm not saying America's perfect, obviously. I'm just saying America's the best you're gonna get when it comes to freedom of speech and all these things. Like, period. There's no comparison, right? So it's not a facade; it's reality. But to actually answer your question about the platform specifically, I guess it's already been revealed before, so I can share this here. Like, we are actually working on it. In fact, Bernard Riley, that's when I mentioned he's my business partner. That's one of the things that we're working on. We've been working on it we actually revealed it at the Manosphere meetup that we had in the fall. We revealed that we're working on something like that. So, and I've invested in it. So behind the scenes, we're actually working on exactly what you just said. And in fact, one of the first things that we decided to do was to take certain precautions so that we can't be deplatformed. Right. And there's so many avenues for people to deplatform you, including your ISP, like your internet service provider, data centers, all of that. So we've taken certain precautions from the jump to make sure that we can't be deplatformed, down to like how we get our IPs, etc. But that's a separate conversation. What I really wanted to say, though, is when you say that every time we build something, it gets destroyed. Unfortunately, it's not the white folks that I'm worried about destroying what we build. You know who I'm worried about?
Black folk.
Oh, you was waiting for an answer. I already knew what you were gonna say. Go ahead.
I'm worried about black people. That's what I'm worried about. Straight up. I'm not worried about white people trying to destroy what I'm working on. In fact, I already got white people ready to write me checks. Once we release the beta. Ready to write me checks to actually support, to actually, be investors in what we're building. Right.
And I agree with you 100%.
But I'm more worried about black people trying to tear it down. And this is something that I know personally. I don't want to bring other things to Suzette's platform here, but JC knows what I'm talking about, right? Anyway.
Big Mike knows.
Hold on. Before we go down that road, I will also just interject. I think Roland Martin is trying to do the similar thing in terms of a news platform. The Black Star Network is a network he's also launched. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Roland Martin. He used to be on CNN back in the day. He is basically now on YouTube. Was on YouTube exclusively, Roland Martin Unfiltered, Black news unapologetically from a Black lens. And now he has, I think, seen the same issue. We don't own it. So he has launched the Black Star Network, fully funded by
Preach.
his audience,
It's
so
not the
that he
same
can.
thing though.
It's not. Tell
No,
me
the
why.
reason why it's not is because Roland Martins is very biased, right?
What
So
do you
in
mean
that,
very biased?
because I mean Roland is a leftist, and I'm not saying that like in a bad way. I'm saying he's a
Oh, you're
leftist,
saying the
and
viewpoints allowed there won't be a plethora of viewpoints.
yes. So what we're building is we want it to specifically be like the platform where, you know, even the socialists can come on, even though I'm not a socialist anymore, and I'm
Right.
actually all on the opposite end as a conservative. I want anybody to be able to come on and say, and that actually brings a set of challenges. By the way, I could tell you all the challenges we've come across in terms of how we're going to deal with, you know, moderation and. But anyway, the point is that to me is a very important thing, that this doesn't just become like, I don't want this to just be a conservative space. I want it to be a
Right.
space where people, you know, have a
Can
platform where they're not,
disagree.
yeah,
That
they can
used to be the
disagree, they
public
can have,
square. I just wouldn't we think that is valuable as Americans? I'm talking about from our founding documents ethos. Wouldn't we want, people to be able to express truly what they feel, even if we disagree? And I think we're moving into a very dangerous space, as JC said, where you're trying to tell people how to think. I think it was in a super chat. Uh, it's dangerous. It's dangerous that if you don't think like the rest of the group, for majority of things, we don't even want you to be heard. I think the public will respond and either from an economic standpoint or whatever, help regulate what is acceptable if you're not or not in the marketplace. But just to not have anybody, I think about the shows. I guess it was like in the 80s and 90s when Oprah used to have like the KKK people and all this other stuff. You know what I mean? Like there, what if I even though it kind of like makes you feel very, very upset in those things, some of those were the best conversations, people in the audience responding to the folks who were right-wing extremists, if you will, and such. So I don't know if we don't have a space to do that. Again, the question becomes, what happens? What does the world look like? Are we retreating into our nice silos? Are we in our little corners, holding on to all kinds of beliefs that people don't really know and really can't help address because we don't know? It's interesting. That's interesting.
I have a
You're
question.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so this is to anyone in the panel who wants to respond. Okay. So let's just say, for hypothetical reason, on a whole level, that um, between 1 to 100%, right? That 90% of the world thought exactly like Jonathan Berenville, who seems to be pretty open for the most part as far as opinions and thoughts and yada 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 yada. And then the 10% is just completely on the left, right? So with that said, do you think that Joe Rogan would be at the top knowing that fact? Or do you think he would be, probably somewhere low in the bottom, or he would be middle ground? But do you think he would be at the top if everybody thought the same way?
I'm really trying to figure out like the question. What do you mean if like the 90, like if everybody thought like 90% thought like JB,
Correct.
would Joe Rogan have the same platform or be as big as is now if that was the case?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. In other words, would his numbers be as huge, or do you think it would be kind of middle ground? Because, in other words, everybody, in a sense, is kind of the echo chamber. The echo chamber.
I think that's a great question. Actually, I just realized what you're asking. I
I,
actually think that's a great
so
question.
you're saying, let me
Le-
clarify because I don't know if I follow big time.
I can answer.
And shout out to Urban Lady. Thank you for having this conversation. Thank you, sis, for being a part of it. Thank you very much for your super chat. So are you saying that if we were all open anyway, Joe Rogan wouldn't even be that popular? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm asking, do you think he would be or not?
Let me answer.
Okay, go ahead.
I think he would still be popular, maybe at not that extent, but I think Joe Rogan would still be a platform where we could understand where the 10% is coming from. And that right there, if the 90% thinks like JB, they believe in freedom, they believe in freedom of speech, then that's something they would welcome. So from that perspective, they will be actually, it would still be doing good in numbers, maybe not at that extent.
I think, first of all, I think JC is spot on. But just to add to what JC just said, I think the other thing that I don't want to miss out on is the fact that one of the things that makes Joe Rogan excellent is the fact that he's a good, really great moderator, but not just that. A lot of times what you see, so for example, the comment I just made about Roland, right? Roland has, and I saw somebody in the comments even mention that Roland has had conservative guests on. Here's the difference though. When Roland has, because I've watched Roland, you know, like
Oh,
again,
I watch him too, and
I
he be
watch
giving
people I
that, he be
disagree with,
bringing
like
that
I said,
fire.
right? I watch people I disagree with, so I watch Roland. But when he has conservative guests on, you can, a lot of times I can see that he has an ulterior motive, where his, like, it's
I would
almost
say
like,
this way: his posture changes.
correct. And
Absolutely.
the thing that's dope about Joe Rogan though is you watch him deal with very different guests, and in some positions you already know where Joe Rogan is because you've heard him say it, and yet even when he has the guest that you already know, oh, he disagrees with this guy, you don't feel like he's setting them up. You feel like he's actually just trying to have the conversation. And to me, that I think is a very valuable skill, right? It's a very valuable skill to be able to have the conversation where the person is disarmed, where they don't feel like they have to be they're just on the defensive and on the offensive, trying to figure out like, okay, how am I going to navigate this puzzle? Because it's just a conversation. So not everyone is capable of doing what Joe Rogan does. Is that ability to have people of varying perspectives and still, just have a conversation without them feeling like they're being attacked. The hardest I've seen Joe Rogan go on somebody was like with Sanjay Gupta, the doctor. Right? That's the hardest I've seen him go on anybody, and that was because he had been personally attacked. But other than that, he tends to have a really good conversation. So to me, I think that's actually what, even if everybody was more open or whatnot, I think what the true skill that Joe Rogan has is the fact that he can actually enable the conversation, and through, shout out to Greg Soul, because I just noticed this there, through the great questions that he asks, through how he moves the conversation forward and whatnot. And just one more quick point, right?
And I think I said that earlier before you were on, that I admire him as an interviewer. I really do.
Right.
Joe Rogan. But go ahead, sir.
Yeah, and with just one more quick point, there's another group of people. There's another show that I watch a lot. They used to be on The Hill. Now they're called Breaking Points. And they basically are these two, like Crystal and I always forget his name, but he's a conservative guy. He's more of like a populist conservative, and then you have Crystal, who to me she's a socialist, but anyway, but she's a leftist, right? And they have this show where they will like have these. It's called Breaking Points, and they'll have different guests on, but they'll touch on different topics, and they're able to be co-hosts on a show where they have very different perspectives on so many of these things. And Joe Rogan has had them on his show as well. And to me, it was so dope when he's had them on on his show at least a couple times, I think. And it's so dope. Cigar, yes, Cigar, yeah. It's so dope the way that he's able to transition between both of them and how they're able to. And so that's what I'm saying. It's just that, it's the same kind of thing. It's like you'll notice a pattern here. Like I tend to navigate towards those kind of platforms where I hear different perspectives, because I think that's the only way to grow. I think politically, just generally speaking, in terms of general knowledge, that's the only way to grow, is to know all the different perspectives, not just isolate yourself to only the things you care about, or only the things that you like, only the things that don't make you uncomfortable, only the things that, anyway. So that's, I just wanted to point that out, that I think, to me, that's what is the dopest about Joe Rogan, is his way of interviewing beyond.
Can I answer his question?
Yes,
as well?
go ahead.
Yeah, go for it.
I actually believe that he will be just as big as he is now, if not bigger. I believe if 90% thought like Jonathan, then he'll have his own network like Oprah, to be honest. Because
interesting, yeah,
he'll be saying what the majority wants to hear. And that's the society that we live in now. If your opinion is a part of the popular opinion, then you get uplifted. You see it now with the celebrities, where if it comes on a topic, they just trying to say what's accepted right now, and then go with it. And then maybe 10, 12 years down the line, they see, oh, I was on the wrong side of this. Let me try to apologize real quick or something like that. And to go back with the whole Roland Martin thing, I mean, that's one thing. When you were saying if we created our own, and shout out to you on creating that platform. I'm gonna be looking out for it. I'm gonna be trying to join and do what I can, if whatever type of platform it is, just to support it. And the reason why I say I agree with you that I'm more afraid of black people when it comes to that than white people And if we're gonna really have a conversation, you can stop me right now if I'm because I don't want to demonetize you or anything like that. But
Use
a
your
lot of these
discretion,
black
brother. Use
folks
your
that we're talking
discretion.
about, they are part of the they have that boule mindset. Now we're gonna talk about that. Let's really talk about like people that's black, but they really have that ideology of white supremacy. So when we do have create our own, and I'm speaking into existence, that's what we really have to look out for, because if we look at history, like one of the main issues besides the FBI with the civil rights and with the Black Panthers movement was not, it was the FBI, but also is because they was letting any and everybody in that said Black Power or nonviolence.
The infiltrators.
Exactly.
The infiltrators, yeah.
So,
yeah.
So here's my opinion on the question. Okay, I don't think Joe Rogan would be as popular, and the reason
You
why I'm saying
don't.
no,
Opposite. Okay,
here's why.
why?
Here's why. Because that's what I'm saying is that if 90% of the people, the world, thought like Jonathan Berenfield, then that means that there is more than one of the people who are like Joe Rogan that would have platforms and speak pretty much the same kind of points of views. You see what I mean? So that's why I just poke that as something curious, because if that's the case, then Joe wouldn't be popular. He wouldn't, because everybody's got this the same point of view on a larger scale, and there is more than one person who has a platform that speaks just like Joe Rogan. The only difference is Joe Rogan, you know, has better numbers than the rest. That's the only difference. That's my
Interesting.
opinion.
So you're
see
saying,
where.
yeah,
Sorry.
that's an interesting point of view. I like, sorry, Greg, just interjecting. Like I said, I liked Charlie Rose before he got taken down. My goodness, his lane before. Yeah, he was a great journalist and interviewer as well, Charlie Rose. Yeah. Go ahead. Who was first?
Yeah, I'll go ahead. I
Go ahead, JC.
understand where you're coming from, and I see your point. What the reason why I said it will still do good, it's actually because of his personal skills. Exactly what JB mentioned. He's a very good listener, and that is a very rare skill, to remove bias. That's what our journalism is supposed to be. That's what they go there and they get trained for years and years to be able to do on a society that is functionally at its highest level. This is what we're supposed to have. We move bias, and he had a level of entertainment as well, which is also not a rare skill. It's not easy to be a comedian. Right? I have people in my family that were professional comedian. I tried to be an amateur comedian myself. I understand exactly it's a challenge. It's not easy to be a joke engineer, but that he is both. He is both an entertainer, right? And he has this skill, that a soft skill that is very rare to replicate. So he would still do good. And again, remember, that's on him. That skill will allow him to shine when he's interviewing that 10%. But I see where you're coming from, and I can agree with some of the things you say.
Yeah, just talking ish. You open up a whole new can of worms when we talk about the mindset of our brothers and sisters in this country, and who's with us and who's not, and who don't even know they're not, who have bought into kind of like an indoctrinated viewpoint, and will not support, what should I say, Black originated art, music, whatever. It's like it can get very deep in terms of what you just mentioned. And that's, like I said, that has to be parsed very carefully, because I think there are people that only support a liberal agenda, but not necessarily one that serves them, their specific subgroup. You know what I mean?
Oh, I
So yeah,
definitely
and then
agree.
you have a financial incentive behind it. You have so much behind that, what you just raised, just talking. You have
Well,
so
I
much
think
behind it. We're gonna drop off soon. I'm gonna do a round robin and let everybody get their last word. JC, we're gonna start with you. Last word.
Last word, should we cancel Joe Rogan? I'll leave that up to Americans as they hold the lines to the last fight for freedom. Us in Canada, we're trying to do our best. We have your version of the FBI chasing us, trying to limit our freedom of speech. Canada is a lot more authoritarian than, it's called, we're starting to call it China, just to give you an
What?
idea. Yeah,
Like
it's
that?
it's getting up there. It's getting up there. So you guys are holding basically the last rope for freedom of speech. After you guys, it's over. So I'll let you guys decide if you choose to cancel Joe Rogan or not. But just keep in mind what I said earlier, and also I believe that super chat earlier did mention that. I won't take all the credit for it, but
It's so
but
funny.
that emotion is also our greatest strength. It's our greatest weakness. We can channel it on the right direction and make ourselves better, ourselves wealthier, ourselves more powerful. But also that biggest weakness, but that biggest strength can be our biggest weakness. And right now it is being applied to us right now, so that get us to react emotionally, so that we can remove one of the big pillar of freedom of speech right now. So we gotta look at it from a bigger perspective and the impact around the world. And I hope thank you for having this conversation, Suzette, because at least we're able to discuss different aspect of it. And with that said, I'll have to drop off, but
All
thank
right,
you
I
very much.
appreciate you. Thanks for being a part of today's discourse. Big up JC, the wise guy. Can't wait to have you on my Patreon as my guest speaker this Saturday. Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here, brother.
Thank you very much. Bye.
You take care. All right,
Oh,
who'd like
you
to
have a
go next?
Patreon?
I have a Patreon.
Oh, let me sign up. What's the
Oh,
link?
okay.
What's the link? Hold up.
I
Can somebody
just thought
post-
the banner. I thought you seen the banner.
Can somebody post the link so I can just click on it?
Yes, RM has been listen, Wagwan Learn Biz podcast. Did you get my DM? I see you up here now. Did you get my DM? Girl, I done wrote you the longest DM. I thought you was ignoring me. How you doing?
Hey there. I was like,
You-
I see a lot of testosterone. I said I needed to come.
Listen, the men have. I should call it Black Men Speak. Should we cancel Joe Rogan?
You know,
I don't mind it though.
You know,
I don't
men
mind it
follow
though.
beautiful women. Come on now.
No, it's a good thing, man. It's been great discourse. I'm listening. I'm learning. Like I said, I've been, I was gonna say a semi-listener. I'm not gonna say I was an avid listener to Joe Rogan, but we've talked a lot about all the aspects of this issue today. I felt like we've, heard various points of view and some I had not thought of. But yes, JB sent you ass, and I'll give you the last word, Sandy. Let me show you my Patreon. Drop it, please, RM. This is for those who wish to support as well as grow. We do some personal development work there. I try to have a guest speaker at least once a month. And then I have after shows and then a little bit of behind the scenes of when I'm doing events. If you guys don't know, I actually do host and moderate live events. I've been doing that pre-YouTube. I will be having my own brunch. Hey, probably around April. And I'm thinking about doing something in ATL in the summer. I just talked to my cousin and she found me a little space where I used to do before YouTube monthly gatherings and workshops and seminars about personal development topics. So I thought, hey, I wonder if I brought that to YouTube, would people still like it? So I'm doing
men and women invited, Suzette?
To what?
To your brunch.
Don't tell TLA. This first one is ladies only.
Okay.
Oh, he about to take you out.
TLA was like, you want to be a man.
I was just about to say I'm in Atlanta, so
no. Listen, I've been thinking about the Atlanta one big now because I literally just talked to my cousin about it yesterday. She has a wonderful space, and I was like, oh my god, I should do a joint like YouTube get together with TLA. That's the first thing that came to my mind. But my heart and where I've always been was just helping women just become better, because I felt like if we're all walking around, with heaviness, injury, trauma, we can't be our best selves when it comes to, partnership and marriage and all the rest of it. So I always felt like I had to fix myself, and helping others fix what they had going on, it helped me. That's like the place I began 3-4 years ago when I was doing women's conferences and live events and workshops. So I still want to get back to that. I feel a little bit more safer with everything going on and the Omarion going down. So I went to Orlando with one. I've done several, of course, Palm Beach, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, but I want to go out. So I was talking to Cuz about it, and I was like, oh, I should go to Atlanta, but then I can't go to Atlanta and not invite the YouTube community. So I don't know what I might do like a ladies coffee and then maybe do like a networking after. I don't know. I've been thinking about it, and I'm not even like an Atlanta gal, so I feel like I'm kind of like infiltrating on y'all's territory.
You welcome. Come on.
Well, I
Like,
mean,
okay.
you can hit up. I mean, Gail knows Atlanta pretty well, so hit up.
Yeah,
Gail.
I was gonna talk to Gail. I was gonna talk to a couple of people because I was like, that was my dream to like take my, talks out here on YouTube first and foremost now. But I was thinking about Houston as well. So if God allows, I will start planning that. And I have not even said anything to like my Patreon, to TLA or anybody, because I know you start planning something small and then all of a sudden it's like boom. So I wanted to see if you wanted to do something, and then maybe I could do like a woman's only in the morning, and then maybe we could transition to like a networking and kind of hang out type vibe. But I don't know yet. I'll let y'all know as I put it together.
subscribed to your
But
Patreon.
yeah, thank you. If you want to join for more exclusive content, you know what it is. The Patreon is right there. Patreon.com/SuzetteSpeaks. Thank you, RM, for dropping it. I know you've been dropping it. Thank you to one of my moderators, RM. Always on it. Thank you, Sunbreeze. Thank you, Gaston's World. Thank you, Gail. Thank you, Rashawn Denise. Thank you, all the people who have helped moderate tonight. I really, 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 really appreciate it. But yes, invest in yourself. Like I said, we try to do at least once a month a guest speaker, as well as like maybe an after show here or there. And again, behind the scenes exclusive content when I go to stuff. So, and like when I do my brunch, Patreon will get the stream. So I want to make sure they are a part, guy or gal in the room when I do my brunches. So appreciate you. All right, who would like to make? Sandy, I'm going to save you for last. I see you driving, Andre. You good? Who want to go next?
I'll make my final statement.
Okay, go ahead, Jonathan. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm good. Thanks, Suzette.
So my final statement. Shout out to Girl Dad, because this comment that he made, I think, is pretty much just a good summary of how I feel about Joe Rogan. When he said Joe Rogan is simply curious, and that is what attracts his viewers. Pretty much, yeah. What that whole comment. So I guess my final statement is just, I think no, I don't think we should cancel Joe Rogan. Frankly, I don't think we should cancel anybody, but that's with an asterisk, because I do think there's a line. It's just really hard to figure out where that line is. Because I look at things like I think we got to put more weight to certain things, like words like racism and sexism and stuff like that. They're overused so much that, to me, they no longer have meaning. Like, and it's sad. It's actually sad, right? Because when I hear somebody say, "Hey, so and so is a racist," like, I don't even take it seriously. I should, like, I should hear that and like, really, But it's like we use those words so easily. It's just an easy label now. So, and then I also think we should question people's motives. When you see a clip like that come out, I think you should understand that. I shout out to JC, because that point he made is a very good point. That the biggest weakness of Black America is the emotionalism. That's I can't overstate that. Like that, that's pretty much how Black people are consistently owned when it comes to politics in particular, and power, and just power, and not like basically the fact that you cannot have power in America, like actual political power, is because what they use over and over again is symbolism and emotionalism to get you. Just like one quick thing I want to add is that I was, at some point I was a engineer at a, I mean, you guys could probably look up my background, but at one point I was an engineer at a media company, and actually a Black media company. And I got to, just by virtue of working there, I got to actually see how they use exactly that skill that what I just described, even a Black media company. And I'm not saying this like they were doing a bad thing. It's just, that's what actually makes them succeed. But how they would use, even the way, like, they would frame certain articles, the way that, that an author would say, "Here's the article I have," and then the editor would come in and say, "Okay, here's how we're going to reframe it, and then here's how we're going to title it," right? And that title would be offensive on purpose, right? Or would be, because they know that that's what's going to grab the readers, specifically Black readers, and specifically Black millennial readers. And so when you don't understand that that's actually your biggest weakness, you don't realize how this actually affects you. I mean, it's one thing if it's just affecting the articles you're reading. It's actually very serious once it starts to affect, politics and the political power that you cannot gain because of that. So I don't think Black people should be buying into this. Don't let some, when you see that clip, when you see that montage, you should immediately think, okay, that's somebody who's disingenuous. That's somebody who's trying to push a narrative. If you're curious, like I was, go and investigate every one of those clips. You know, but most people are not going to do that, right? Most people are too lazy to go do that. So go investigate and come to your own conclusion. If your conclusion is that he's racist, okay, cool. But don't let people control you so easily, because that's what they're doing. Is they're trying to control you and your emotions because they understand that Black people are so emotional. So anyway, I could go on and on about this. Some of y'all have already heard my perspective on this stuff on different panels and stuff. So, but that's just my take. And you know, shout out to you, Suzette. I always be listening to you, by the way. Like, and I always be listening to you. I even if I don't jump in the chat, like, because I'm, you know, I'm always working.
That means a lot. And I'm over here trying to make a banner to welcome you, new Patreon member. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Air horn. That's what I'm gonna be doing with the next group of donations. Thank you. I want a sound machine, a soundboard, but that means a lot coming from you. I know you are, you know, very the word may be the word I want to say choosy, but the word I'm looking for is, you know, you have a discriminate taste when it comes to what you listen to. So if you're listening to me, I'm grateful. Thank you very much.
No, I actually love listening to you. So I'm not just saying that because, you know, because I'm telling you, I actually love listening to you. So
thank you. Yeah. That means a
lot. And actually, by the way, the same thing I just said about Joe Rogan, I really do think you actually have a similar trait, your ability to actually have the conversation with different people, and especially listening. You have excellent listening skills. I mean, A1 listening skills. So
all right, female Joe Rogan in the building. Y'all don't stop me now. Don't stop me. Don't stop me. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for supporting the stream. Thank you for becoming a Patreon member. I look forward to you being on the show many more times, and you're always welcome here. Thank you so much for your support. All right, I'll see you soon.
Hey,
thank you.
Can I respond to this comment real quick?
Which comment?
I do think I want to respond to that from Ebony.
Okay. Yes, absolutely.
So I'm assuming that's a woman. She said, I bet JB is not ADOS. A lot of the time, non-ADOS won't take offense. No, because if you met JB when I was a social justice activist, when I was an actual socialist, a Marxist-Leninist, I did all the same things. You know, people always pushing this, you know, ADOS, FBA versus the immigrants versus this narrative. And it's like, no, it's just about emotionalism. That's literally all it's about. It has nothing to do with whether or not you came to America or you were born here or whatever. Like, it's the fact that we're emotional. And I've had to force myself to change a lot of these things over time and just realize, okay, I need to be more stoic. I need to be able to actually listen to these different perspectives and not just jump to conclusions or not just jump to labels, etc. So no, it's not It's not an ADOS thing. It's emotionalism.
I preach.
Go back to where I'm from and ask anybody who knew me when I was a social justice activist. Okay, when I was actually out there on the streets protesting and I was an organizer, by the way, right? So no, it has nothing to do with
that. I think, and I'm big on, you know, one Black community. Let's come together. Big up the diaspora, wherever you, especially in the Western Hemisphere, we have all had this experience of being stolen and taken away, you know, the identity and the resources, etc. To come here and to be where we are now is amazing. And I don't categorize that. I think there's, you know, all kind of contributions that we all have made within our respective, you know, so-called countries from where we came. But once we get to America, the police officer don't ask you, I'm sorry, where are you from? The police officer, my experience is a Black experience. My experience is a Black experience. So whether, you know, my parents immigrated from Jamaica or wherever, honey, I wear that mantle. I say African American. I say that. And again, where I live in Miami, when they say African American, who they talking about? The Haitian immigrant, the Jamaican immigrant, the Bahamian immigrant, the people whose first generation, second, or even third came here. And right, we fight the same struggle. So there's a whole another conversation, but thank you for addressing that. All right, Jonathan Berryville, thank you for being a part. Super, because you are more knowledgeable about Joe Rogan than I. So thank you so much for being here today and participating. All right, appreciate you, brother.
Right, have a good one, Suzette.
You too, appreciate you. All right, who wants to take their next final comment? Go ahead. Who would like to be next?
I'll go ahead.
I'll take it. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Did you driving, Andre? Who said it? Wait, who said it? Big time. Oh, just talking ish. Either one.
Okay, I'll go ahead then.
Yes.
I just want to say thank you for allowing me to be on the panel. I appreciate every member, a part of the panel, everybody that was in the chat. I know she already said it, but go ahead and smash that like button. Keep supporting Suzette because she has a great thing going on here, and it's going to grow to something big. I see it in your personality.
Oh, thank you. That
All
means
day.
a lot. Thank
All
you.
day. I just wanted to say my last little wrap up point about the topic is I agree with a lot of things that was said with members on this panel, and I also disagree. I wasn't going to say anything, but I heard like JB and I believe it was JC or someone else said it before they left out about the biggest weakness was the emotion. And I hear what they're saying, but I disagree. I believe the biggest weakness for Black people is trying to play in a game or a system that we didn't build and think that we're going to win. So my whole thing is, yes, I agree. We should create our own, monitor who we let in. Let's be like the way we feel about white people coming into the rap game or, singing or in sports and white athletes. We need to have that same attitude when it comes to social justice, when it comes to uplifting and bettering our community and not letting any and everybody be allies. Also, the whole canceling thing. I don't believe we should cancel Joe Rogan because the reason why all this is coming up is not because they care whether he's racist or not racist. It's because of another ulterior motive. So let's not fall for that. And they do play off our emotion because all this is going down during February. We got to see clips of Joe Rogan saying the N-word. We got to see clips of Howard Stern in blackface. We just see all this
all during Black History. No coincidence. And Ebony, I see you. I see you. Not that you meant anything in a negative way. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, you good. You good. I totally agree. But yeah, just don't let them get a hold of your emotion. I do agree with JB and I do agree with JC on that. Don't let them take control of your emotion because if you give them that, you give them your energy, they won. So with that being said, just stay powerful, stay blessed, stay positive, and do what you got to do. What works for you might not work for everybody else, man. Just take it one day at a time, one step at a time, and put your best foot forward. And we can't lose. We've come so far, and we still got a long way to go. So.
Thank you. Wow, I feel a little empowerment there at the end. Thank you, my brother, Just Talking Ish. Thank you for being a part. You are welcome anytime on this platform. Thank you for coming up and adding your voice to today's conversation. Really, really enjoyed listening to you.
Thank you. Have a good one.
A pleasure. Bye now. Thank you. All right, now to Big Time Drum. Come, my brother. Come.
Yes.
How you feeling? Tell me your closing thoughts.
Sure. Well, before I give you my closing thoughts, I just wanted to offer you, if you would allow me the pleasure in making a soundbite for your soundboard, and it's gonna go like this. You don't know.
I would love it. I would love it. You know that's
done. I'm gonna email it to you.
Thank you.
Anyways, so my closing thoughts is this. I think the message here, ultimately, from what I've seen, nobody can be canceled except for they canceling themselves, or if they're with a network or they're under somebody, they're the ones that are going to cancel them, right? That's my answer as far as that's concerned, because clearly it's been proven in front of our faces, right? Now, also another point I wanted to make is, as we all know, opinions are like a-holes. Everybody has one. Right?
Yes, sir.
And because everyone has one, that's why I asked that one question, because depending on who's listening and depending on their moral and values is going to depend on how they perceive what's being said. Okay? It can swing to the majority saying, we're good with that, and it can outweigh the minority, and it can go the other way, right? So it's subjective. Okay, that's one other point I wanted to make. But also, I think one of the other things that we have clearly seen in these instances lately is that it's one thing to have a platform where you're able to do your thing. However, even in the moments that you could be wrong, but at the same time, if the platform is going to be the ones backing you, then obviously that speaks volumes because they're the ones that value what it is that you're doing. You see, right or wrong. Okay. Whereas another platform, if they don't value what you're doing, then they're going to say, uh, we need to right the wrong, or there's a punishment for it. Okay. Um, but apart from that, my only other point of view I would like to bring out is I just think that sometimes we need to be um, we need to be responsible for the things that we say because here's a good example of you might think being controversial or whatever in the name of bringing numbers is the right thing, and you end up like Tasha K and losing the case. And so, because you lose the case, guess what? You are now the example for everybody who has been in that position going, okay, guess what? I can go to my lawyer and I could say, oh, there's been defamation. And, let's use Tasha K's case, just so we could say this is a good chance of why we can win the argument. Okay? So, so I just think sometimes we need to be a little socially responsible in what we say, but at the same time, be mindful that if you say things that there could be possible backlash, just know that you have to take what comes with it. And also that's why I kind of have a little reservation with Joe Rogan in apologizing for some of the stuff because the point is yeah, you did say that, but at the same time, even if you're saying, well, this was the context, well, if that was the context, then you shouldn't have to apologize for that. But if you're going to double down and say, well, ultimately I shouldn't have said it because I know I'm a white guy, then you know you're canceling your own point of views, and then that makes me think, well, maybe you're not standing holistically on your square. So but
You're giving
anyways,
us a lot of food for thought. You have
yeah.
contributed tremendously. Thank you, big time drum. Andrew Walker with a super chat. Yes, yes.
You
Okay.
don't know.
Yeah, no. Yeah, 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 yeah. All right, keep it up. Y'all don't want to salute. Ra, ra, ra.
Ra, ra.
Keep it up, he says. Unless we check them hard and effectively, we will always be treated as a minor party. My goodness, my goodness. Words of wisdom. Thank you so much for your support. Always supporting me over here on YouTube. Also a Patreon member. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Andrew. Keep it up. Unless we check them hard and effectively, we will always be treated as a minor party. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you so much, Big Time Drum. I want to show you his name. I'm just going to drop the super chat for a quick second just so you can see his name, Big
Thank you so
Time
much.
Drum. Go over. I'm going to put you solo. See him there, Big Time Drum, all one word, no spaces. Please, moderators, if you can, drop his channel and go listen to some great jazzy, funky, bachata, every kind of beat over there, Afro beat.
That's right.
I'm what is it? I'm piano, all of that. You be
Yeah,
killing
yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah,
When I
yeah,
need
yeah,
need a
yeah.
little
I do it
groovy
all.
music, I'd be
I
like,
do
hey,
well.
hey, big time jump
Yeah,
on the YouTube.
yeah,
Yes, yes,
yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Good for
And
you.
sometimes I speak about issues. Sometimes.
Yeah, every now and then. Yeah. And then
Yes.
he loves coming on other platforms for sure
Yes.
to speak
Yes.
his mind. So thank you
Yes.
for being here.
Yes.
I'll see you very soon. You're welcome up. You know
Suzette,
that.
as
Anytime. All
always,
right.
respect in every aspect, Mrs. Tin.
Yeah, man. Respect. Thank you so much.
All
I
right.
appreciate you. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Were you saying something? Sorry.
No, I said one love to the chat.
Oh, mwah. Thank
Mwah,
you.
mwah.
Thank you
All
so
right.
much. All right. See
All
you
right.
soon. I'm about to take the big drum out before you say goodbye. And then there were two. Andre, thank you. You look like you so busy. You on the work schedule. I love it. You
Yeah,
came through.
gotta make those
Still.
couple dollars.
I ain't mad. I love a hustler. Love it. Love it. Love
And
it.
I'll tell you, I listen to you all the time too, Suzette. I'm always listening to the chat, and then when I miss you, I'm mad. I'm like, man, I gotta go back and check it out. I gotta make sure I like the video.
Thank you.
I found you through TLA. I told you before, but I don't know if you remember.
Yes.
Your beauty attracted me, of course. But once I heard you speak, man, I was like, this girl is dope, man.
Thank you. Respect, my brother. Thank you for that. That makes, I mean, I'm blushing. I don't know if you can see it in my melanated face, but I'm blushing a little. Thank you so much. There are so many, I can't even say thank you enough. So many of y'all came over through TLA, other ways. I'm grateful. Thank you for being a supporter of my message and this channel. What are your final words on our topic?
Yeah. Once again, I don't believe in canceling people. I think canceling people does no good for any of us. We can learn so much more from people when we work with them, we listen to them, we understand their thought process, we see their actions, and we do a little research to see what they've done previous. And that is what's really key. Like, I think you got to take it all into whole, and you got to see what this person is really about. Now, of course, if you preaching hate speech and all that, then we got to act accordingly, and we got to do what we need to do in that fashion. But I think if somebody tries to cancel you, listen. Don't listen to that. You got to listen to the positive. You got to find the love and go towards the love. Do whatever you need to do. Whether you need to get counseling, biblical counseling. I don't think people talk about that enough. I think when you got a sound doctrine, you got a sound church, and they really talking about tools to help you build yourself up as a person and help other people and help your community, then you got something good going for you, and you need to work with that. But I think cancel culture, man, it's nonsense, man. We can't allow it to proceed. We have to work more to be a better people, to push people to be better. And if they don't want to be better, then, like I said, we got to act accordingly. But once again, Suzette, man, I think you are tremendously talented. I love your spirit and your joy. Don't ever lose that. I don't care how much hate, and if they start talking that nonsense in the chat, remove them, get them out of here.
I'm gonna be like, why did YouTube, y'all? Why did YouTube?
Because SuzetteSpeaks, I got love for my Jamaican people. The first country I ever visited was Jamaica, so I got a deep found love for the Jamaican people, man. Like, I think SuzetteSpeaks is 𝙒𝘼𝙏𝘾. Yeah, man.
Well, I appreciate you, my brother. I actually have, and I've been decorating this week with, I don't know if you saw these when you were in Jamaica, hibiscus flowers. Have you seen them?
Yeah, I have seen them.
They're very common in Jamaica, so I was trying to give a little island flavor to my little grass.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, I'm trying. But
are you still in the crib? Are you outside?
No, this is my new background. Thanks to my super chats. This is my new background.
All right.
I done moved up. I done stepped up. I done stepped up. Hey. Thanks to all of you who have been supporting me. Thank you. I want to get a sound machine next. I want my thing that TLA has, a soundboard. So little by little, we're trying to take this thing serious, So
and I'm gonna join the Patreon because I want to see more about you.
Thank you. Thank you. If you want, like I said, it's all love. If y'all want a little bit extra stuff that's not over here. I saw your question, girl dad. You like trying to do homework probably with your daughter. Oh, nice. What we do is a lot of introspective self-talk here, or self-awareness talk here. I think a lot of people are not aware of how they feel and why they feel how they feel, how experiences in their lives have impacted them, what to do with those feelings, emotions, traumas. I talk to people who have had very, interesting experiences in life, professional development, So a little bit of personal development, professional development, emotional intelligence, self-awareness is what we want. Self-growth is really what I want to promote in every aspect, whether it's in you inside, introspectively, in our community, growth in terms of how we approach relationships. And of course, you know, I got the law side of me, so I like the social justice a little bit sprinkled in there, and law. So I have to mix it up a little bit to keep y'all on your toes.
I think it's a great mix.
Thank you.
Like I remember
be like, you need to focus. You need to get on.
Like I remember you did one stream. I don't remember what it was. You was talking to a lady. I don't know if she was a therapist or what. And she was talking to you about being better self and self-worth. And I remember
it's a few of them. So it could be Dr. Tasha.
Yeah.
Dr. Tasha was raw. I love her. She was talking about, would you marry you? Helped me a lot.
Yeah.
And we had some good conversations. Y'all can go back in the streams. There's some very good streams that I think, you know, should be watched more, but hopefully eventually, you know, people will discover them and, you know, help get some help, I should say, from, you know, the discussion. But I'm a big believer in the power of story. That stories I've heard 10 and 20 years ago still float around in my spirit. So I know stories can change people's perspective and therefore change their lives. Yeah.
But you know what I remember most about that stream, Suzette? You started to cry because she started to speak more to you, and it was like it resonated with you. But when you started to do that, it made me want to start to cry because it made me think more about myself and
why you going there?
How you feel like
why you going there, Dre?
Huh?
Why you going there, Dre? That was a stream.
Listen.
I'm gonna bring you back, Sandy. That was a stream called Real Love for Ambitious Women. Y'all don't even know. Since you want to take me down memory lane, go back and watch it. I didn't take it down. I was going to take it down because I felt really embarrassed because I started crying in the middle of my own stream.
No, that's good though because listen, like my Angela said, people
this what had happened, y'all. Let me tell y'all what had happened.
They may forget what you did, but they'll never forget how you made them feel, and I'll never forget how you made me feel. You made me feel like I'm stronger than that. I'm not what I haven't accomplished. I am what I did accomplish. And there's so much more for me to do.
For you to feel that way, let me just back up. When I told y'all I started by doing events and eventually conferences and workshops and seminars for women, I don't know, it's a little bit selfish. That feeling that you describe, Andre, I live for that. When I see somebody, I can visibly see somebody burden lifting, mind changing, an aha moment that's deeper than they ever had. And they start to look at their life like, damn, she talked about me and I could do better and I'm going to, and this is what I need to do.
It's like you're in the congregation and you're in the pulpit and I'm like,
exactly. You
see, talk about my life from the pulpit, man.
They stepping on my toes. They coming down my street. I love that. So when that happened in that stream, Real Love for Ambitious Women, I'll probably put it as a card in this stream so y'all could go to it easily. That had just come off the heels of the TLA appearance and the Kevin Samuels appearance and all that. So I had been listening to a lot of information, a lot of new manosphere creators that I had not been privy to, and just a lot of information about area of my life that I really wouldn't want anyone to talk about, and that much less me on a platform like TLA. So I was like, oh, okay. So I didn't realize how much all of that discussion really impacted me.
Oh yeah.
So it was clearly something that touched me in a way. Again, I was not on. I'm always doing stuff for me in a sense.
I didn't know it was gonna touch me like that.
But in the middle of the stream, I said, Cassandra McDonald was the speaker. Thank God for Coach Cass. Cassandra McDonald, who I met when I did one of my seminars right before pandemic in Orlando. She came as an attendee, and our spirits connected, and I stayed in contact with her. So I always kind of keep her in my periphery. So women who I've met along the way who've spoken at workshops, seminars, I bring them here. So I was like, you were a great coach, Cass. And I knew her spirit deep calls to deep. And she started, and I was giving a little introduction about real woman and dating and, can a woman have it all? And I'm actually going to go back to that subject matter because I still think there's some, value in it as far as women and life balance and all
squeeze that fruit. There's some more juice in there.
No, not for God, for me, maybe not for me. But yeah, I started talking about how I was getting a lot of feedback a lot of negative feedback. I had never gotten like, oh, she should lose a little weight. She should do this. She should do that. That's if she wanted to do this. She had left men on the table. I'm like, what people talking about? Y'all don't even know me. Y'all don't know my life. Like that wasn't even my life. So after reading like 2 or 3 weeks full of that stuff, and then coming on the stream talking about it, I didn't know it was like right there. I didn't know. So then all of a sudden I'm like, people, tend to not value women and say they're nothing if they don't have family yet, or if they don't have kids, or if they're not with someone. And they tend, to internalize that. And all of a sudden, y'all, me just stop, man.
Because when you reach a certain age and when you got so much success, and you don't have business.
When me say my bond, me just
yeah.
Jesus have mercy on me. And I'm in front of people. I'm used to that happening to other people at my events.
Yeah.
So it was so shocking to me. I couldn't even bring it together.
Yeah.
And then my friend Rose, I had called her after. She was like, girl, yeah, you was crying. Because she said she had even called her sister saying, turn it on. Suzette cried for me.
Yeah.
I had turned it over to Coach Cass. I tried to bring it together. I came back. Tears was still coming. And I was like, hold on. I'm going to be right back again.
Keep talking. Just keep talking.
I was like, go coach. Thank God she had my back. I had never, I tried to purposely pick things that I know are going to strike a chord, because mostly they strike a chord with me, but never had I anticipated at that moment in that time.
Like you said, we emotional people.
Ooh, it has sat on me though. But I think that was an amalgamation of all the stuff that I had ingested in a subject matter I really had never really addressed so publicly and so deeply and so frequently. So the TLA show about relationships, if y'all don't know what I'm talking about, it's on my channel as well. Go back and watch it. Suzette Speaks in the TLA. And then you can watch when I got him on the hot seat. Anyway, that opened a big can of worms in my life personally. And clearly it had an impact, not only on me, but on plenty of y'all. Because I think, 60, 70,000 people have watched this stream on his channel. So many thousand have watched it on my channel. So everything in its purpose, everything in its time. And again, go back and watch Real Love for Ambitious Women.
Get your tissues ready. Get your tissues ready.
I almost forgot that. So I wanted to take it down, but I'm like, no, I can't take it down. That's a real moment.
It is.
It was a real. Anyway, thanks for the trip down Beverly.
Suzette, I love you.
Got me feeling like it. Let me second. I got me feeling some kind of way. Appreciate you, Andre. Thank you. You're welcome anytime. Appreciate your support, my friend. And I hope I see you again very soon.
I'll be back.
You take care of yourself, yeah? All right, all the best. Bye. Andre that brought me all the way back. Sandy, they don't forget, bro. They don't forget.
Look, you've had some very, very influential moments on these YouTube streets. I have found myself watching these live streams back to back because it's been something special. And I'll tell you, you've really opened my eyes to a few things, because I was following TLA, I was following Pocket Watching with JT and some of these other folks. And I just I caught the TLA episode with you on there with the Kevin Samuels and all that. I was like, oh, I didn't know this is how the live stream world works. So I definitely
shock of my life when I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, I saw you fanning a couple times. You had your hand kind of over here a little bit.
I did not ever want this to happen in my life, and then it happened. So yes, you saw.
Yeah, it was something special. But you held your own. So you held it up for us, the ladies, the female attorneys, because I think sometimes we get a bad rap. So
no, that's
we're not
one of the
all.
things I like about this space. We can be ourselves. I don't have to put on that attorney hat. It's always there. Right. Of course, you're analytical. You're trying to see, what's the meat, what's the gist of what we're doing here. All of that is great in its place, but I don't feel like I have to have this kind of like, pit bull in a skirt, the whatever. I'm like, come on, we're more than that. And I'm glad I get to show that too. Yeah. Yeah.
Look, I get called a pit bull in a skirt. I'm like, I'm sensitive too. I have feelings. I am not
what they expect us to be like. I'm just a person, guys. We leave that in the courthouse if we need it. We leave it in the courthouse.
Trust me, we have our moments. We deal with a lot in this profession as Black females specifically.
Yes.
But in thinking about this topic today, I just kept thinking, why do we have to cancel everybody? It's like that's the first thought. And we have lost this idea of like reading between the lines and really thinking about what we're seeing and the imagery, because media is exactly what it sets itself out to be, right? They are putting something out there and they want you to receive it in their way. And I'm not speaking on behalf of Joe Rogan. I don't follow him. I don't really know much about him. But in the little bit that I've seen through this conversation, I just keep thinking to myself, have we lost the opportunity to have a voice? Because I realize we have differing opinions. You and I both know we deal with a lot of differing opinions in our profession.
Absolutely.
And, you know, we have to learn to interact in the environment that we're in while standing on our own ground. So, you know, it's a delicate balance. I'm not saying no one is worthy of cancellation. There are a couple of exceptions to the rule.
Right.
However, we get to the point now, as soon as something pops off on social media, it's immediate, like, you know, there's people in droves trying to cancel. And sometimes the information is not even accurate. It's just a little whisper went out there and all of a sudden, you know, we're swarming. And I'm just like, well, how did we get here? Because I understand information spreads quickly. I understand we're in the age of technology, but have we completely lost our ability to have some discernment and really think about what's happening to us? Because while we're focused on the cancellation, there are a lot of other things happening. And I sometimes feel like it's a distraction. For example, Black History Month, we have a time for celebration, acknowledgement, recognition of amazing things that we've been doing. And you want to bring this, like, this is the conversation. You don't have anything else you can focus on. So, you know, I feel I get it in terms of the idea, the emotion behind it. But we're really in a position right now where it doesn't matter what it is, we're ready to cancel. And sometimes it's not even fact.
Yeah.
So how do we get here? I don't know, but I don't think it's a great path for us to go down.
I agree with you 100% that we need a pullback. We need a reset. We need reasonable minds to really, you know, prevail in this country where we pride ourselves on so-called free speech. It seems like we're less free to say what we really want. And again, it goes back to, you know, we could actually talk cases of not another time, but we could talk cases about, you know, when it comes to the what should I say, salacious material. I don't want to use the P word, salacious material. You know, there are people that are like, well, you should get rid of it. But there's those of us who under the law understand we got to defend everybody to ensure everybody stays free. And where we might be offended and where we might actually see grounds for, you know, censorship, or if you will, censor with your pocketbook. You don't support it. You ain't got to watch it. You don't have to like it. But instead, you want everybody else. Now in the schools, don't read this Black History Month poem. Don't read this Black author. Are you kidding me? Are you absolutely kidding me? So censorship is a slippery slope. Cancellation is a slippery slope. So if you don't want to read it, that's up to you. But don't tell me we can't teach history to our kids because you might make people feel uncomfortable. It's a real slippery slope where we're headed. So hopefully, I don't know what lessons we'll see where this ends up. We're still not done yet because, you know, people can I don't know. They can bring more out of the woodwork. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
You know it's coming.
You see, you think he's done, and now they're picking apart this, and they're more, you know, to that. And he gave once to, you know, the Don, and now everybody hates him. But yeah, this group think I think it was JB that was saying, you know, if you're down with the mainstream thought, you're good. But anybody outside of that right now is looked upon as a pariah, and it's kind of dangerous. So we have to make room for this, y'all. We have to protect all speech. Like there was a time where burning the US flag was like, no, you cannot desecrate. It's a form of free speech. It is. And we must protect even the most vile that we don't agree with, so that we all know when it's our turn to speak up, no one is trying to censor you. Could you imagine a day where our own governor is looking for bills to censor? what can be taught, because parents don't want their kids to be offended. I'm agreeing with, you know, age appropriateness, of course. But you tell me you can't celebrate Black History Month and the 9th grader watch The Color Purple, or the 12th grader watch The Color Purple. We don't want Michelle Obama's book because it will make people, certain people, feel bad. Are we kidding now? Are we kidding? So there is a lot more, I think, behind this. And I agree that, you know, it's not just about the N-word saga. A lot of what he had to say initially, or what was brought up, was that he was exploring alternatives to the jab. So big pharma, others may speculate as to who else. Many pundits believe are behind a lot of this. And of course, you know, we can still, you know, well, I think we have to just wait and see, because I think he makes them too much money. In my opinion, what will happen? He makes them too much money to be thrown off the stage. They not letting go. They gonna hold on to that bag right to the end. No, don't go, Joe. Don't go. Like, no, he makes that money for them, so they gotta do. But yes, so tell us about your channel. I want us to collab, girl. Whenever you're ready, you let me know.
I saw your message. I was just like, I switched phones, so I couldn't see my messenger messages. But
no, okay. offline. We'll get offline. We'll make a date. Shout out to Learn Biz Podcast. We're gonna drop it in the link in the chat, excuse me. But I appreciate you definitely coming up, lending your my sister-in-law, your legal perspective, and you're welcome anytime. And I hope we can do a show together real soon. Okay. I'll see you soon. Thanks for coming up, babe. All right, guys. Y'all got me doing TLA hours. Yo, this thing 5 hours long. Jesus Christ. This thing 5 hours long, bro. I've enjoyed. I think I'm gonna get something to eat now. I love you guys. For all of those who gave super chats, you already know from the bottom of my heart, thank you for supporting this type of content. Thank you for supporting me and my channel. Thank you for allowing me to consider this seriously as something I want to do for the long term. So I appreciate all of those. Like I said, y'all see the beautiful new green background. It came vis-a-vis your donations, your super chats, your cash apps. I thank everyone who has been along with me on this journey so far. Your generosity means so much. I hope you're getting something out of it as well. I hope you're enjoying it. Like I said, I'm going into more of a direction of current events as well as some of the personal development. So I hope you're okay with that. I'll be back on Let's Talk Justice. I'm going to try to get some of these bigger people who are running for the larger offices across the country. That's my vision. It's 2022, y'all. We got to wake up, right? The Senate is a 50-50 split, Democrats and Republican, right? There has been redistricting. All kinds of stuff is going on. So I hope to get Black Voters Matter, other folks who have been there on the front lines and can educate us and let us know, you know, what's going on. I'm really big on civic duty, right? So I want to get that kind of weave back into the show, and then we can do a little bit of relationships here and there and whatnot. Y'all go over to the Patreon. Y'all know that I have a Patreon since December. Thank you so much to all of my Patreon members already. You guys are the best. We have offline, more of a smaller group discussions where we can kind of get deep and get introspective, as well as, you know, do professional development. Like when we have a special session with JC, the wise guy, this Saturday next month. Hopefully we'll have Dr. Thunder. He also is a professional when it comes to teaching personal development. So we try to do at least once a month there, as well as, you know, maybe some after shows, stuff like that, and maybe some behind the scenes when I'm out and about every now and then. So if you like this type of content and want to support it, as well as get some personal growth and development for yourself, go ahead and invest. Go ahead over to patreon.com/SuzetteSpeaks and support. I appreciate y'all. My Patreon is growing, bro. I'm excited. I'm grateful. And I'm, you know, I can't express how much it means to me to have so many people actually believe in me and believe in my platform. So, but you also get some good, deep conversation. So if you want to, like I say, build, grow, you know, self-growth is so important. important. Self-evaluation is so important. Self-awareness. You don't see what you don't see. And we do that through the storytelling of our guests and among each other. We are our own experts, if you will, when it comes to certain subject matter. So I appreciate all those who are already on my journey with my Patreon. If you are interested and you want, like I say, content that is not on YouTube, and actually I need to put on the membership here at YouTube. I forgot to do that. But anyway, go to patreon.com/SuzetteSpeaks. And I hope to see more of you over there supporting this type of content. If you like this type of content, like it, share it, right? Make sure other eyes get on it. I really appreciate y'all so much. Thank you, Greg says. Thank you. I do. I'm trying to step it up. I want a sound machine and some other things to make the show a little bit more interesting. Thank you, Andre. It means a lot. Thank you so much. RM, always hard working in the chat as well. Thank you so much for dropping the Patreon link. It's in the chat now. So if you want to visit over there, thank you, Sunbreeze. Been so busy today too. Appreciate it. You are the power. Stand in it. Live free. Be free. Live in love. That's the perfect sentiment to end today's stream on. All right. Big up all of you. Big up on yourselves. Love you. Stay positive. You know, we will make progress. That's my goal. We will make progress on the individual side and as a community. All right, gotta go for real. I'm hungry, but I can't believe it. Tell TLA I did a 5-hour stream. What? Let's go. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. All right, guys. Hit the like button on your way out. Thanks for all my super chat support. You know I love you. Thank you very much. Please hit the like button and share this if you can. We were talking about should we cancel Joe Rogan? So I hope you enjoyed. One last time, thank you for watching. Appreciate you being here. You guys know I love a long goodbye. That's the Cash App. It's also in the description if you want to support. All right. Appreciate you guys being here. Shout out to RM. Yes. RM so busy. My goodness. Thank you for being here. All right. Bye for real. Have a great night, guys. And I'll see you Thursday. I don't know what time yet. Thursday stream. And then Saturday, 12 noon is God Still Important. Saturday, 12 noon. Special guest 𝙒𝘾𝙃. Thank you. We just did our planning meeting earlier today. Yes, we put effort into our thing, man. Saturday is God Still Important. He has an amazing story to share about his spirituality. And I can't wait to talk about it because I think a lot of us, again, I pick topics that we're all dealing with, or at least I am dealing with. And mostly with those topics, other people are dealing with it too. Is God Still Important? Saturday at 12 next week. I have none other than he had to switch from Saturday now to next Thursday, the 17th. I will have on former police officer, real Nathan Daly will be my special guest talking law and justice. So we got a lineup for you. I'll see you on Thursday. Bye, guys. Thanks for watching. Appreciate you. All right, hit the like. Bye.